It's 1 minute over. How we doing? And yes, you get points for being here early. That is a thing. How are we doing, everyone? How we doing? It is currently a nice 92 degrees outside. You can buy some Slop from the Slurpo Corona, indeed. I just want to say specifically, how's it going, job application, or jobber as I'm calling them? How's it going, peepers, Dudicus, Corona Kid, and Galente? Nice to see you, Galente. Very nice to see you. It's been a while since I've seen you, bud. Nice to know you're doing well. Your current art project might be a tad unwieldy. Dude, don't I know it? I ended my stream early to try and finish up a commission just to realize I'm more out of my depth than I thought, and I'm gonna need like more time to work on it because I'd already told the client, oh, I'll finish this today. No, might have been a little ambitious. Yeah, we always early here on the BMOS Art channel. All right, so there are a myriad of videos I have lined up for us today. All of them are from 16 minutes to an hour long. They cover a variety of subjects. Some of them involve martial arts. Some of them involve the male loneliness epidemic. Some of them involve a Chuck E. Cheese person getting arrested. Like, we're going all over. So what's a din-din? It's a dinner. Let me get my little boy up here, because I hadn't even done that yet. There we go. And there I am. Welcome, Hunty. I'm sorry to hear that you're in hell. But we are watching a video that you recommended today. No help for you. There's no saving you. So I'll show you the lineup we got here. All right, so obviously we got this. But the first thing I want to show you guys is the best live action fight of all time by Zephyr. This is a really good video, very entertaining. We're going to be watching through this. It is The Drunken Master 2, I'm pretty sure. That's what this movie is here. It's a Jackie Chan film. We're going to go through that. Then we're going to go through Korra's introduction and why many couldn't deal with it from Legend of Korra. Does anyone know Legend of Korra, Avatar, and all that? You don't have to react to the videos I put in there. I thought it was also just putting vids in there overall. I mean, you can put vids in there overall. I might look at them. Guess what? I broke my toe and the most unluckiest guy ever. Well, maybe you should just not break your toe. It's a skill issue. The next, we're going to watch Shoe on Head's The Male Loser Epidemic. Then we've got Chuck E. Cheese arrested in Florida on multiple felonies. We might watch through all the way through that. And then this video is 25 minutes long from one of my favorite creators, Sensei Seth. He's a martial arts guy. Are weaker people better fighters? I have a lot to say about this subject, including Absolute Mad Lads, Steven Seagal. I have a lot to say about this man as well. So, I'm just letting you know what I've got lined up right now. But I'm going to keep this way low. There we go. And we're just going to get started. You're weak, but not a fighter at all. Well, that's not really the point that they're trying to make, but we're going to get started with this. Subscribe to Zephyr. This is a pretty damn good video. So we'll get this started. Okay, everything can be seen all right. Let me just move the chat here for a second. There we go. Give the chat a little bigger. There we go. Okay. Into the corner we go. Let's get this started. The best live action fight of all time, which I tend to agree. Let's get this started. Before he says anything, you guys see that? I love Jackie Chan movies. You watched this movie when you were 7? Dude, it's so worth it. Every single Jackie Chan movie where he's just out there doing random shit is awesome. It's amazing.
See this? This is what you call real hands. If y'all was on
Real
stream
hands?
this week, I was reacting to fights that y'all recommended. And you know what I'm saying? It was cool. I can't lie, some of the fights had me geeked. But this fight right here. Oh yeah, this the one right here. I hope to put a lot of y'all on with this fight right here. If you've never seen Jackie fight like this before, just know in all them other movies, his...
And you guys can hear this all right? I just want to make sure that you guys could hear that right. Everything you could hear it. Just making sure, chat. We can hear the video, right?
Fights only give you a little taste, a little niggle of what...
Wow.
A little niggle of what he could actually do. If you've never seen this match, prepare to be put on. Not only is The Drunken Master 2 one of the greatest action movies ever made, the final...
So is the first one, and it's free on YouTube. You need to watch it, guys. Like, it is required. You need to watch it. The Drunken Master is fantastic.
Fight is a top 3 live action fight ever, with it ranking as my personal favorite. They was boxing so hard when they finished filming this movie, Jackie was in a literal cast, and they both had major injuries when they was shooting this. So when we watch this, I want y'all to remember, there is no tricks, no CGI, and no special effects. Every feat of athleticism you see them do, they are doing on their own. And this is what happens when you put a camera in front of 2 real martial artists. Okay,
so if anyone doesn't know about Jackie Chan, so this guy did Chinese acrobatic theater for years. For years. He was a part of a theater troupe with Sammo Hung and a couple other very famous Chinese martial arts slash stuntmen in Hollywood. And Jackie Chan is known, not really much so anymore because he's not really doing very many movies anymore. But he has been known for, we're going to get this literally perfect, and we're just going to keep going. We're just keep going. We're going to do 100 takes, 1,000 takes until this is perfect. The Jackie Chan animated series was so good, Hunty. So freaking good. I love it.
Keep game. So basically, Jackie Chan, not this one, Keep Up, is trying to stop this British-owned steel factory from stealing Chinese artifacts, and they out there taking everything. They took pottery, weapons, they even took the Dwayne Wade statue thinking it was Yao Ming. Yeah, they wilded. And Jackie Chan pulls up to stop it. And when he gets to the warehouse, they really put him through the gauntlet. Starting off with this chain user, they think he's Simon Belmont or something. And you can see off rip, this is something that inspired Dragon Ball. Jackie's sidekick runs in like he's Krillin and gets done just like him. And once Jackie taps in, they have a fantastic scuffle. It's shortened to the point, and it's a...
Master, he has your sock. Oh man, this video is so good so far.
Fantastic fight to get this gauntlet started. Moving his way up to the workers. And we gonna watch this fight, and you cannot tell me Jackie had to go this hard on some Amazon niggas. Started it off by throwing some dirt in his eye like he the best Spider-Man. Kicks the weapon, roundhouse, weave into a sweep. Peep this angelic weave he does.
I just want to say, okay, I've done martial arts for many years. And sweeps are like the bane of your legs. Like truly, and you have to do them hard because if you are light, if you hesitate on a sweep, especially a back leg sweep, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to kick them. Your leg's going to get stuck there, and it's going to get stomped on, and your knee's going to get broke. So they are no joke. They are the most worrisome attack.
does it to a throw, spinning like he handsome Squidward, and then he starts
Handsome
tricking these
Squidward.
niggas like they some slaves. Like real life, you can't tell me Jackie had to go this hard. These niggas make less than a McChicken per hour. This ain't even fair to him. Niggas who beg on the street got more funds than him.
4 quarters. I'm the rich.
When the higher ups was peeping this, it got to a point where this dude tried dropping barrels on Jackie like it was dumb.
If a fighter lifts his leg, I'm gonna punch his balls. Not if he kicks you in the chin. If he kicks you in the chin, your hands are going to your face.
Donkey Kong. Minecarts going around too. I don't know what they on right now. But nah, Jackie really gets to work. Peep how he's just cooking these fools.
Hey, Zombie,
Remember,
how's it
there's
going?
no strings, no effects, no
Nice to
makeup.
see
He
ya.
really moving like this. Peep the vert to spaz on this
Oh
nigga.
my
And
gosh.
even despite getting jumped, he's blocking and fighting back at the same time. Like peep this
Yeah.
back to back.
That's how you're supposed to do it.
Sit down. Nah.
That's my favorite thing about Jackie Chan and his work, because I feel I've been in a few fights, and you know it's a back and forth on whether I got my ass kicked or not. But this is one of those things where Jackie Chan will use whatever he can that he has available to him in order to fight, and that is important because if you're fighting a bunch of people, you need to even the playing field. This is why I love the scenes like you have Jackie Chan and picks up a freaking ladder and starts swinging it around. Like, that's such a Jackie Chan move, but like, it's what I would probably do in a situation where it was 1 versus 4. I would grab whatever I can. I'm going to grab a rock. I'm going to grab a stick. I'm going to grab like someone's hoodie or something of the sort to defend myself. Because I got to even the playing field. Otherwise, I'm going to die. That's usually what ends up going through my mind with when I got into some fights when I was younger. That's exactly what would happen. It's like I immediately think my life is in danger. So let's even that playing field. No such thing as playing dirty.
My boy getting wild. And turn this nigga into a mathematical equation, bro. You're getting
Oh, this video is so
And
good.
he
Subscribe
throws
to
the weapon at
Zephyr.
Ken Lo. And I know y'all see that assistant in the back. He over there aura farming. I promise you we see the fit. And you are not tough. Nigga wanna get noticed in that suit so bad. I'd rather you dance like the TikTok niggas. That's how you get attention. And Ken Lo really turned his back, letting his henchmen continue the work like he young thug. But Jackie clears them all out, leaving just him and Ken Lo. And Jackie goes
this
to
stream's
hunt him
gonna get
down, but the
copywritten.
assistant comes in to defend his boss. Defending your boss like this is crazy.
Fighting
You would
at
never see
8
this
men,
type
that's
of
easy.
job
Just pull out the
dedication
gun.
nowadays. If you in the workplace now, you will never see an employee happier than when their boss is in peril. And the assistant is really
Damn.
going crazy, but I know y'all see Ken Lo smiling in the back. If you're in a fight and their friends watching in the back smiling, just know he's plotting. He's about to steal your ad at third base. It's over. And they do him just like that.
What's up, Dragon Master? Nice to see ya. How have you been? And just pull out a gun. Now, okay. Fighting 8 men, you could pull out a gun. The thing is, you immediately escalate the situation to a point where it cannot de-escalate. If you're going to pull out a gun, you better be willing to shoot someone. And I mean shoot someone dead. Because you don't shoot the leg. You don't do things like that. Like, you better be ready to kill someone if you're going to pull out a gun.
Turning my dog Jackie into a Mario death animation. Falling to the floor and getting trapped in a 2v1. I thought it was looking grim, but Jackie Chan somehow brings it
Zombie,
back.
you been in
forgot
any
he's that
scraps?
guy.
You're
Like,
not that
peep how
guy.
he weaves into a pop pop, tossing a nigga to the side like how Kanye be tossing away his obligations. Grown man on Twitter talking about some, I don't want to go to Disney World. Nigga, go see your kids. But Ken Lo and
Unless you're the kind of person who would never kill. If you would never kill, you should never fight. That's at least my opinion.
immediately comes in applying straight
Oh,
pressure.
plenty
He goes,
both in and out of armed forces.
Block, stupid. Hits the side of his head, got it ringing like
Oh,
Taco
you were in
Bell.
armed
Wins
forces,
the
huh?
second, and then I see a 1 kick, 2 kick, red kick, blue kick. No Dr. Seuss, but I see a green foot, nigga, right into the chest, and then he spins it to more lefts. Jackie's parrying that nigga to get off him, but with just his right leg, Ken Lo is pressing my mans to no end, dog.
Him
Look at
attention, let's go. Mind disposal. So at any point in time, Tomby, you were ready to meet God. You were ready to meet God at any point in time.
He looking like Kevin Hart getting twerked on by Megan. He cannot handle all that. And this is where Ken Lo pushes that nigga back and he said, and straight
He thinks he's a
beat
Kuma.
this nigga down. And then hit that. And I know he's hitting moves like Jagger right now, but just wait
Oh man, I hope that doesn't claim me. Michael Jackson music is dangerous.
on it. This nigga about to go crazy. Peep the double parry into a flick. Fake, pop. And Kenlo starts pressuring all over his body. He hits the legs, then the ribs. And then he said, you know what? Here go 2 more for y'all. 2 kicks up the body. And Jackie tries to switch.
Also, I'm just saying, you get hit in the ribs hard enough, you're not doing anything else. I just broke a rib, all right? I just cracked one. And just cracking the rib was enough for me to not be able to do fucking anything. You break a rib, the adrenaline's keeping you alive. That's it. Like, you fucking no. you're not a hot shot.
On that offense, going under the leg and tries to hug him. Oh, nigga,
hey, what's up, Creamage?
Nigga, even I'm confused, bro. What the f you got on, twin? This ain't Barney, my nigga. But Kenlo breaks out and hits this frame 1 retort and spins to knock his head off. That would have had that nigga laid flat deceased. And Jackie over there wiping his face. He literally saw his light flash before his eyes. And this nigga Kenlo really turned around like... Weird, buddy.
Weird. That's really impressive, by the way. Like, that is so impressive. The amount of strength that you need in order to maintain that right there. Like, full marks. Full marks. That's not Jackie. That's not Jackie Jobby. Jobber, that's not Jackie Chan. That's K-Lo.
You're weird. Like, my nigga, weird. What even is this? I can't even think of a simile or a metaphor to think as a joke. Nigga, you're just weird. But Jackie hits that stance and we go right into round 2. And it starts off with a pump fake. Kenlo did all that just to not even hit him. Nigga, I'd be tight as hell. And peep the concentration in his eyes. He's watching his every move like he guarded prime Steph. But Kenlo starts kicking 1 to his chest.
Jojo.
A spin move. It shoots 3 kicks to his face only to get denied. And this nigga got his shot blocked 3 times and tried shaking his leg like that was the problem. Nah, nigga.
That shit works, by the way. That shit works, by the way. You shake that leg. You shake that leg. If that person is so tuned in, dude, it works. It works so well. Hey, what's up, Dan? Dan last name. How you doing? Yeah, that shaky leg thing that Taekwondo peeps do, it actually works. Unless the person has an actual fight IQ. Most people that you're gonna fight have no fight IQ whatsoever.
You're just trash. And gets blocked again. They start going back to back and changing them real hands. And Kenlo lands 1 hit on Jackie's abdomen. And he started getting geeked. You know, niggas. You give them an inch and they take a mile. And he starts spamming straight attacks to this man's abs. He got away with it once and thought he could get away with it 10 more times. Brother, you're stupid.
Looking for
they get back to the hands
JDMs
for now. And Jackie starts doing a whole lot of this. Like he Allen Iverson in the air. Nigga just dunk and misses his strike. Getting beat back and pump fake into blocking
every video a doodle.
only to
No
get
way.
nailed in the stomach. But thankfully dodges the last 2 blows. Jackie backs up and Kenlo's looking at him smiling with his fist up. Like, I don't even know why you're this geeked.
He literally says, "You okay?" By the way. You okay?
You just went 1 for 3. Like, if I got the stats for both of y'all right now, there's like 4 landed punches, 47 contested shots, and 30.
Hey, we got A-Bomb, Abomination AJ. How you doing? We're watching a martial arts video at the moment, talking about one of the best martial arts movies of all time, Drunken Master 2. Very nice to see you, AJ.
9 misses. This looking like the 2016 finals. It's been 5 minutes and nobody scored a point. And yet he's still talking. Everybody acting tough when they up. And Jackie was feeling me too, because he immediately went into a barrel roll. Sweeps and tries to go for a headshot. Ken tries to counter, but Jackie reads this and sweeps the leg he would have countered.
Let's go. Okay, this is what I was talking about earlier. Hey, what's up, Anthony? Nice to see you. So this is what I'm saying. You try to sweep. If you don't do that sweep right, or they're ready for your sweep, you're breaking your knee. Your knee's gonna break. You see this? You see that? You see this shit right here? This is going right into the knee. That's broke. This is why you don't do sweeps unless you know what you're doing.
but he was just too slow and missed. He tries 2 body shots and an uppercut, and he starts doing shit I've never seen before. This nigga leaning on one leg to keep him at bay. These niggas was clearly watching too much Michael Jackson before they got here, bro. What are these niggas on? Kenlo kicks him back, goes 0 for 6 from the field, and
Bro thinks he's Chun-Li. Daigo versus Justin will also be, yeah, Evo moment number 2.
Jackie hits a fadeaway slap to finish him off. Like, nah, you see what I'm talking about? These the real hands. They was about to get back to it again, but
I love that image.
This is when the mini returns and starts rolling. And I mean, Jackie, he was doing well for a little bit, hitting moves that would have got you laid at a 2001 house party. But a 2v1 at this high of a level was too much, and they beat that boy to the ground. That whole section was top tier. Now, in most live action fights, you would think it'd be over. Nah, there's still like 8 minutes left. And I want to remind y'all what this movie's called. Drunken Master. Yes. This is what Rock Lee was based on. And Jackie starts sipping on that drink to get a shonen power boost. And when it hits. But this right here doesn't just get him drunk. There is actually techniques that goes with this ability. And I'm gonna quickly name drop all of them.
Has anyone in the chat ever done fire spitting? How much of these fight choreography scenes are improv? Almost none of them. The way that Jackie Chan works is that he would do like over 200 takes to make sure that the choreography was done specifically, done a very special way. He came from Chinese acrobat theater, and this is what he did before he hit Hollywood. So that's exactly what it is. Anthony, if it's W stream, I hope you like the stream. And if you like what you see, you guys should subscribe. And subscribe to Zephyr right here. This is a fire video. Me Bumble. Zaddy Bimo on his Asmongold arc. No, I can guarantee I might have slightly better takes than Asmongold.
Right here, because I promise you they important.
Is the monkey holding a job application?
With eternal strength. If you see Jackie taking attacks with the body, that's him. Second, we got Lee, the drunken cripple with a strong right.
Oh, I gotta say, where is it? This shit right here?
Taking attacks with the body,
go back.
That's him.
This right here? I have been trained how to do this. I wouldn't say it's very practical, but I had primarily Kung Fu training for 8 years. I know how to do this. Like, it's drunken monkey form. Yeah, it is something. It is definitely something.
Lee, the drunken cripple with a strong right leg. If you see any sweeps or right leg attacks, you already know who it is. Next up, we got Dave Blunt, aka Fat Han. If you
still practice, not that specifically, but the fundamentals I still practice. Bro looks like he has back pain level 100. You see, when you work out a lot, you don't technically need to have that. Oh, DJ Ronnie G, how's it going, man? I just watched a compilation of AI videos that should be banned. OMG, he wild stuff. I'm hoping that AI video just like starts being beamed off the internet. Ooh, Creamage, my Taekwondo training could slap your Kung Fu training. I'm sure. It all depends, because I don't do just Kung Fu, all right? I do multiple martial arts because only an idiot sticks with one.
Jackie holding a pot, aka holding some lean. It's on right here.
He's
Next up, we got
lean.
Lon, the drunk with the sudden waist attack. If you see him suddenly go for the waist like he ushered, you already know what's up. Next up is Chung, the drunk with the swift double kicks. Pretty self-explanatory. Next up,
Taekwondo can be useful.
With the powerful throat lock. The same throat lock you put your shorty in when you done being with her. And next we got Han, not Fat Han, Flute Han. Keep up. If you see my man holding his hands out like he playing the ocarina, it's on. And finally, we got Miss Ho. Yes, she is the only female. No, I did not name her that. The niggas who made this was just on timing. If you see my boy Jackie acting mad zesty, like I'm talking Drake levels of zesty, it is definitely Miss Ho. And if you forgot any of these, don't worry. You see that in the corner?
Yeah.
That's gonna come up every time these techniques are shown. So now, where were we? Oh yeah, Jackie drunk, round.
Oh my gosh, please subscribe to this, man.
2, peep game. We seeing my boy Jackie getting loose off that drink. And I'm telling you, the first thing he does is straight waste a nigga.
Let's go. Combo.
My dog ain't even deserve that. Man, I wish getting drunk actually made people this cold. When I watched this movie,
No, I don't wish that. I've done security work and had to deal with drunk people. I'm glad that they can't fight when they're drunk.
As a kid, I really thought this is what would happen. You could only imagine my disappointment when I grew up and the only drunk niggas around me were like, oh, I love you so much, bro. Nigga, just kill me. But after Jackie lays out that innocent man, he goes straight for Ken Lo.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Get the popcorn for this one.
Them big slaps.
About to go crazy. But they charge in and dog. This is the craziest wrestler I've ever seen. Look at this nigga. I did not know it was possible to get this red. But Jackie starts tanking all these blows like, nah, give me those. And gets punted away. He charges back in immediately. Beat the pop, pop, pop. Nigga started playing patty cake and then he elbow rolling like he Uzi. Block and then the...
Ain't no way bro wants a kiss. I'm telling you, this movie's peak.
Right
this
spam
movie
to
is
break
peak.
The guard, deflected and get out of here. Putting it back to neutral and Ken is that.
Some people get retard strength when they're drunk. See, strength is one thing. Being able to actually stand properly is another. I'm telling you that weird leg shake works.
Looking crazy. I know his whole suit ripped. And then we get a double kick, retort, weave again, sweep into debris. But
more sweep, but that sweep sent him flying. What the fuck? Because sweeps don't send people flying, by the way. They don't work that way. You might as well just hook them.
Back at it, it hits 3 headbutts into and I
Let's go.
Headbang. A Luigi green missile into his chest. Like, nah, this fight is straight crazy. Look at how these niggas are moving. Again, no effects. Ken Lo flipping him off, getting him back into neutral. And Jackie starts hitting lows, going,
Let's go.
Nope. Man, get off. Causing him to flip back into 2 high double kicks. Weaves to right, and he starts leg spamming in his face. Only for Ken Lo to block it like LeBron in a...
So how do I buy premium membership on your YouTube channel? I don't see the option because I don't have enough subscribers yet. I need 500 subscribers before I can open up memberships. So that's the thing. If you like what you see, which is me watching other people's YouTube videos, yeah, let's just subscribe so that we can get up to that membership. I've got 1,000 hours left in watch time before it's approved. So, like, yeah, let's just keep it going. They look like 2 retards started fighting in the streets. Okay. Get other people to subscribe, Anthony.
And then kicks them off for more space. But if you see my dog Jackie, this whole fight, he's on this nigga like white on rice, white on paper, white on Paul George.
White on paper.
He's giving them no breaks. And Jackie right now like,
I think we ain't doing yet.
Ken Lo gotta get back. He getting done like a whole day right now. But he starts spamming kicks right in his face. Like real life spam. Forcing him to eat it like how your grandma be when you pull up to her house.
Oh, wait, hold on, folks. I think actually I forgot to change the category for... Then you can say the R word on YouTube. Yes, you can say retard. I need to change something about this stream. Hold on one second. You get a warning. I say retard all the time, and I don't have a problem. Okay, let's see here. I am going to go into YouTube Studio, change the category of this stream, because I have it accidentally set to gaming. This is not gaming whatsoever. Let's just go in here. Say it constantly and worse. No warning ever. Exactly. And Tomby is a great influence. Now let's change this. Yep. Category to entertainment. That's the one, right? Yeah, entertainment. Let's save that. Which means we're going to get a bunch of randos in the chat, probably. There we go. We have officially changed it. We can get back to the video. Let's go.
Talking about something. You hungry, baby? No, Granny, I just ate. Can we just talk and have...
Wait a second. But if anyone says the word J*B, immediately getting banned? Job? Is it job? What are you trying to say, jobber?
Have a normal conversation, dude? Fuck! But Jackie Chan was getting tired of this man putting his feet in his face. He's not that type of guy. Get another nigga. And he turns around straight raging. He was going like,
oh, jab. Okay.
This nigga is crazy.
Oh.
nah, I've never seen this man so angry in my life. I promise you I'd be scared too. A prime Jackie Chan with a rage boost running in your face. I'm not gonna lie, so bro, just slime me out, gang. Ken Lo throws this move as
you're employed, ain't you? Yes, I'm employed.
What he's doing, bruh. This when you know a nigga nervous, when they're using their default move when they under pressure. Just like when Kai Cenat told Ice Spice to freestyle, and instead of dropping a little rhyme, a little bar or two, or call it a day, she dead started twerking like dog.
What
Is
the
that
fuck?
all you know? But we get back and Jackie hits
I don't
his
give a
son
shit
and
about
wastes
Ice
attack.
Spice.
2
The
kicks and
music
then spins
sucks.
out the way like that stupid ass TikTok filter. But this play right here had me geeked as hell. Jackie and Ken go kick for kick. And when Ken tries to sweep, Jackie raises his other leg like he's Simone Biles, bends the leg and uses both of them as a makeshift trampoline.
Oh, that's a painful move right there.
Block this nigga. This where that nigga
So
Jackie
that move is called Twisted Scissors, by the way. It is a kung fu move, Shaolin kung fu move, and it is just a transitionary move. And a lot of the time when people teach you how to do it, they teach you how to do it wrong, and you pull something because they treat it as if it's an attack. This is the thing that is wrong with teaching kung fu these days. they're treating practical application as something that doesn't quite exist, but they're saying it does, but then they never show you how.
Going crazy. They speeding up, so I gotta speed up too. Jackie gets his elbow blocked and he moves around him and hits him again for even trying to deny him. Ken Lo tries to block again and he politely moves his hand out the way and said, bam! Throwing his whole body at him like a Dottie to a first-round draft pick. He made sure the hit landed. And then he gets real close and personal, like, bro, get this away from me.
As you should if you're fighting.
This crazy pose. Nah, I don't know what say you throwing up, but you definitely certified in some type of hood.
All right, I'm going to tell you guys something, all right? I'm going to tell you guys something important, all right? This is something that my Sifu, all right? My Sifu specifically told me, all right? He said that if you are in a fight, there is no such thing as gay. You make your opponent as uncomfortable as possible in order to make the fight stop. Because in the end of the day, you need to get home. And he brought up examples of how many men he has kissed on the lips or the cheek in order to stop a fight. Which was really, really, really uncomfortable. But man, was it funny. You can't eat honor, indeed. Pull down his pants and start sucking? No. No.
Ed Sheeran's. He kicks him in the chest and lobs him in the face. Gave that nigga a whole new chin. And I know y'all see the zest on that boy. I'm feeling a lot of James Charles energy on my screen.
You're new to Sekiro and trying to beat the owl father. Is there a way to tank his firecracker attack by Loaded Umbrella? No.
After one dodge, he starts spamming right kicks.
But Loaded Umbrella does break the fight.
You would think this technique is still Miss-Ho since women are far too familiar in sweeping, but nah, this that nigga Lee. Kicking Ken Lo to the floor got my dog looking absurd. This how them niggas in jail be clinching from the booty warrior. And then I right on the femur. Now Ken Lo can't take this no more,
that was
but
not
he's
the
in
femur.
there like Jimmy Butler in 2020. He's putting his whole soul out on that floor to stay in the game. Blocking all these Jackie hits looking like they playing patty cake. He said nah. Weave, slaps the side of his
Let's
hand
go.
and then weaves into this old Peter Pan ass finish. And I know you see that one too. This nigga stat padding, and this is the section that I put in the intro. This man Jackie was real life spazzing. This man was attacking so much I could barely keep up, but I'ma slow it down for y'all. It starts with a slap in
Let's take that back. Let's go back here. Wait.
This nigga stat padding, and this is the section that I put in the intro.
Look at this uppercut.
This man Jackie was
is it right here?
Spazzing. This man was attacking so
Come on,
much I
there we
could
go.
barely
Uppercut,
keep up.
right up there. Oh, that's so good. Right up. Oh my gosh, cracking of the voice. Oh no.
I'ma slow it down for y'all. It starts with a slap and a hook out the way. You see how far he winded this back? He ready to tweak on him. And he corkscrews it to his eyes, but misses. Trying to make him lose his eyesight. He about to be blind like cheaters when you give him foolproof evidence that they're not loyal. But Kenlo moves it out the way, and then we get a parry, weave, slap, weave, block. A parry, and this nigga throws gang signs in his face, only to go through his shirt and throat lock him. And when Kenlo breaks out, Jackie starts spazzing on my nigga. Peep the straight body for body he put it on right here. Reels him in and brings him around town, all over his chest.
My favorite thing about,
he put it on right here.
Where is it? Right here? My favorite thing about this clip is that people will stop it like right here. But there's a whole other portion of that where he stops him and Superman like punches him into the dirt.
Reels him in and brings him around town, all over his chest like you hugging that one grandma from church. And then we get a weave, deny into another
What did he mean
hug.
by that?
And Jackie starts nuzzling this nigga. I don't even know what he's doing anymore. What is your obsession with this? Brother, you need a job. And then my dog just starts playing with him. Dodging while hitting the worm is sick work. And he doesn't do it once. This nigga does it twice.
He does it twice.
Yeah, even Kenlo knew it was over. He had to get a weapon to try to finish him off. But that don't work. There's no way out of this one. You're done. Jackie starts weaving destroys the chair with little to no effort. My dog even dodges a barrel that he effortlessly weaves.
Because this is the thing about drunk people, all right? And this is the thing about drunk people. Right, hold on one second. We can get the N-word off the freaking screen. Here we go. That's the one thing about Demo Boy. Nice. How you doing? Nice to see ya. It's been a little bit. Drunk people don't feel pain. So if you're going to have to deal with a drunk person, you're not going to be able to use pain compliance a lot of the time. A lot of the time, pain compliance doesn't work. So you have to take them down or force them to move. I'm speaking from experience, having done bar security. All right. I'm just saying, I've done security at bars. This is something that we were told to do. There's no such thing as pain compliance at a bar when you're a bouncer. All right. Drunk people don't feel pain. How's it going, Dragon? Nice to see you.
Just disrespecting him. Like, look at this, bro. How did you even get in this predicament? How, Sway? And I promise you, it gets worse. He picks him up, throws him to the floor, and finishes.
Let's go.
This is the end of the video. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm just here to tell you about the Twitch.
Make sure to follow Zephyr right here, guys. This video is funny as hell. Truly, truly amazing. You need to subscribe to this man. All right? Highly recommend it. It's been a while. Being drunk is a painkiller itself, I swear to God. Absolutely. It's liquid courage for a reason. Submitted a video in the React channel. Ooh. What's the worst did you had to deal as a security guard / bouncer at a bar? I've seen crazy videos on social media of bar fights and whatnot. So the worst thing that happened actually wasn't at a bar. It was actually for a festival. And what happened was, and I'll just like, we're gonna do a little bit of story time here. All right. Okay. So I'm working at a festival. All right. And this was like almost 3.5 years ago. Working at a festival, bunch of bands. I am basically supposed to cover what is called the merchant's entrance to this festival. All right. This is a huge festival for where I live. And we had a ton of bands coming out that were really big names. One of them was, what the fuck were they called? Holland Oates. Like that type of shit. Like we had some serious, we had REO Speedwagon as one of them as well. That was a long ass 16-minute of yapping I didn't understand. Yeah, it's just straight hands, bro. So long story short, or not quite so short, I'm working the merchant's entrance, which means only merchants are allowed to go through that gate. And that's it. It is only so that the merchants can get through. And there were a bunch of people that were trying to cut the line to get into the festival by going through and pretending to be merchants. So we had cards and codes that people had to do. And basically what happened is there was a group. Hey, Mystic Vegeta, how you doing? We had a group. It was just me at this gate, by the way. My job the entire night was just monitor the gate, make sure only merchants went in. And that's it. So it gets to be a little late. We've got like REO Speedwagon playing, and this dude, what? Let us in. We had 3 dudes that were hanging out there, and I was being chill. I'm a pretty chill guy. And they were like, "What happened? What do we got to do to, you know, have you let us in?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you just stand there, right? Everything's fine, but I can't let you in, dude. It's my job." And they're like, "Oh, but what if we gave you $100? What if we gave you like $200?" And they're just like raising the number and everything. And it's, I'm about to call someone and yell, "Jeez, Hunty. Jeez, I hope you're all right." So, pretty much these guys they hang out at the entrance. And every time I have to let a merchant in, they try to push past. And I'm like, "You guys need to stop doing that. You need to stop that." And these guys, they start getting mouthy with me. BMO can be bought with a cheesecake. It has to be a really good cheesecake, though. Really good cheesecake. So I wouldn't let them in. So they started calling me slurs, trying to get me pissed off and stuff. And it's not working. I'm not taking these people seriously. There's 3 people at the gate that are trying to cause a problem. I let my coworkers know via the radio that, hey, there's a ruckus at my gate, but there's no problem. They're not getting in. And, you know, time goes by. About an hour goes by. It turns out they break in through another entrance, and they come over and they hang out with me over at my gate because they thought that I was chill with that. So, of course, they sit down and they hang out over there. And, of course, I call them out and they get escorted out. So I have to let another merchant in. And those 3 guys are back at the gate. And when I try to let the merchant in, they kick open the gate. And I have to stand in front of the gate. So the guy tries to punch me. I dodge the punch and I slam him against the gate. There's 2 other people that are trying to cause a problem. I duck just in time for the guy to punch over my head, and he breaks his fucking knuckles on the gate, because the gate is a solid metal object, that he punches really hard, and then I fucking take him down as well. So that's 2 people dealt with. And then as my back is to this other guy, I turn back and I see the guy messing with his belt. And I'm like, oh hell no, he's gonna pull out a weapon. So I donkey kick this guy. I donkey kicked him to the point where he flew backwards. And it turns out I did break his ribs. And thankfully, there was a police officer that was walking down the sidewalk to see us anyways, because they saw the ruckus. So I didn't even have to call for the police. But that was like, it was like a really quick instance that felt like it took an hour to occur. Because it was a concert that you can pay money for with some big money items like REO Speedwagon. Like, people wanted to get in. There was also free food. Like, there were a bunch of reasons to go in there, but that was one of the hairy situations. Any of the security work I did at bars, I only ever had to deal with people that would just say shit, and anyone can say shit. Like, you can say, "Oh, I'm gonna kick your ass," and I'm like, okay, time for you to leave. And as they're leaving, there's like, "Yeah, I wish a motherfucker would. I wish a motherfucker would." And I'm like, yeah, you're a big guy. Go on. But I never had to deal with anyone at bars actually trying to fight me. And there was one time where I had to stop a guy from swinging on another because a guy spilled his drink. That's it. Were the merchants happy? Yes, the merchants were happy. Hello, Larry. Nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. All right, we're going to get back into these videos. So we just watched this one. Make sure to subscribe to Zephyr. Bars are scary. Bars can be scary. They are very scary when the bartender doesn't stop people from drinking. That's when it becomes a problem. What if someone stabbed you with a broken bottle? So, never had to have that occur. Can you look at a Mose 1K? She's a cool animator. I might. Let me take a look here. I'll look them up. Let me take a look here. So, Mose 1K. What do they got? What am I looking at here? They got some shorts. What are these? Steven Universe edits. Interesting. What? I think I might watch that later. Nope, that's not her. Because I just looked up the exact name that you gave me. Mainly BDFI. Yes, that is the channel I'm looking at. Pen is getting ruder after everything, dog. They're shorts. We can take a look at this once. Alright, so this was Larry's suggestion. So if this is a bad video, you can blame Larry. Do you have a fiance or a GF? Why are you asking me that question? No, I am a single man. Alright, let's take a look at this one. All right, we'll take a look at this video. I have no idea what BFDIA is. So, I'm just saying, I have no idea what this is.
If you want my advice, you should consider being a bit more polite.
Hold that thought.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Nuh-uh. I can't
I
find
do
it.
like the
Can't find
animation.
what?
I can't find where I asked. Sorry, but I only befriend
Damn.
pretty people.
Ooh, so you're saying I'm a pretty friend?
No, I'm saying you're ugly. You.
Me as a monster.
Well, you look quite monstrous right now.
This is very
looking.
Gen Z content.
Eating all the...
What was that? Oh yeah. Whoops. Guess you'll be ugly forever.
Jesus Christ. Because the VTuber you played the courtroom with VTuber called you honey. Yeah, that's Cindy. Cindy calls everyone honey. Cindy calls everyone honey because she's southern. This is not hers. It's one of the fandoms she's in. So she's not the animator, or does she have animations? I may post them. Some of them will contain. Oh, okay. She called you a cutie. Yep. Yep. That's what she does. So let's see. Is it this one? Whoa, what just happened? That sounds copyrighted. Well, I think I've seen enough of this. Very interesting, Larry. If you guys are interested in this type of content, make sure to take a look at Mose 1K. She's got a good amount of subscribers, so yeah, they're doing pretty good for themselves. Heck yeah. For how many videos? Yeah, that's a lot of subscribers for just this many videos. That's just that many shorts and then one 30-second. Oh my gosh, yeah. They've got some pretty good traction then. Heck yeah. Well, we're gonna get into the second video of tonight from Shady Durags. This guy's hilarious. I love this guy. So this is about Avatar. Do you like natural habitat shorts? I do. I do like the natural habitat shorts. They're fantastic. All right. Interesting is one way of putting it. Hey, how's it going, Sentient Dildo? All right. So Shady Durags, I learned about him from the Cincinnati community. But this is talking about Korra from Legend of Korra, her introduction and why many couldn't deal with it. Let's take a look.
This is terrible! Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Durags here. Gonna be doing something different today. Something I've been meaning to do for quite some time. I've talked about both Avatar the
Wait, how old is this video? 1 year ago. The original creator of those were BFDI. I still have no idea who BFDI is. All right, let's keep going.
Last Airbender, or Atla, and The Legend of Korra, or T-Lock, multiple times here on the channel. In case you're new, a quick summary is that Atla is my favorite show of all time, tied with...
Very base take. Like, dude, for real. Like, The Last Airbender, Avatar The Last Airbender is one of the best shows ever made. Like, in terms of cartoon prowess. It's fucking amazing. I highly recommend anyone who has not seen it to go watch it. Also, everyone should subscribe to Shady Do-Rags.
DuckTales 2017. And T-Lock,
Still
while
waiting
not
for
a
that
show I
Uma
hate,
Musume stream. You're gonna be
definitely feels
waiting
like
for
a
a while.
downgrade of the series. Last year in one of my
The
Atla
only
reviews,
way-
I mentioned the infamous...
I'm gonna say it right now. The only way that I'm ever going to consider playing Uma Musume on stream is if someone tips me a bunch of money. That's it. That is the only way that that's gonna happen. It is not my type of game, but I will humor you if you pay me. I'm just saying.
Miss, you gotta deal with this scene from T-Lock.
Previously on Avatar.
The 16-year rule implies
Previously
that for generations,
on Avatar.
avatars didn't have a way of figuring out who they were without someone else telling them. Aang is naturally
Yes, he was given toys, and the toys were the same toys that the last Avatar was into.
good at bending 3 of the elements, but didn't know he could bend 2 of those 3 until he was told he was the Avatar. So yeah, this
He's a
awful
special
scene where
boy.
Korra just bends 3 elements flawlessly at the freaking age of 4. Stop trying to defend it! As you can imagine, this did not.
Now, if you guys don't know, there's a reason, an in-world reason as to why Korra at such a young age was able to do that. It was explained. It's just, I don't think it's a good explanation. And it's that all of the bending styles have become easier to do over time. It's basically the power creep of the series.
Not go over well with Korra stands. Now, I'm not going to apologize for what I said, but I definitely could have said it better.
Stand
in the
your
videos
ground,
I make,
Shady.
I try not to attack my audience in any kind of serious way. Don't get me wrong, I attack them plenty. No one is
attack
safe
the
from my
audience.
ire, but it's always with a
Let's
joking
go.
tone so that everyone keeps having a good time. I can see how this time around, though, I didn't use the best diction, and what I said came across
He said dick.
as more antagonistic than it was meant to. The reason I worded this particular argument in this particular way is because I thought it was understood by virtually everyone that that scene was a bad one. I genuinely believed that the people who would defend that scene would be in the vast minority, like almost non-existent, even among T-Lock fans. So I thought that while I might get 1 or 2
Imagine the next Avatar having to go to her for advice. Have you guys seen the preliminary art for the next Avatar show? Have you guys seen this? Why is this white guy acting like a black guy? Cringe? No, this Shady is very much a black guy. Very much a black guy.
complaints, most people wouldn't care too much about that specific critique. And then I got more than 1 or 2 complaints. While they were still the minority of comments, I got way more people.
So after this video, I'll show you guys the art that was posted on Twitter. Official art of what the next Avatar is going to look like.
Telling me they
She's got a peg
disagree
leg.
with me than I thought I would. And over on Twitter, I
This is gonna
see
be from the
T-Lock
Earth
fans
Kingdom.
constantly defending this scene, claiming it's not only not
Nah, man, what 4-year-old Korra was doing was not bending. She could move water, throw rocks, and create fire, but had no real control over it. That's bending. 10-10, right here, sir. That's bending. It's like Aang in the episode with Zhang. He could create fire easily. Understanding the bending of art was another thing entirely. No, it's still bending. Avatar, the last hair bender.
it's bad, but actually really good. So I'm here to
Hey,
try again.
what's up, Eric?
But this time, I'm gonna be thorough. I want to talk about what this scene means to me in its entirety because frankly, I think it's a very important scene. Not just to Atla and T-Lock, but to storytelling and literature analysis
T-Lock?
in general. We'll get into all that jazz
T-Lock?
momentarily, but first, a quick recap. The scene shows
Yeah.
3 people traveling through a blizzard. Korra's father, Tonrock, greets
I will say, by the way, Korra, the Legend of Korra, is animated incredibly well. I will say that.
greets them and respectfully addresses them as the White Lotus. The group enters the house
The
where
White
Cora's mother
Lotus.
Senna is in the middle of cleaning up a mess,
People
presumably
argue
made
the
by
most
Cora
stupid
herself.
things. Just watch
One
the
of the
movie,
White Lotus
bro.
members asks the parents how can they be sure that their daughter is the one. Thus enters Cora,
I
who
wish
says the
Bemo's
now
avatar was this
infamous
emotive.
line,
I'm the Avatar. You gotta deal
Bemo,
with it.
don't
and
forget us
proceeds
when you
to
become
flawlessly
famous,
bend
okay?
3 of the 4
No, I'm gonna
elements.
forget you
now, to
specifically,
analyze something
Anthony.
objectively, you need to compare its good with its
Notice he's using objective.
bad. Let's start with the good. First, the scene
Compare the good
successfully
with the bad, yeah.
establishes setting. This is somewhere with a harsh cold climate. If you've seen Atla, you can probably guess it's the South Pole given the architecture. We
Yeah.
also see that the White Lotus from Atla is still active and that they've taken the responsibility of finding the Avatar. Through seeing a destroyed house, we get a
I'm playing
glimpse of
SSRIs.
Cora's personality. She's rambunctious, probably amplified by the fact that she's a child. And when Cora enters the room, we get a clearer demonstration of that. This is relevant since this personality trait will fall
Hold up. Why are the White Lotus scared of this?
into the room.
Look
We
at
get
this.
a clearer demonstration of that.
Why are they afraid of him? Why are they afraid of a little kid?
This is relevant since this personality trait will follow her as she matures. And there's one more positive thing worth mentioning, but
I
to
do
fully
feel
understand
nothing,
it, we
Creamage.
first need to talk about some lore. T-Lock is a continuation of Atla, so it needs to match its lore with its predecessors. In one of the most
Except for it
important episodes
doesn't.
of Atla Bitter Work, Iroh explains to Zuko the different mentalities of the nations and their elements. To summarize, fire is the element of desire and will, earth is the element of substance and persistence, air is the element of peace and freedom, and water is the element of adaptation and change, specifically through
Yeah,
love.
let's go.
In that same episode, Aang, despite being an earthbender and knowing its forms, isn't able to earthbend until
Anthony,
he accepts the proper
Are you
mindset.
gooning over
That's why
Azula?
it's so hard for you to get this. You're working with your natural opposite.
I can earthbend now. The key is being completely rooted, physically and mentally unmovable.
Later, in another episode, The Firebending Masters, Zuko and Aang
Ah,
both
so
learn
good.
Fire's
That was
source,
such a
which
good
supports
episode.
what Iroh said.
That's why my firebending was so weak before. Hunting you was my drive. So when I joined you, I lost sight of my inner fire. But now, I have a new drive.
All
Being
of
a
this
twink on
establishes
the
that the
internet.
4 mentalities of bending are necessary to do their
No wonder
specific
Korra was born in the
arcs,
water
and the
tribe
majority of
because
Atlas
she
supports this
changed the
idea.
story for the
Katara
worst.
is the embodiment of change motivated through love. Aang is a free-roaming pacifist who prefers to avoid his problems. Toph is stubborn and will stand her ground against adversity, and literally every firebender has insane will and drive. There were some exceptions. I have a rant on Paku I'm saving, but overall, Atla was very consistent with this idea. Going
Yeah.
back to Korra, showing what elements she can bend also hints at what personality
I'm the Avatar, and you can deal with it.
trait she's natural at. Being able to bend earth and fire means she's a stubborn person with the drive to fight for her goals. Once you've
Makes
seen the rest
sense.
of the show, you know just how true that is. And as for her
Yeah, it's
ability
literally
to bend
all
water,
that there is to her.
well, so that's the positives of the scene. It establishes a setting, it introduces some lore that can be elaborated more on later, and it gives an introduction to our protagonist's personality. When defending this scene, I've only seen people talk about the last detail, that because
Yeah.
the scene does such a great job establishing who Korra is, it's a good one. But like I said, you need to compare the good with the bad, and quite frankly, Korra's established personality is not as flawless as some make it out to be. We don't see Korra airbend because she can't do it yet. Later we
Yeah.
learn it's because she struggles with a defensive mentality as well as her biggest block, spirituality.
Ever since you were
I imagine Bimo looks like Appa IRL mostly. I do not. I do not look like Appa. I'm not nearly as furry. So these are the type of videos you watch when eating McDonald's, Wendy's, or Papa John's. I mean, yeah. Atla is mediocre and you gotta deal with it. Calente.
Little girl,
Awesome.
you've excelled at the physical side of bending, but completely ignored the spiritual side.
I haven't ignored it. It just doesn't come as easy to me.
Personally, airbending requiring spirituality always felt like a smidgen of a retcon. Aang was a master airbender,
Not
and
really.
while he was spiritual, he was pretty novice at it, having no knowledge about the spirit world nor anything in it until after he was frozen.
Aang, you seem a little unsure about all this.
Yeah, that might be because I don't know anything at all about the spirit world.
However, I could easily be wrong.
Do you need to be able to access the spirit world in order to be considered spiritual? That's what the question needs to be said right now. That is a flaw in your claim about a retcon, Shady Do Rags.
about that since Iroh does specifically say that the air nomads detached themselves from worldly concerns. Getting back, however, the one mentality trait of airbending that Korra never struggled with was freedom. The first couple of episodes are about her longing for some freedom, and this is where the personality argument begins to have holes. While she didn't have every trait needed, I could much more easily believe that Korra could airbend before I believe she could waterbend. The thing Korra struggles with the most throughout the show is change. The entire series is about how things change
because
and
she doesn't
how
want
bad
to change
Korra
ever.
is at dealing with it. Speaking of struggling, love. Korra has one of the most infamous love lives in modern pop culture. If there's one element she should have struggled with because of her mentality, it was water. Come on, Shady, that would mess up the Avatar cycle. Aang.
You know why I really asked you to watch Mose 1K besides liking your content? Tell me, Larry.
Was an airbender. Water is supposed to come next. Korra being bad at waterbending doesn't stop her from being a waterbender. Zuko was not born good at firebending.
Man, I must be a mind
just like
reader,
everything
Larry.
else in his life, and Korra could have done the same. Also, Korra having issues with her native element would have made
Good
her
on you
opposite
for
of Aang, who
pushing
was
your
a
buddy.
natural with his, which is often argued as the main justification behind Korra's personality and struggles. But more importantly, this retort misses the point.
All right, chat. Should I put like a purple backlight on my little blobmo here? Should I do that?
The complaint here isn't that Korra can waterbend. It's that saying the scene establishes her personality well is a flawed praise when that scene is giving us the wrong impression. If the writers wanted to make Korra a natural waterbender, they should have given her the mentality of one. However, there's a much bigger matter that needs addressing: the elephant in the room. The biggest complaint about this scene isn't that Korra can waterbend, nor that she can't airbend. It's that at the age of 4, Korra is able to flawlessly bend 3 elements.
I like your
and
little dust ball. So I have 2 specific little VTubers, all right? Not VTubers, but PNG tubers. This is my original one. This is little Bmo, and then this is Blobmo. You know, I just eat a lot of Takis, and then this is me. As long as you don't put a black light, we're good. Little gremlin indeed.
T-Lock fans. So I thought that while I might get 1 or 2 complaints, most people wouldn't care too much about that specific critique. And then I got more than 1 or 2 complaints. While they were still the minority of comments, I got way more people angrily telling me they disagree with.
Nah, the Korra thing makes sense. See, Aang grew up in a much different time than Korra. Communication was basically only as fast as the person running info or birds flying with scrolls. Korra was born into a time of radio communication. We see from the beginning that Korra, that the White Lotus was going around searching for years for Korra, well, the Avatar. So odds are she was informed that she could be the Avatar before the White Lotus came to see. She's also fucking 3 years old. She was the daughter of the leader of the Southern Hern Water Tribe, or at least a high-ranking member, born in the same year as Aang dying, put her square in the list of possible avatars. So that with them searching for him, I'm betting a lot of those kids were being informed that they could be the Avatar and to try and bend those elements. Korra could bend fire, earth, and water, her natural element, which makes sense. She was a very physical being, so those bendings would come naturally to her. Very physical being. What does that mean? So those bendings could come naturally to her once she knew that she could do them. It's like teaching any little kid a new thing. Once they know that they can keep playing and growing that skill, sometimes at a rapid rate. I mean, see little kids with tablets and phones who by the age of 5 probably are more tech savvy than their grandparents ever could be. Well, it's just because they experiment. Is there a chance we're going to see a solo Ace Attorney stream anytime soon? I mean, sure, I can play other visual novels like that if you guys want me to, but there has to be an actual audience for it. You look like you could be punched without being hurt. Oh, it's more true than you know. Hey, Diana Wallace, how's it going? I fucking hate Korra. How she learned airbending made no sense. She's a terrible protagonist because she constantly hurts her friends without thought about it, and then they get blamed. Yes, I agree. Actually, there's a wonderful video by ER that goes over all of Korra. Let's keep watching.
with me than I thought I would. And over on Twitter, I see T-Lock fans constantly defending this scene, claiming it's not only not bad, but actually really good. So I'm here to try again, but this time I'm gonna be thorough. I want to talk about what this scene means to me in its entirety because frankly, I think it's a very important scene, not just to Atla and T-Lock, but to storytelling and literature analysis in general. We'll get into all that jazz momentarily, but first, a quick recap. The scene shows three people traveling through a blizzard. Korra's father, Tonrock, greets them and respectfully addresses them as the White Lotus. The group enters the house where Korra's mother, Senna, is in the middle of cleaning up a mess.
I'm just saying, I can fix her. She's very cute.
Presumably made by Korra herself. One of the White Lotus members asks the parents how can they be sure that their daughter is the one. Thus enters Korra, who says the now infamous line,
I'm the Avatar, you gotta deal with it,
and proceeds to flawlessly bend 3 of the 4 elements. Now to analyze something objectively, you need to compare its good with its bad. Let's start with the good. First, the scene successfully establishes setting. This is somewhere with a harsh, cold climate. If you've seen Atla, you can probably guess it's the South Pole given the architecture. We also see that the White Lotus from Atla is still active and that they've taken the responsibility of finding the Avatar.
Do you know, guys, that the Legend of Korra gets like really good in the last season? You just need to watch up to that. It's so worth it.
House, we get a glimpse of Korra's personality. She's rambunctious, probably amplified by the fact that she's a child. And when Korra enters the room, we get a clearer demonstration of that. This is relevant since this personality trait will follow her as she matures. And there's one more positive thing worth mentioning, but to fully understand it, we first need to talk about some lore. T-Lock is a continuation of Atla, so it needs to match its lore with its predecessors.
Next Avatar is
in one of the most important episodes of Atla, Bitter Work, Iroh explains to Zuko the different mentality.
So the writers, the original writers for the last Avatar, only worked on a portion of the first season, and then they left production. The original writers are coming back for this new version of Avatar. In my opinion, the show should be would be so much better if they moved the villains around for different seasons, instead of just like dealing with them on their own. Because I think Amon was a fantastic villain, at least like conceptually.
Of the nations and their elements. To summarize, fire is the element of desire and will, earth is the element of substance
the rest
and
of the
persistence,
villains
air
are
is the element of peace
pretty
and freedom, and water is the element of adaptation and change, specifically through love. In that same episode, Aang, despite being an earthbender and knowing its forms, isn't able to earthbend until he accepts the proper mindset.
That's why it's so hard for you to get this. You're working with your natural opposite.
I can earthbend now. The key is being completely rooted, physically and mentally unmovable.
Later in another episode, the Firebending Masters, Zuko and Aang both learn Fire's
Didn't we
source,
just
which
talk about
supports
this?
what Iroh said.
That's why my firebending was so weak before.
Did
Hunting
I
you was my
accidentally-
drive. So when I joined you,
I accidentally brought it back. I accidentally brought it back, folks. Hold on. We were right here.
Airbend, nor that she can't airbend. It's that at the age of 4, Korra is able to flawlessly bend 3 elements. And yes, she is bending flawlessly. Some people get upset when I use that word because Korra is only doing basic bending.
Let's watch it a third
the word
time.
flawlessly is not the same as the word masterfully. You can flawlessly play the scales on a piano. It doesn't make you a master pianist. Should Korra be able to do this?
So every
according
time
to Atla, in order to bend
every time I press my numpad, that activates the macros for changing my not my VTuber. I keep saying VTuber today. My PNG tuber. All right. So season 4 villain would be so much better as season 1 villain, as it makes Korra think around metal bending and properly try to airbend. That would work. Also, I just realized that you're the Wallace. I had no idea. I just saw the profile picture and I'm like, that's suspicious. Hello.
Something, you need 3 ingredients. 1, you need to be able to bend the element either through a hereditary trait by studying the original benders or by being the Avatar. Korra is the Avatar, so she passes there. 2, as stated, you need to have and be in the correct mindset. Recall, fire and water are opposites. One is adapting to change, the other is enforcing it. So Korra instinctively figured out 3 separate bending mindsets, 2 of which are opposite of each other, and knew exactly when to apply each of them at the age of 4. The last one is that you need to know proper movement in chi flow. Katara, despite having the perfect waterbending mentality, couldn't always get the water to do what she wanted until she knew the movements. Aang was instinctively good at both waterbending and firebending, but didn't bend either outside the Avatar state until he learned moves from others who already knew them. So Korra figured out the movements and chi flow to get 3 separate elements to do exactly what she wanted at the age of 4. Okay,
yeah, she's just that good, Shady. She's just that good. Don't you understand?
There's no way I'm believing that. Have you ever met a 4-year-old? Do you honestly think they have the focus and capacity to figure out both the mentality and physical movements of 3 separate bending styles on their own? I mean, I'm pretty sure a few of them do, but those would be extremely rare, and I bet money they wouldn't be as rambunctious and impatient as Korra. Now, to be clear, I'm not complaining that Korra is a prodigy. Atla was filled with prodigies, including my favorite character, whom I love partially because she is a prodigy. But Atla was the beginning of a series. It was establishing a new world, so it had way more leeway in introducing prodigies. T-Lock is not a new world, it's a continuation of an already established one, and Korra's skills need to appropriately reflect that world, even as a prodigy, but they don't. In fact, her skills go against established lore. In Atla, the sages had a rule that the Avatar wasn't to be told who they were until their 16th birthday. This was presumably so the Avatar could have a normal childhood and grow up to be a healthy adult. With a rule like that in play and the fact that there are records of—
What are your thoughts on Rey from Star Wars? I think she's a cardboard cutout, not an actual character, and they wasted her potential. She has less character than Luke from the original series, and that's saying something. Because the original Luke from the original series didn't have that much character to him either. Not until at least the final film. So, I'm not a fan. I am not a fan of Rey, quote, Skywalker. Those dudes you beat up would feel so much more shame if they knew what you watch.
Past avatars dating back for several generations. We have to
actually, on that same note, you know what's really funny? That group of 3 dudes, I actually ran into them at another festival. And that's how I knew that I broke one of the guy's ribs. Because he was wearing like a brace around. It was like a corset almost. And they were all fine. And then they jokingly were like, "Could you let us in?" But no, we were cool from then on.
It was extremely difficult to figure out you were the Avatar at a young age without outside help. Korra being able to figure out who she is, again at the age of 4, makes it so that this 16th birthday rule is pointless. The sages of Atla have been retconned to be idiots, and the Avatars before Korra look like they just didn't even try. Now that's something I could believe for Aang, but it's a lot to ask that I believe every Avatar going back for ages never saw someone else bend an element they couldn't and then try it themselves. The excuse I've seen some people give is that the world is more united in Korra's time, so she would have been more exposed to different benders than past Avatars, and thus had more opportunities to mimic said benders. A, Korra lives in the South Pole, a still relatively isolated place compared to the rest of the world. And B, airbenders were nomads. Aang had friends in both the Earth Kingdom and the Fire Nation before he was frozen. He and every Avatar before him, especially airbenders, would have been exposed to other cultures and other bendings. When Toph invented metal bending, yes, that was something previously thought impossible within the lore. However, it's one of the best storytelling moments in Atla because it showed Toph following the rules that were established in lore to learn something new.
I just bend the water in the plants.
Even metal is just a part of Earth.
I love this
that
scene.
Has been purified and refined.
It also showed why she was the first person to think of trying it. Her seismic sense makes her uniquely capable of knowing the location of Earth inside metal. Do I believe a young kid can bend an element? Yes, we saw plenty of that in Atla. Do I believe Korra could
Oh yeah, also, I was not a fan of like every earthbender afterwards having freaking seismic sense. I thought that it was a really dumb idea to add that in. I'm just saying.
prematurely bend more than one element. Yes, Aang did. He was a prodigy and pressured by a war, but he still did it, proving it's possible. But you're asking way too much if you want me to believe a 4-year-old with little to no outside help can bend 3 elements as well as Korra does, given what was established in Atla. And now let's get to the final problem with this scene, the infamous line.
I'm the Avatar! You gotta deal with it!
Based on the diction and tone, as well as the scene itself, this line feels extremely meta, and I'm nowhere near the first person to point that out. It's widely accepted that the writers put this line in to send a message. Some believe it was a message to the executives, but the majority believe it's a message to the audience. That message being, it doesn't matter how you feel. This is happening. This is your new Avatar. This is your new show. Deal with it. Remember at the beginning of this video when I said I tread carefully whenever I attack my audience? Yeah, this is why. Go too hard and it prematurely poisons the well, closing minds to what you want to say before you even say it. If you've got any reason to dislike Korra or T-Lock as a whole, this line is just going to add fuel to the fire. It comes across like the writers had an ego trip, seeing themselves as gods despite the fact that they're running off the popularity of the previous show, which, to be fair, was their show, but as we've seen with George Lucas and other creators, just because something is yours doesn't mean you necessarily understand what made it great. Given T-Lock's execution, many people believe that the writer or writers responsible for what made Atla great were the ones who didn't return for T-Lock.
Does he not know who the writers are? I actually don't know if he knows who the writers are. There's 2 main writers for the Legend. I almost said the Legend of Zelda. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. But for Avatar. The way he's talking about this, I'm not sure if he actually knows. I think he's just broadly speaking rather than getting into specifics, because there is an actual explanation here with the I'm the Avatar and you can deal with it, because The Legend of Korra was supposed to be a mini-series that was only 5 episodes long. And then because of the reaction of the first episode and how it looked and how everyone liked it, it was then greenlit for 2 more seasons.
T-Lock. So to recap, the positives about the scene is that it establishes a setting, builds up new lore, and demonstrates a good chunk of Korra's personality, though most people only seem to care about that last part. The negatives of the scene is that some of the personality traits it establishes don't line up, it ignores several points of already established lore, and whether intentional or not, the first line from its protagonist is easily interpreted as alienating and antagonizing. From what I can see, in comparing the good of the scene with the bad vastly outweighs the good for 2 specific reasons. The first reason is that, as stated multiple times, T-Lock is a continuation. Some people seem to have forgotten this, but at the time of Atla, heavy continuity was rare in Western animation. Things needed to be kept episodic so that people could watch cartoons in any order. Even shows that did have continuity, like superhero shows, didn't lean as heavily into their lore and stories as much as Atla did.
What interesting type of bending would you want to add to Atla? Well, they'd already gone towards like plasma bending, but we hadn't gone into like specific elements. A good example of this idea actually comes from I'm a fan of Brandon Sanderson as a writer. He's got great books. Mistborn is a wonderful universe that deals with this. So uranium bending, exactly. But like blood bending wasn't really dealt with. I know it's like it's seen as a taboo. It is something only villains use, but they didn't go into like, okay, nitrogen bending. Like I want to see like some deeper element stuff, because you can do a lot with that. A whole lot with that. Bimo used rib bending on himself. So true. I did it in my sleep.
If you missed a single episode of Atla, you missed something important, because every episode built upon the overall story. You know, except the Great Divide.
Look, it's the Great Divide.
It's the Great Divide. Let's keep flying.
And this respect for continuity and lore is one of the major things the show became known for. Was it perfect? No. It definitely had times where it forgot certain details, but for every time that happened, there were 50 other times where small details paid off in great ways. Korra's introduction is our first look at this world, which is one that a good chunk of the audience will already know. The writers used it to tell us that they're going to ignore heavy aspects of lore, a major point of the original, and that if we don't like what's going on, too bad. We gotta deal with it. But is it really fair to judge a sequel by comparing it to its predecessor? After all, the problems with this scene only exist if you've seen Atla. Yes, absolutely, 100%. Maybe you weren't there when T-Lock first aired, but I was, and there was heavy emphasis on the story continuing.
We gotta address how dangerous firebenders really are.
Is a reminder of where this story comes from. When you're a sequel of a series, there are expectations that come with that, especially if you're banking on old fans returning like T-Lock did. But the bigger reason why the negatives outweigh the positives is
Dudicus. Man, I just got a flood of questions I could never answer. How many shots should I buy for a birthday? How many of these drinks will get a person buzzed? And I know, right, Larry? Heat bending is OP when it's using its full potential, but that also goes for pretty much every single one. But like, when it comes to freaking firebending and the way that they work with it, you can straight up create a nuke. Like, it just will happen.
is very simple. We could have easily had a scene where only the positives existed. This is the mistake I find most defenders of anything make, not just this scene. They say the thing is good because it accomplishes X, but ignore that there were other options open to accomplish that exact same goal. There are lots of ways to change Korra's introduction to where it actually works. You could age Korra up. You could change her personality in the story to fit the elements she bends, or vice versa. You could have her bend only one element that fits her personality more than water, despite her clearly being a waterbender. You could have her say the deal with it line after being prompted to make it feel like it's a natural part of the story. There are so many ways to fix this. It's kind of impressive that the T-Lock team got it this wrong. But that's my take on the infamous Korra introduction scene. The bad it did greatly outweighed the good, and it was one of the worst first foot forwards the show could have done in regards to the fans of Atla. I'm Shady Durags, you gotta deal with it.
All right.
What, you waiting for my usual outro? This is a video about the legend of Korra. Why on earth would you expect consistency?
Boom, got him. Subscribe to Shady Durags, he's got great videos. Truly, great videos. Great creator. Now we're going to go on to the other side of the spectrum here, right? We are no longer going to be talking about the Legend of Korra. I got a couple other videos lined up here, so we are going to either watch, we got one of two videos, all right? I'm going to put a poll out here. I do see your DM, Creamage. I do see your DM. So, which video, whoopsie, that's Q&A. We're not doing a Q&A. We're doing a poll. Poll. Which video? So the first video is a shoe on head video. Male loser epidemic. And then the other one is Count Dankula Steven Seagal. And you guys can vote for this. There we go. We got it right here. We got it right here. Which one you want, guys? You commit unspeakable things in GTA. Nice. We watched Shoe on Kitties. Indeed, yes you did. I watched this video a long time ago, when it first came out. I think it's an okay video. Okay. But I definitely have things to say about it. I also have things to say about this guy. I've seen people react to the shoe video twice this week. Well, I came to rant about Korra. Gonna go read more shit. Yeah, you have a good one, Diana. Alright, looks like the people have spoken. It looks like we're gonna watch the Count Dankula video. We're gonna end that poll, and we're gonna get this video started. So, who here knows about Steven Seagal? Also, subscribe to Count Dankula if you haven't. It's got some fun content. I would say he's mildly political. But he has some pretty good videos. Better watch a video. Dank is our Yakubian brother. Praise be upon him. We might watch the Yakubian one again at some point. Not again, but we might watch it at some point. Does anyone not know who Steven Seagal is? It's an important question. He is a, quote, martial arts legend. He knows Aikido. Cora should choke me out. Then Krill herself. Really? Thank you for your astounding opinion, Corona Kid. He mostly keeps politics on his other channel. Oh, it definitely bleeds in here though. All right, we're gonna play the video. Throughout heaven and earth, my sister is the brain-rotted one. I agree. You know of him, art style of easily flipping people? Yeah, we're gonna get into that. Seagal's skills put Jackie Chan's to shame.
Hiya! Sorry. Didn't mean to scare you there.
Didn't mean to scare you
Don't worry.
there.
I mean no harm, just brushing up on my skills. It's been a while since I've had to hot someone after all, so I can't end up becoming rusty when I need it. Anyway, speaking of hyper-lethal vectors, our subject matter today is a man who can only be described as a life completionist, being an ethnically ambiguous actor, musician, fashion icon, martial artist, guru, and literally me.
Bullshido.
He is truly the Earth's main character, as you will soon come to find out. Nani? Simi Mason? You don't know what's happening.
Semi-Mason? Semi-Mason, desu ka? Though I want to just say right here, all right? I'm just going to put it out there. Aikido is not bullshit. I'm saying it right here. I have fought Aikido guys. They are legit. But the thing is, it takes a lot of practical training. Practicality training is not a thing that happens in dojos. It happens outside of dojos. There is some real application of Aikido that works.
Happening right now?
What games do you play? On stream, a lot of the time I'll play Souls-likes, and I'll do a thing called Every Death a Doodle, where when I die in a game, I have to doodle stuff for the chat.
Seek his wisdom and insight to get ever closer.
If you give me a subscribe, Larry, you can go take a look at my other content. I got plenty out there.
Reflect before beginning our journey. His name? Yeah, I bet you'd love to know that, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
you'd love
I would.
to know who the sensei is.
Please tell me, Sensei.
His name is...
Ben did that. Thank you. Oh.
Seagal.
Yes. Segoine.
Steven Seagal.
Here we go. We got that good shit. This intro goes unbelievably hard.
Please leave a like and a comment on this video because it really helps me in the algorithm. But before I really start,
wait, why don't you have the show
you want me to
dislikes
actually
on
sound good?
add-on?
Well,
Are you okay?
believe it or not, that's actually
Well, the thing is, the show dislikes add-on is not accurate, so why would I have it? Why would I have it? Why does it matter? It's an important question, Creamage.
possible. I want you to hear my dulcet tones at premium quality at half the price of other brands. So, you should pick up some Raycons.
Alright, I'm just saying, I am going to skip the ad read because it's from 9 months ago, so the ad's probably not real, but you should subscribe to Count Dankula. Amazing creator. It's mildly off. It's wildly off. What are you talking about? It is an estimation. A loose
we begin
estimation.
in the sleepy city of Lansing, Michigan, when on April 10th, 1952, maths teacher Samuel Segal hears the news that his son Stephen has entered the world. Like seemingly every other messiah, scant is known about his childhood, other than the fact that he was apparently a frail boy who was riddled with asthma.
Oh.
What a pussy. Moving to Fullerton, California at age 5, this move apparently invigorated the sickly Stephen, presumably filling him with whimsy and glee. It was around this time that he saw his first glimpses of martial arts in the form of a presentation. This, in time, became an obsession of his that we will get into. Being a normal...
So kind of like my older brother, because my older brother decided just one day to pick martial arts as a personality trait. And it became, you know, all of his life. Makes sense he'd choose Aikido. Hey, there's some legitness to Aikido, I'm just saying.
Child, Stephen went to a school. Specifically the Buena Park High School between 1970 and 1971. Which, for the record, was an absolute nightmare to get a picture of because it has a peace wall around it on Google Street View, with only one angle being available to see, which looks like it's a compound in the arse end of Freetown. Not much is known about our main man's time in education. So, of course, I can only assume that he was the top of his class in every single metric and was amazing at literally everything. To which everyone would start cheering and clapping and shouting.
Now there's a reason he's speaking like this, chat. If you don't know who Steven Seagal is, he is well known for his ego.
I love you, Stephen Frederick Seagal, for being so Sigma. Deciding that merely being Jesus and education alone is for absolute Melvins, Stephen decided that he needed to get himself some extracurricular activities. As such, he decided to start getting into martial arts properly because it's the 70s and that shit was all the rage. With
yes, it was.
Mellow Yellow Menace, Bruce Lee, in his prime, doing his classic move of turning a street corner or going down an alleyway, being aggressively dubbed over in Polish or some shit, then inevitably starts beating up trillions of Chinese people with his Skeet Kune Do moves like Boeing Dick Twists,
calling it ego doesn't cut it,
and Limping Tigers or whatever the fuck it was he did in those movies. I can't watch those sorts of films for extended periods because I get intimidated every time Bruce Lee shows up on the screen, because I am very, very scared of Asian people with white people names. They are spooky and cannot be trusted. Of all of the martial arts that he could choose from, which would it be that he would settle on and adopt? Would it be the British brawls and bangs of boxing? Perhaps the elegance and
Seagal
grace
broke
of
Sean
wushu
Connery's
or
arm
kung
while
fu?
teaching him
Maybe
Aikido
he
for that
wishes to
007
grapple with the
knockoff
greats
movie.
and
Yeah, are you talking about
partake
The
in
Rock?
wrestling? No, sadly, not that one. This one. But nope, he didn't pick that either. He instead went for the mystical, whimsical, and most embarrassing child of all of the martial arts, Aikido. Aikido...
So, I'm just going to say, you can tell that this dude has never, ever taken a martial arts class. He never needed to, by the way. You can tell he hasn't. Everything that he gets about Aikido and any Chinese martial art comes from the people that are just shitting on it online. I'm just saying.
At this time was a niche doctrine that wasn't as ubiquitously known like karate. As of course, karate is for posers who just want to kickbox orientally.
No, that's very much not correct. Very much not correct, Mr. Dankula.
And LARP as an Italian boy. But unlike karate...
I am not an Aikido simp. I just have fought people that know Aikido and actually know how to apply Aikido properly. The shit works. Not all of it works, but the basic stuff definitely works.
And other uncivilized arts, Aikido wasn't about hurting people or gaining new belts, or even being gay. Unlike karate, Aikido was all about avoiding direct combat through graceful redirection and fluid movements. It's about mindfulness, appreciation for the miracle of life. It's about philosophy, introspection, achieving true enlightenment, or some other gay shit. However, unlike Stephen, the world isn't perfect, as his reputation was besmirched by the peers lucky enough to bask in his excellence, describing him as a pathological liar who for some reason just made shit up to sound cool. Like how apparently he didn't directly train under the tutelage of founding Aikidoka Morihei Ueshiba, because he was apparently already dead by Stephen's 17th birthday, paired with the fact that Morihei-sama was in Japan and Stephen was still in that weird educational black site in California. But that is just a coincidence. Stephen would never lie or embellish such things. Alongside studying the way of the fist, Stephen was also deep in the ponderings of Oriental spiritualism and medicine, becoming...
which affected his entire life. Dude will not shut the fuck up about like all this mysticism stuff. Every time you hear, you see like footage of Steven Seagal talking about martial arts or life, he always has to bring it into this weird, strange mysticism. All right. And the thing is when I learned martial arts, I learned Kung Fu first, all right? This was the main thing that I learned. A lot of it was Chinese martial arts, Shaolin Kung Fu specifically. Hungar, if I want to be even more specific. Hungar and Wing Chun, and then I did some Taekwondo, a bunch of MMA stuff, boxing, Taekwondo. Like, these are all a bunch of things that, Muay Thai, these are a bunch of things that I've learned. And when it comes to my teaching in Kung Fu, there is this hardcore mysticism that basically, like, a quarter of the way through my training was like tossed in the garbage for its lack of usefulness. And plenty of people just hide behind the mysticism. This is why you have so many Mick dojos, dojos that don't work, dojos that just take your money and don't teach you anything. But they make you think that you're learning how to defend yourself. Yeah, that's not how I learned. I was brought into a forest and told to punch trees. Like, it's not the same. I was playing Minecraft.
Intrigued by the idea of Buddhism and acupuncture. But seeing as neither of those things were really trendy stateside, he packed up and flew west. To the east, he moved to Japan to learn acupuncture and
Yo,
apparently
BMO, you
also
did good on Thinkers yesterday. You should try a scripted video on your opinions on AI.
Also
what do you mean yesterday?
His Aikido.
It's Saturday, Paffy.
Now, you might be thinking...
Video of Seagal teaching Anderson Silva is peak entertainment. Isn't Anderson Silva the guy that picked up Wing Chun and immediately started getting a massive loss streak? Bimo's favorite training day was when he got to grapple with men. That's not too far off because I think grappling is a lot of fun. But nice to see you, Paffy.
Thinking, geez, that seems like a couple of petty reasons to ditch your entire life and move to a completely alien country. After all, I love war and would think that life would be far too boring without the occasional display of man's first sin. And of course you would be right, except for the fact that there was another reason that Stephen was wanting to go over there.
Uh-huh. So he could be a passport bro.
Indeed, the heart of our hero was stolen by a fair maiden by the name of Miyako Fujitani, an Eastern Rose who came to the US with her father, who just so happened to be an Aikido master, to set up and teach the art to the slovenly and decadent Yankoids. One can only presume that Seagal-sama trained in one of their dojos, got ruthlessly put down non-violently by Miyako due to her being a second-degree black belt and the daughter of a grandmaster. And then Stephen got a crush on...
All right, I'm going to have another hot take here. All right? All right. I have sparred with many black belts. I've sparred with many black belts. From 1st degree to 4th degree. One of them was a 6th degree black belt in Hapkido. And Yeah, majority of the black belts that I've fought are so structured that they were pretty easy to beat. Now, I'm not saying that they are, like, weak or anything, but, like, a lot of these people are not taught practicality. So your black belt doesn't mean anything to me. I'm just saying. What'd you miss? Well, we watched that Korra video, and now we're watching a video on Steven Seagal.
How kawaii. However, no, as they apparently just met in the Los Angeles airport, realized that they were both Akidokas, and decided to just start seeing each other. Like normal, mundane, and 3D human beings. Their
3D.
little fling kept on increasing until it got to the terminal stage that all wise men are wary of. Marriage. Indeed, the couple decided to tie the knot in December of 1974, moving to Japan and settling in Osaka and even opening their own dojo together. Now, here is a question for my worldly and learned viewers. What
No
do
man
two
is weak.
newlyweds get up
I think there's plenty of weak men and women.
to when
There's
they
plenty of
finally
weak
settle
people.
down and get a house? That's right, Chud, they start spawning in children via sexual reproduction. I didn't realise that you were privy to that information. Colour me impressed. But yes, they had children, with the first son of Stevens being brought into the world in October of 1975, under the name Kentaro Seagal, followed by the birth of a daughter in December of 1979, who was named Ayako Fujitani. Just as a quick aside, they both seemed to have moderate success in
Squiddy,
Japanese
for
television,
example.
with Ayako
Bro,
being
Squiddy's
an
catching
accomplished
strays
writer
from
and
the
even
sidelines.
collaborating with fucking Hideaki Anno, the creator of Evangelion.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a second. Zoom and enhance. Zoom and enhance. Oh, it can't zoom in. What is the size of that ear? Look at that. Look at that. Guys. This is an ear stream now. What the what is this? Yes, that is Anno. That is the guy that made Evangelion. Bro, he can hear universes. All right? He can hear past the universe. He knows when you say that Evangelion is trash. He can hear it. Bruh. Like, Bimo body shaming him. Oh, you hear thinkers on Friday morning. Ah, got you. I got you. Yeah, my position on AI in general has switched significantly over the past year. Just in terms of how I feel about it. Subscribe to Count Dankula, by the way.
To have her novel adapted into the film Shikijitsu, which, for the record, was produced under Studio Kajino, which is an organ of Studio Ghibli.
Wait. Anthony says, also wanted to ask, let's say I'm at a local Walmart, and some guy is being a dick, following me around, blah, blah, blah. Right, what should I do? Like, tell him to F off or start a scene? Don't start a scene. Do you want to invite a fight? Because if the whole goal is conflict resolution and avoidance, you should probably just try to say, hey dude, can you back off? If you don't back off, if he doesn't back off, go to the security guard. Say, this guy is stalking me, this guy is following me around. If he keeps going, that's where you're gonna say, I'm gonna have to call the cops if you keep doing this, dude. You need to try and do as much conflict resolution as possible unless he touches you. If he touches you, it's game time. Don't touch me. You only have to say it once. If he doesn't back off, just fuck his wife. Indeed. You know, job application got it right. Just fuck his wife. There you go.
So, of course, she also stars as the main character, and it's got some fucking gnarly shit in it.
Ooh. I have not seen this movie.
But sadly, we can't be talking about peak cinema forever. So, back on topic, you notice how Ayako-chan doesn't share
Shout out
the same
D&D,
name
which
as
is why I can
Steven.
finally make it to
Well,
a
that's
BMO
because,
stream. Well, nice to
surprisingly
have you,
enough,
Pathy.
Miyako-chan and Steven divorced in
Hope you're doing well.
1987. Not much is known about the nature of their separation, but my headcanon is that it culminated in Miyako-chan gracefully redirecting Steven through a table. Seeing as Miyako apparently claimed in an interview that the black belt that Steven achieved in 1978 was in fact not earned through skill, but was apparently achieved due to the judge falling asleep halfway through the test.
Oh,
So
imagine
this could
being
either
that
be a
guy.
result of Steven's pathological lying or a woman being a woman about a breakup. Both equally
What is a woman being a woman about a breakup? What do you mean by that?
powerful forces. I mean, she even started casting doubts on some of his other exploits that I haven't even gotten into yet. Like, apparently, Steven didn't get into street fights with the Yakuza like he claimed he did on the regular.
All right, hold on. We're going back. We're going back. We're gonna slow it down. Take a look at this wonderfulness. All right, we're slowing this baby down.
Haven't even gotten into yet. Like, apparently, Steven...
Wham, wham. So you see that? That was it. Turn up the video and turn down the background music. Turn up the video. It's all the way up. It's all the way up, fam. Let's see. Because I guess I could take the background music and I could pause the music if that helps. But this is all the way up. I can't really do much about that. I haven't even like changed the levels. Steven fought the real Yakuza? Hell nah. If they were, he would walk out of Japan in pieces, and I'm not over exaggerating. All right. Take a look at this. So
didn't get into street
okay, he's grabbed by the arms.
fights
Did literally nothing, just slap him away.
with the
A little tiny slap on the face.
Yakuza.
And then he looks cool.
Like he claimed he did on the regular.
What is this? He just made him stab his friend.
Fights.
Oh, it kicks him in the nuts.
Of course, he always won.
Oh, man. It looks ridiculous. It looks ridiculous. Let's keep it going.
Or the fact that
he got his pressure
didn't
points.
get approached
Yeah.
by the CIA to train their operatives in Japan with language skills and Aikido, forging them into hyper-lethal vectors.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Steven Seagal actually claimed he did this, by the way.
Were you drafted by an agency or someone that wanted to take advantage of your
His poor hairline, by the way.
fact that you were an American and a martial artist and someone who may have known the country?
Something like that.
Something like that?
So it seems that Miyako-chan just gets off on crushing my dreams and defacing my heroes. So we will just move on from her female toxicity and get back to the absolute inspiration that is Steven Seagal. After completing all of family and martial arts, Steven decided that his next passion would be acting. Packing up his gear and maybe Miyako's savings that she had been accruing for years while Steven was having a fling with Adrian LaRussa, don't worry
I believe he
about
was in
it,
his 30s,
and
yeah,
taking the
Creamage.
long flight back to the United States, all in the pursuit of stardom. His port of call, New Mexico, to open a dojo.
Yeah.
Which fell through. So, plan B, I guess.
He did irreparable damage to
Los
Aikido.
Angeles.
Very true.
Finally arriving in the Sunshine State, Stephen decided to bring along with him a student of his called Haruo Matsuoka. He then set up another dojo, though this time it was in the City of Angels and Crack. Initially
yes.
in the north side of the city, they eventually relocated to West Hollywood, setting up shop, showing off and teaching their badass esoteric and lethal pacifism to those who wish to learn. Elegantly throwing around students like ragdolls in totally pressure-tested and realistic sparring sessions. It was during...
So that right there, that footage you see right there, that is what is called a Mick Dojo. Good old Seagal and his redacted hairline.
This time that Stephen started making maneuvers into Hollywood by becoming a martial arts instructor and stunt choreographer for some films. One of interest is the 1983 film Never Say Never Again, in which Stephen accidentally broke Sean Connery's wrist during training for a fight scene. This is not only a showcase of Seagal's monstrous strength.
This brand has nothing to do with Seagal, just something in case thinking of. Alrighty. And yes, it is Bullshido.
And being able to snap the wrist of James fucking Bond, but it's also foreshadowing for future events. However, Stephen's main focus was his Aikido dojo and nurturing the talents of his new students. In fact, it was one of these new students that Stephen was teaching, one Michael Ovitz, that changed everything. Because you see, Michael's day job was as a casting agent. I mean, the dojo was in West Hollywood, so of course. So, seeing and experiencing the physical...
Oh, hold on one second. Whole long... So, I don't see a whole long thing that got deleted, Pappy. I don't see it at all. Yeah, I don't know what you're referring to. I mean, I haven't ever used that strategy, but it sounds like it could be effective, is the last thing I see you say. And then you said this rant has nothing to do with Seagal. And I am in the live chat, so I don't know what you mean.
And doctrinal prowess of Steven Seagal firsthand and gaining awareness of his familiarity within the industry, this naturally resulted in somewhat of a light bulb moment. This light bulb moment is how we ended up with Seagal's introduction to the big screen, with the 1988 banger Above the Law, where he plays Nico Toscani, a bad...
Has anyone seen this movie? It's actually not a terrible movie, it's just a bad martial arts flick.
Bad boy detective with a checkered past, moving to Japan at a young age to learn and master a...
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Above
Hold on.
Past, moving to...
That's just a white dude. That's just an Italian man. This is just an Italian man, chat. Why does he got... Why has he got the turban on? You want a big long rant? It's YouTube. Maybe it got deleted because I talked about shooting someone in the face. Very well could be the case.
Japan at a young age to learn and master Aikido, and then being contacted by the CIA to help them in the Vietnam War. What are the chances of that? All I will say is that Nico Toscani is literally me and one of the coolest characters ever put on screen, showcased by the fact that his name is an anagram of Icon Actions, or Coin Taco Sin. Just some food for thought. With Above the Law being absolute kino, having grossed almost $19 million in the US alone, and notably having Roger Ebert not tear it to pieces, Seagal now not only had his foot in the door of the industry, he was now also the new cool guy on the block, producing within the next 2 years Hard to Kill and Marked for Death, with both having Stephen playing an LAPD detective and a DEA agent, respectively. I'm starting to notice a little bit of a trend. In Hard to Kill, for example, we see Stephen become LAPD Internal Affairs Detective Mason
he ain't no
Stop,
dirty Harry.
an honest and hard-working cop who's investigating mob connections to officers in the department. After coming across evidence implicating a couple of bad bobbies,
eating biscuits
Stephen
and drinking coffee for breakfast, nice.
Boys, resulting in his family getting Stalined and our main man getting put into a coma, awakening to become an emaciated off-brand Big Lebowski. Our man's preferred method of physio after becoming a skelly man is, you guessed it, acupuncture, weightlifting, and Eastern medicine.
That's
what are the
oh my
chances
gosh.
of that?
Okay. All right, chat. Who's actually had like some serious acupuncture before? I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't like the thought of it. Was Seagal cool at one point? I feel like he's been a lolcow my entire life. So Seagal himself is pretty much a lolcow, but I have had some very, very good Aikido practitioners that I've had the chance to meet and to spar with, and they were legit. Aikido itself is a real martial art that can work. It needs to work in conjunction with other martial arts, though. It is incomplete. Through the power of opium, I have regained my strength. Yeah, I can't do the acupuncture, guys. Just the thought of having 1,000 needles fucking all over my back. I hate that. I don't even hate needles, but the thought of having a bunch of needles poked into me is a very uncomfortable feeling.
It was also here on the set of Hard to Kill that we observed the presence of actress and co-star Kelly LeBrock, whom, for context,
Hello.
Stephen ended up marrying in 1987, which is really interesting seeing as that's before the release of Above the Law. This is incredibly curious. Indeed, what are the chances of that? Kelly gave Stephen
I ain't letting
3
you stick
additional
me
children
with no
before
needle unless there's
divorcing
heroin
him in
in it.
1993. They were named Annalisa, Dominic, and Arissa. This is of interest because we now have 5 whole children who probably aren't on speaking terms with their
If
father.
I ever did acupuncture, I know 100% the table would break and I would fall onto my back. You should lose some weight then, Paffy.
It was during this time that in 1991, Stephen had his first foray into the small
Big
screen
back Paffy.
in the form of hosting an episode of formerly funny comedy classic Saturday Night Live, which consisted of Stephen editing pre-written skits so that his ego could maintain intact. When
Oh yeah, that's what he's well
the
known
entire
for.
point of the thing is to be self-deprecating for comedic effect. And then acting out said skits with the emotional range and charisma of a cactus.
Yes.
And then including an ending skit that he wrote that consisted of him donning the role of a journalist, walking into and documenting an Exxon board meeting from behind a shitty vented door, and then he started beating up everyone
Fuck
in
you,
the room
bud. I've
for
lost 90
almost
pounds
5
since New
fucking
Year's.
minutes straight.
Sweet.
And then he babbled some
That's
inane
awesome.
shite about environmentalism. Honestly, it would have been an actually maybe funny skit if it wasn't depending on the acting capabilities of a gel-slicked malt loaf like Steven Seagal.
This is what happens when you pollute the planet.
It gets
Very
even
funny.
worse when you know that that was the one skit of his that was
Good
actually good
acupuncture
enough
is very
to be
relaxing.
greenlit. Because
Nothing more, nothing less.
there were others. Like how according to
I don't
former
trust
cast
people
member
enough.
Julia Sweeney, and I quote, he had this idea that he's a therapist and he wanted Victoria Jackson to be his patient who has just been raped. And the therapist says, you're going to have to come to me twice a week for like 3 years. Because he said, that's how therapists freaking are. They're just trying to get your money. And then he says that the psychiatrist tries to have sex with her.
Based?
Absolute
Is that
literary
based?
genius. I know, I wish I could come up with absolute comedy gold like that. You know, therapist, the rapist. do you get it? Do you get it? Hiya! At around
Hiya. If the table didn't break, then a ceiling fan would fall onto the needles. Are you just like in Final Destination, Paffy?
the same time as this absolute fucking embarrassment, Steven Seagal was starring in and working as co-producer for Out for Justice when he got into a quite infamous scuffle with professional wrestler, judoka and stuntman Gene LeBell. As it seems that Stephen, by this point, had gained a bit of a reputation for abusing stuntmen and extras, going full force, as it were. intentionally hitting them during scenes and generally just being a piece of shit. One of the men to call him out for this was Gene, presumably after the confrontation that they had over Steven's claims that his Aikido training made him functionally impervious to any chokes or strangulation attempts. Gene...
All right, guys, if anyone says that, they're a liar. Obviously, right? But like, there are some people that have like a serious amount of ego. This is what I ran into during my training, specifically the Kung Fu training, where I'd run into people that are like in their 50s or 60s. They're really fat. They don't know what they're talking about. More specifically, I don't agree with them. They make these outlandish claims, and then you're like, okay, can we test that? And of course they say no. Of course they say no. And they were like, why? Well, because it's beneath me. Okay, you're not a real martial artist then. You're not a real martial artist then.
coyly presented Seagal with an opportunity to showcase this immunity to asphyxiation firsthand. Being shown up and having his mighty ego pinched, Steven accepted. As such, he allowed Gene to wrap his arms around his neck in a near naked choke, and when Steven said go, Gene was then to compress the choke and try to strangle him.
By the way, my older brother said this. I've done this exact scenario with my older brother.
The result of this refutation to Seagal's claims has two accounts. We'll start with the less embarrassing, this being the account of Seagal's own stuntman and bodyguard who claimed that Steven attempted to elbow Gene in the stomach before he could close the clinch and properly choke him out. This enraged Gene, who was a professional judoka, who then proceeded to flip Seagal. My mental image for this event is a suplex. Is it a traditional judo move? Probably not, but is it cool as fuck? Absolutely. The second and more well-known account comes from some of the general staff and crew present during this showdown.
No one.
Upon saying go, it is said that Steven could not escape the lock in time and got fully choked, resulting in him losing consciousness and then his bowels. Yeah, really. Apparently, Steven Seagal got rear naked choked unconscious and literally shit his pants as a result. Like, fully shit his fucking pants. Make of that information what you will. Also, just as a small...
It's also hearsay, so keep in mind that this is all old information. Old embellished information at that. So, Dankil is trying to be very fun with this, but also it's likely. Because when you get passed out, you will piss yourself. It's very likely. Paffy says, imagine getting acupuncture across the street. A carpenter hammers a nail. The head comes off. The hammer on his swing, on his upswing, flying across the street, through an open window, hitting the needles in my back. What the hell is the likelihood of that, Paffy? You see, if you're that afraid of something like that happening, do you drive? This can't in my mind, ain't shit changing that. All right.
Side because I couldn't really find a place to fit this in anywhere, but one of the people to call out Steven Seagal over this
90%, I would say,
Ronda Rousey.
That's definitely not true. Come on.
Jean LaBelle's students. She personally
Ronda Rousey,
threatened
let's go.
Steven that if he were to continue chatting shit about Jean LaBelle because Steven was calling him a scumbag liar, among other things, she would personally ensure that he would have his pants shit-ridden once again.
Pappy,
Why
I feel like your
Ronda
paranoia
Rousey
is
would want to
hurting
shit
you.
in Steven Seagal's pants, I truly have no idea.
Creamage says, back in the day, a kid at school randomly did this to another kid as a joke. When he passed out, the kid did it. He thought he killed him and freaked out. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll be happening. You really don't want to knock out your friends, all right? You really don't want to. Not saving your life. I guess if you want to say that it is, but also you gotta understand that in terms of likelihood, the scenario that you pointed out, less than 1% of that happening, than 1% chance of that ever happening. Your 90% chance of that happening, not true. Not true. No way.
But she is a very
What if I do it to my
angry
teacher
woman,
so we
and
can
that
go
scares
home
me.
early?
This
Hey, that's the
state
play.
of events was merely
That's the play,
tip
jobber.
of the iceberg when it came to Steven Seagal's reputation. As he grew older, his ego inflated more and more, matched only by his
You're pretty sure you're the main
insecurity and
character or
his
something is
waist
bad, had is coming eventually?
culminating in him calling out the likes
If you're
of
the main
Gene
character,
LaBelle,
why have I never heard
course,
of you?
But also Chuck
Ba-dum.
Norris and Bruce Lee. Then,
Oh,
to
yeah.
add insult to injury, he proclaimed in Black Belt magazine that he would fight anyone who thought could beat him in a fucking death match. This act
In a
of
death
chest-puffing
match, yeah.
hubris would result in the entire martial arts world flying into a complete tard rage, especially
course.
amongst those former colleagues of his whom he had snubbed and abused. Enter Robert Wall, an actor and martial
Robert
artist
Wall.
whom, after witnessing the Toffee Man's S-rank main character syndrome, concluded that he was a smidge too cantankerous and gauche. As such, he phoned some friends with mutual
He's the main
interest in seeing
character in
the
a small
lumbering
indie
Lima
flick
Bean's
BMO.
downfall and brought them on side for a little project of his. This is the creation of the Dirty Dozen. Who were the Dirty Dozen? Well, they were a group of high-profile and, most importantly, high-skill martial artists who signed a metaphorical blood pact to take on Steven Seagal, all
right, hold
collectively
on.
agreeing to...
Side tangent. Hold on. Urban Dictionary. All right. Urban Dictionary. We're looking something up here. Urban Dictionary. Dirty Dozen. A group of freshman sluts at PC that will do anything for sex. Oh my gosh. Oh, here we go. Oh, Dirty Dozens. An adolescent African-American ritualistic verbal game of reciprocal insult, especially against the opponent's mother. Oh, I've definitely played the Dirty Dozens then. That was worth it. That was worth it.
To his terms and publicly pressing Steven to engage in his death match at any time or place at the risk of their own careers or even their own lives. Even going to the effort of trying to hire promoters to hype up the match and trying to pressure Seagal into following through with his dumb LARP and actually fight someone for fucking real this time. Steven's response was to cunningly channel his Aikido powers and elegantly duck the challenge at every turn, tactically retreating from any risk or responsibility.
Like I'm saying, when the master, the supposed master, says it's beneath him, that's a problem. That is a problem. This is why I give a lot of respect to those Chinese kung fu masters. Albeit their martial arts were flawed, they at least gave it a try to fight an MMA guy. Mad respect to him for doing so. Welcome back, Hunty.
And showing any real combat prowess that wasn't a highly choreographed drill or literal fucking movie set. This abysmal display of cowardice paired with the famous feud between himself and supposedly Belgian backy boy Jean-Claude Van Damme resulted in Steven's reputation.
Funny thing about this guy, okay? Jean-Claude Van Damme, Jean-Claude Van Damme, oh, I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. Jean-Claude Van Damme is not a martial artist. At all. At all. He was a ballet guy. And then he was chosen for Bloodsport. I think that that's really funny. Yes, the MMA guy did win. Every single bout until he was banned from China. Because respect culture is huge in China. Ballet is more impressive than martial arts. I do not agree with you, but also I've taken multiple years of ballet. That's why. The only reason why you would take ballet over martial arts is because if you want to fuck girls. That's it. Because you're going to be around girls. You're going to be around more girls than if you were in a martial arts dojo. That's it. Both of them are acrobatic feats. One is more useful than the other. Martial arts is wildly more useful.
Reputation and prestige as a bona fide TV badass,
Then I should do ballet.
tapering and then
Go for it.
flatlining entirely by the turn of the millennium. People were starting to
Ballet
realise
mo.
that he was just a blowhard that was full of shit. And to
Van
round
pulling a
out and
JoJo pose,
supplement
indeed.
his decade of blunders with such hits as SNL, Jean LaBelle, and The 12 from Hell, we see another epic fail of Stevens. Sexual abuse, as during the filming for Out for Justice, 3 women came forward and accused Stephen of sexual harassment in the form of late-night casting sessions and repeated sexual advances towards women who were just trying to get work in the industry. This culminated in Hush Money being distributed, equaling about $50,000.
I love the Street Fighter movie. Oh, it's a
really
classic.
Demonstrates the
It's not
unfairness
good,
and cruelty that
but it's
plagues
good.
our
It's
society.
good in a different way. It's
As
not.
only
It's
are
good
women out
not
there
just because it's a bad
living
movie.
my dream of being molested
Demo
by
in a
Steven
2-2 pick
Seagal,
incoming.
but they're getting paid for it as well. That's not fucking fair. But of course, women see.
Quote, that's it, as if that in the question isn't the most important thing in most guys' life. Hey, I mean, I learned a lot from ballet, all right? There's a lot of strength training that comes from ballet. And it is a horrible movie. It is, I love it. The best quote ever, and I mean the best movie quote ever, comes from Street Fighter. And it's, "You say I killed your father, and it was the worst day of your life. Well, for me, it was Tuesday." That's fucking awesome. You can't get cooler than that.
Seemingly can't help but complain about Stephen, as in 1995, another lawsuit was brought before him over employment discrimination, breach of contract, and sexual harassment once again. What are the details behind it? Who fucking cares? The case was dismissed by the judge for being repetitive and unintelligible. So why even bring it up? Well, to hone your skills at pattern recognition, of course. 1998 saw Stephen produce, film, and bankroll the environmental flop that was The Patriot. No, not that one. What
Not the good
makes
one?
this blockbuster bomb of interest is the fact
Not
that
the
not
good one?
only
Not the
was it
Mel
mostly
Gibson one?
produced and funded by Seagal, but that it was the first film of his to be direct to DVD. Which, in time, would be, by and large, the only
The
way
judge
that
was a dumb
Steven
girl.
Seagal movies would ever be distributed. Now, I bet you didn't know this, but Stephen actually has something of a penchant for the musical arts, boasting
Yes.
a proud
He's got a
collection of
jazz band.
guitars that were all owned by famed and acclaimed guitarists, including the likes of Stevie Ray Vaughan and Jimi Hendrix. Being a serial shredder himself,
go, Jimi
Stephen
Hendrix.
is a force to be reckoned with on the strings, being able to create a
Punani time.
masterful guitar solo a la Dragon Force using only 3 notes.
Hey, this is better guitar playing than Lil Wayne, though. This is way better guitar playing than Lil Wayne. What did you think of the Chuck E. Cheese vid? I sadly missed it. I haven't watched it yet.
Awe-inspiring.
I was thinking about playing that one next.
More like tossing a bitch, am I right? Indeed, Steven Seagal has even dipped his toes into tunesmithing, also known as making music, as can be seen with the 2004 collated audio experience called Songs from the Crystal Cave. Stephen's debut album is an eclectic compendium of tracks with a wide and varied list of genre fusions that are frankly disjointed and scuffed beyond belief. But they are also so unapologetically Seagal that it transcends mere orthodoxy into becoming absolute radio. I mean, it even has Stevie Wonder of all people playing the harmonica. What's that? You want an example of the absolute auditory ambrosia that is Songs from the Crystal Cave? Well, here are some lyrics from the track Strut, which is an actual reggae song recorded by Steven Seagal.
Reggae? Oh boy.
Yes, a reggae song recorded by Steven Seagal. And it goes a little bit like this. Girl, what you really want all night? Me want the booty, fi make me feel nice. Boy, tell me what you really want all night. Me want the punani, see for make me nice.
Punani.
Me want the booty, him want the punani, and me know it nice. So, oh, what's that? You think that all of this is just a dumb bit and there is absolutely no way that Steven Seagal actually said this on a fucking reggae song because it's far too ethnic and also he's Steven Seagal? Well, I'm very happy to tell you that you could not be more wrong. That is 100% real. It's on YouTube. Go and look it up. But music isn't the only side hustle that Slickback
If only I wasn't afraid that I would get copyright.
No. For you see, he also forged a new frontier in the energy drinks market. Yeah, I'm being serious. Steven Seagal's Lightning Bolt.
Lightning Bolt.
Really what it was called, and frankly, I feel like it speaks for itself.
Wait. What the fuck? Yeah, now let's go back to the one image where he doesn't have this, you know, this wonderful hairline. Do we have a clip? Nope. How far back is it? I guess we're just not gonna see it, but
that's really what it was called, and frankly, I feel like it speaks for itself. It came in 3 flavors that were delightfully vague.
Man's done it all.
Just
Even ate a raw carrots. I love that gift too.
Rush, Cherry Charge, and Asian Experience. What the fuck is the Asian Experience? Is that when you're forced to build iPhones or run Twitter bot farms your entire life before you die and finally have your organs harvested by your government? Well, no, apparently it's not that, but it was apparently made of Tibetan goji berries, ginkgo biloba, and Asian cordyceps. You know, foodstuffs that every single Asian eats every single day. And yes, you did hear that right. It contained fucking cordyceps. For those of you that don't know, those are those parasitic mushrooms you see that possess insects. Why did Steven Seagal decide to make this? Well, other than the hustle, Steven claimed that he came across the masterfully crafted combinations after rigorously backpacking through Asia and meticulously taste testing everything that the Middle Kingdom had to offer. I can totally believe the latter. So it really shouldn't surprise you that these cans of go-go juice were probably spiritually charged with very high amounts of chi.
Spiritually
charged. It even
charged.
has an enlightening quote
Tasty
from
mind
Steven
control
on
mushrooms.
the can. Very swag, Mr. Seagal. This will definitely
Very swag,
even out
Mr.
the
Seagal.
raunchy advertising campaign of you with women half of your age in bikinis flaunting your shitey energy drink at a whopping 240p.
How's it going, baby?
What? Whoa. What the Let's go back here. Hold on. What is she doing?
How's it going?
What is she doing? Oh, I'm just, pouring the drink into the pool. What are you doing? What the? Who? Why are you here? Why did you do that? What? What is that framing?
Baby.
Boss,
how's it going, baby?
Another 2,000 cans to go to fill this pool.
Man, I feel so sorry for you, but you know what? I really wanted to swim in Steven Seagal's lightning bolt with you.
Yeah, but you know I love
What
doing
is that
it.
accent?
I love you too, baby.
I love you too, baby.
Lightning Bolt is a unique energy drink.
So it's fair to say that despite all of the malarkey that he got up to in the 90s and the early 2000s, Steven Seagal was still doing relatively well for himself financially, right? Well, yeah. And that's despite the best efforts of the Gambino crime family.
Now that quality is the same as a certain beheading. Oh boy.
I know. Hell of a segue, isn't it? The TLDR is that Steven Seagal used to run a production company with one Julius Nasso after becoming heckin' besties during the filming for Marked for Death in 1990. However, it wasn't meant to last, as by the year 2000, the partnership had come to a close, as frankly, Steven wasn't really keen on following through with his commitments to produce 4 films, because apparently he was told not to by his Buddhist spiritual advisor.
Oh, really?
Because of this, Julius believed that Steven owed him nothing short of $3 million. Upon presumably asking Steven very, very nicely for the spare change and shockingly hearing no, he decided that the best course of action to obtain said funds was to bring in some of his old friends in the mob. Thus, in the year 2000, on the set of Exit Wounds, we see the first of Steven Seagal's visitings.
All right, chat. I saw it, so you got to see it too. You see, Creamage is an AI artist. Do you see this, chat? Do you see this? I've been violated. I have been violated. This is also exactly what I looked like. Oh man, subscribe and join my Discord if you want to see more of that. Fucking Creamage puts out one almost every day. How'd you get that tutu to fit? All right, let's get back to the video. Where is it? There it is.
By the Gambino boy toys,
Exit Wounds.
Who do the typical goon behaviour of intimidating and threatening him into forking over the dosh and keeping him in line. In 2001, Steven was voluntold to get into a car, and Steven did, because of course he fucking did. They then brought him out to a restaurant and gave him a blunt ultimatum. Make the 4 movies or pay a fine of $150,000 per film that he didn't make. Of course, if he did neither, he would get the Mason Men Lenny treatment. Steven later coped about this event by claiming that he had a gun on him the entire time, and he had managed to escape the meeting unharmed by using his wrinkly high IQ brain to stall and deceive the mobsters. After another visit from the mob to Seagal's LA home a month later, Steven tried to get someone to step in and mediate the situation.
Steven Seagal. Oh my gosh. What is this? What is this? What is this? What the fuck is that? Oh my gosh, violation. This is a violation of my privacy. Oh, the face. The face is insane. Oh, lordy. Okay.
You know, simmer the tensions and help broker a diplomatically desirable outcome. And who did Steven go for? Angelo Prisco of the Genovese crime family. He went to another fucking mobster. Even worse, he went to visit him whilst he was still in fucking prison, and he paid his lawyer 10 grand as a favour for a favour. If Steven Seagal wasn't on the FBI's radar before, he definitely fucking was now. Though, ironically enough, that would actually end up being in Seagal's favour. In March of 2002, Julius sued Seagal for a small fee of $60 million over a supposed breach of contract.
Fee.
Seagal denies that this contract even exists. June the 4th has Julius and his brother Vincent named in a federal indictment and are both promptly arrested by the feds. They were found out by complete coincidence during a wider investigation into multiple senior Gambinos, including the boss, Peter Gotti. So after Gotti got, we fast forward to March 17th, 2003, when those previously mentioned senior Gambinos were now standing trial. Amongst those who testified against them was indeed Steven Seagal. Apparently, during his testimony, he broke down into tears. That is not very zen. On August the 13th, 2003, we finally see the trial of Julius Nasso. He was asked if he felt guilty about
Chat, do you need to see the worst violation I've ever gotten in terms of art?
To which he bluntly...
In terms of art that I've been given? This shit. This right here is a violation of me. This is a violation. This is not okay. And I know who made it too. The toes are not okay. Toesmo indeed. It's awful.
Said
Yifmo isn't
not
worse.
At all, and reaffirmed that the civil case against him will still go through regardless of the outcome in court. He then promptly pled guilty, and on February the 17th, 2004, he was sentenced to 1 year and 1 day with a $75,000 fine.
I still wouldn't like that.
This all closes out on January the 6th, 2008, when Julius and Stephen agree to a settlement out of court. In return for dropping the dumb $60 million case, Julius was to be given $500,000 and expected to fuck off forever. And he did just that. Don't you just love a happy ending? You know, it's not like he
I think we all
like
like a happy ending.
All of this was to say that Steven Seagal had a fucking nutty 10-year stream of shite happen to him, so what now? Whilst all of that shite was happening, Seagal was of course still making movies. However, he was not the star that he once was in the late 80s. Almost everything that he had been in
it's a joke at this point.
Had been direct to DVD. This was probably seen as less than ideal for the egotistical fig, so he needed to branch out. If he couldn't return to the big screen properly, he may as well upskill.
Did he just use the word I think? Did he just say that? I can't confirm.
Scale within the small screen. Thus, we now move on to another Seagal curveball, his police arc. Steven Seagal Lawman was a reality TV program that first aired in
I've
December
seen some clips of this.
2009.
It's fantastic.
It follows our sex pest Skidmark turned plucky policeman as he gallivants around dressed up as a DevGru operator, bursting into people's houses with a rifle and generally trying his hardest to be an even bigger fanny than Dog the Bounty Hunter. The show lasted 29 episodes over 3 seasons and is edited like an episode of Kitchen Nightmares post-Adderall. But hold on, Steven Seagal has police training? According to him, yes, he does. But does he actually? No, he fucking doesn't. According to an investigation by the LA Times,
the fact it even happened blows my mind.
No proof whatsoever that Steven Seagal has any sort of police training, and he just says that he does. The show.
Now, I am just gonna say, I'm gonna extend an olive branch here and to say, he probably was put into some sort of training in order to be taken on these rides, unless it's literally all fake. I mean, this is a cops style show. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. There's a possibility that he got some training and he's like way over embellishing. Way over embellishing.
The show itself was controversial, with the initial viewership peaking at 3.4 million, with the reviews being mixed. Despite this, as far as Stephen was concerned, it was the beginning of a gradual return to form in terms of viewership. However, just like last time, his antics behind the scenes would end up putting the kibosh on this venture. The first hiccup came when the production on season 2 had to be halted due to yet another lawsuit being filed against Stephen, this time brought forward by one Caden Nguyen. According to her, she was wrongfully terminated from her job, was sexually harassed. She claimed Stephen had sex
training,
with illegally trafficked women, and weirdest of all, claimed that he had attempted to recruit her into his harem of comfort women, which included 2 Russians. Apparently, this detail was brought up as she was set to be their replacement. Naturally, due to the rather extreme nature of the claims levied against Stephen, the producers held off resuming production until an investigation was performed. However, due to the fact that Nguyen had never bothered to file a criminal complaint, all of this went
One of my TV
nowhere.
channels recently had a marathon of Seagal movies, and my mom was mad she was promised Lethal Weapon.
By one Jesus Lovera. What is it this time? Well, on season 3, episode 7, Steven Seagal got a little bit too into character as a federal agent and killed Lovera's puppy by shooting it after caving in his front gate with an M706 APC. So why the fuck did Seagal do that? Well, you see, he needed the APC to knock down the wooden gate that the puppy was standing behind in order to get at that dastardly Jesus for maybe possibly running an illegal cockfighting ring.
Yeah.
What evidence did Stephen have of this crime? Well, Jesus owns chickens and was maybe at a cockfighting event last year. That's it. The guy had his fucking puppy killed over that. So naturally, the show got fucking shuttered after that. Though they never cited this specific incident as the
I'm too old for this
reason.
shit. A sentence never uttered by Seagal. Very likely.
Shooting a fucking puppy, the police realised that Seagal was clearly one of them. So Seagal was given the honorary role of deputy sheriff for Hudspeth County in Texas. Does he still have that title? I don't know or frankly care. But the fact that he was given it at all says plenty. Another day, another series of allegations hit Steven Seagal. As in 2017 and 2018, 3 new allegations were dropped on him. And you wouldn't believe what they were claiming. It was sexual assault and rape. Again, nearly every single time. However, due to the fact that the charge of rape was dropped due to the statute of limitations and the previous 2 accusations were still just accusations, Stephen very tactfully used a trump card that he's had stashed for the past year.
Isn't it funny how he said Trump?
Citizenship. Indeed, Steven Seagal does have Russian and fucking Serbian citizenship.
Why would you ever want to go to Serbia?
Putin personally, in an attempt to increase ties with the West. My oh my, did that fucking backfire. And as for the Serbian one, well, apparently that was because Seagal was training their special forces in Aikido. I don't buy that because there is no way that they are that stupid. More likely, it's due to Seagal's public support for the Russian annexation of Crimea, which, for legal reasons, I must reiterate, I do not give a shit about. All you really need to know is that Crimea is rightfully Gothic. This surprise alignment with the Rus results in some more funky business ventures for Big Steve. Like how he's the spokesman for a Russian firearms company named Orsis, which is a small firearms company based out of Moscow that specialise in hunting rifles and other such assortments of high-end boomsticks. Why, in God's name, they approached Steven fucking Seagal to be their PR guy, I have no idea. But apparently, Steve is actively working with them to create a custom model of rifle. And I would be very curious to see how that works with him, you know, literally being a fucking Buddhist. Oh yeah, I don't know if I clearly stated it, but Steven Seagal is not only
Hold
an
on,
avowed
guys.
Buddhist, apparently.
Does this mean that Steven Seagal is going to create the AK-50? Let's go.
You know, it's not like he actually follows any of their teachings, but he is also an ordained and recognized tulku, which in Buddhist doctrine is a recognized reincarnation of a high-level enlightened being. Something that Seagal is a dark reflection of by almost every metric. But back on topic, Seagal's relationship with dictators, alongside being besties with the Serbian cabinet and Russian strongmen, he has also met others, like Chechen stash cell Ramzan Kadyrov, Filipino teetotaler
I thought Herrera made the AK-50. Yes.
And most famously,
Yes, that's
he
the
is
joke.
currently in an inspiring bromance with one Alexander Lukashenko. Seagal famously paid a visit to Belarus to meet the Generalissimo in his Minsk estate. After being shown the bountiful harvests and high fertility of the Belarusian soils, he was promptly given a carrot to
high
chew
fertility.
on by the dictator. And
This right here. This is one of my favorite clips I've ever seen of Steven Seagal.
what has to be the most awkward, weirdest, and funniest video of Steven Seagal.
Oh man, where is it? There's a wonderful gif of that. Wait a second. Seagal carrots. Carrots. Oh yeah, there it is. Job application, that is something. That is indeed something. Why is it saving instead of just showing? Go away. No. I guess I will show you the Discord for a moment. Wham! Observe. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Ain't it lovely? Nom 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 nom. Let's go back to the game. Not the game. Jeez.
Seagal in existence. I am personally very jealous of this. Because whenever I get patrolled by an authoritarian, I merely get the stick. Steven, however, gets to enjoy the carrot whenever he wants. Alongside getting to hang out with a literal fucking dictator.
Finally
the same
home,
as
that carrot
Rodman
turns
with
into
Kim
a
Jong-un.
green, into a peen real quick there.
I fucking hate vegetables.
Wait, are you guys saying, do you guys think, is that the end? Oh, it's the final part.
So, where does that leave us today? Well, Steven is still fanning about the second world, making shitey action films that are ironic masterpieces in every metric. As I
saw that job
older,
application.
He's gotten substantially
We'll show that in a
larger
second.
and somehow even more lazy and uptight. I mean, during his prime in 2003, he literally couldn't even be arsed standing up during a fight scene, so he just did parts of it sitting down. And it's only gotten worse as time's gone on. We are now at the point where it seems that half of the movies he's in, he's now always a badass spec ops sniper. Because he gets to wear the tactical garb, spouting heckin' cool one-liners, and most importantly, sit down or lie on his stomach for most of the scenes. Steven Seagal was frankly always a prick. He's so insultingly brazen about all of the lies and absolute shite that he spews that it transcends being insulting and actually becomes mesmerizing. Did I cover everything that he's done with a fine-tooth comb? Of course I fucking haven't. This guy has been actively worming his way through multiple industries for so long that even documenting all of that can become a massive headache, made even worse by his flip-floppiness with dates and his compulsive lying. Steven Seagal is well known throughout Hollywood for just making up complete bullshit about himself to make himself look cool. Treating cast, crew, and especially
sounds like some streamers I know.
like shit, and is just all round a complete diva and is extremely annoying to work with. All I can say, comprehensively, is that Steven Seagal is a complete fucking loser. And nobody should take him seriously when it comes to acting or martial arts. Oh,
Yeah,
and in
more or
case
less.
it wasn't obvious,
Well,
Aikido doesn't fucking work. It's
wrong.
hokey-pokey shite that will get you absolutely nowhere in a real fight because it refuses to stress test and seemingly banks off the fact that the overwhelming majority of people still operate off of the Hollywood conception of martial arts.
Okay, so he is cooking a little bit here. That the Hollywood conception of martial arts is not what real martial arts is. This is very true. I agree with that. But saying Aikido doesn't work is flat wrong.
Ironically influenced by fat mongos like Seagal. That
Yes.
if you were to do a mantis stance and go hi-ya whilst doing an over-choreographed kick, that the guy you're scrapping with won't just tackle you to the floor, start leathering you and put you through a fucking wall, while you're being completely overwhelmed by your ki or some other gay shit. But despite all of that, all of the lies, all of the bullshit, the God complex, the fake martial arts, the main character syndrome, and the absolute cringe that is all of his movies, I fucking love Steven Seagal.
Absolutely.
Thank you on YouTube. Everybody subscribe.
Yeah, absolutely. Subscribe to Count Dankula. It's a good video. It's just that I don't agree that Aikido doesn't work. I've had the practical experience with people that actually know how to do it. Steven Seagal is a terrible spokesman, basically ruined the reputation for martial art, but also what he said about martial arts and not pressure testing itself is a huge problem. There's a massive problem. There's a reason why there's a bunch of freaking McDojos out there. Dojos that do nothing. They don't achieve anything. That is strictly because people will just take it on its face, and it's awful. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. It bothers the heck out of me. Now, there's one thing that I need to show you. We just got some new fan art. Would you look at this? By our resident job application, we have whatever this monstrosity is. Oh man, it's something to behold. He's got the toes in there. He's got the guitar. He's got a furry tail. The lips. All that's missing is like the painted nails emoji, like with the super long nails. You know what I'm talking about? That is the only thing, the only thing that's missing. Then it would be perfect. It would be absolutely perfect. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Good job application. Okay, so we're going on to the next video, which is it's only 5 minutes long. Chuck E. Cheese arrested in Florida on multiple felonies. That's what we're playing now. And then we're going to get into our weaker people, better fighters. This is Sensei Seth. This guy's a karate guy, but I love this dude. This is post-ballet phase BMO. I love it. All right, well, we're going to get into this first.
After you watch this video, see if there's a pinned... After you watch this video, come join our live stream. We're over on Rumble and possibly YouTube as well. Check that pinned comment down below. And if there is no pinned comment, it means we're not streaming anymore. So get over there right meow.
Meow. Get over there right meow. By the way, subscribe to Salty Cracker. I've seen him before. I know I watched him a while ago on Nerdrotic's channel, a long time ago. But I don't know anything about his actual content. But subscribe to him.
This has been a rough week for those of us who grew up in the 90s, man. Ozzy's down, Hogan's down,
yep.
And now
Rest in peace.
Chuck E. fucking Cheese has been arrested, man. Has he been arrested for the horrible garbage pizza that this place produces?
I hate Steven Seagal, but it's mostly because of how his overinflated ego inspires him to treat himself like a badass. While talking down to everyone. The worst part is it made him fairly wealthy. Indeed, Galente. He basically like lucked into a lot of this stuff. He does have some martial arts training. I've seen videos with Steven Enkamp, or Jesse Enkamp, where he trained with Steven Seagal. And there is some legitimacy to his martial art. But that's not what you see in the movies at all. You don't see it at all in the movies.
Probably not. How much...
Look at those kids in the background.
Food poisoning has come out of this shithole. I didn't even know Chuck E. Cheese was still around. Remember that Chuck E. Cheese conspiracy theory? That's how you know it's true, by the way. Chuck E. Cheese conspiracy theory. Remember when there was a conspiracy theory that they were taking used, half-eaten pizzas and then like combining them, throwing
I remember that.
cheese on top to pan them off as
it's not how that works.
Brand new pizzas. what a place. Anyway, no, dude. Chuck E. Cheese over here got arrested for like fraud and identity theft. Chuck E. Cheese in full costume. Look at they handcuffed him in costume. The only people who get handcuffed in costume are Antifa and Chuck E. Cheese, boys. But this is Philip. The Chuck E.
Charles
Cheese employee
Entertainment Cheese.
In Tallahassee, officers for credit card fraud. Right in front of the kids. Look at the kids like, oh my God, what's happening over here? The only thing more frightening than the robotics inside.
Well, I walked him out with the head still on. That's a good question.
Chuck E. They had an animatronic thing in my Chuck E. Cheese that scared the shit out of everybody. Became like a small town meme before memes were memes, essays. Well, anyway, there he is being walked out.
Memes.
Where's the video?
Memes,
like
Jack.
There he is, like they got him up against the car.
It's definitely Leon in that suit, 100%.
In front of the kid, more kids. There you go. Yep, take it. Yep. Oh. No, maybe this is white supremacy.
Should have thrown it at him.
White supremacist cops trying to keep a Chuck E. Cheese man down, boys. No. Dude's an asshole. Here's the Tallahassee Democrat. And a suspicion you just got another Democrat thrown in jail.
I went to Chuck E. and I didn't know I had been eating half-eaten pizza.
All of these kids, by
well, it's
the way,
because you weren't eating
when the
half-eaten
cops showed
pizza.
up, there's this poor woman.
So,
having
okay.
a real rough
I have an insider, all right, when it comes to Chuck E. Cheese. All right. I'll give you the lowdown on Chuck E. Cheese pizza, all right? So all of their crusts are pre-baked, all right? All of their crusts are pre-baked and they're already made as individuals. So what they'll do is they'll take a bunch of those individual slices of pre-baked crusts, and then they'll add the toppings and bake them. And a lot of the time, they just have a bunch of singles. So they'll throw a ton of singles in there that are not cut all to the same length. And then they'll make the pizza. And that's why it looks that way. There's a little insider information for you.
Off day. First, she has to eat at fucking Chuck E. Cheese. She's like, oh, this chick is rethinking life. She's got to take a bunch of kids to Chuck E. Cheese. She's got to eat that horrible pizza. And then she notices that $100 is on her card when they've now left Chuck E. Cheese. They're probably at the emergency room getting their stomachs pumped. And she's like, what is going on? Why is my debit card being charged $100? So she calls the police. Then they trace the activity back to the restaurant. They had an employee checking stamps at the front of the door. And then they go into the back and surprise, it's Chuck E. Cheese over here. And he starts to tense up the moment that the cops show up. Once the cops show up,
of course,
Chuck E. Cheese over here, 10 toes down, wants to fight.
10 toes
why
down.
Else would these coppers be at his restaurant? Well, it's probably because allegedly, of course, you're stealing money from people. You're robbing them. You're taking their debit cards and overcharging.
Is the food at Chuck E. Cheese complete garbage?
So
Never had it. Yes, it is.
To tense up and
it's
said,
well known to
we're just
not
gonna
be
put you in
good.
handcuffs while you're in full garb. They walked over with the intention of just walking him outside to put him in handcuffs so they didn't have to do it in front of small kids.
Well, they did it in front of small kids anyway.
Reports, one officer, while grabbing the employee, even referred to him as Chuck E. Cheese. Come with me, Chuck.
You're coming with me, Chucky.
Let's go, Mr. Cheese.
Get over here.
Mister, how do you know that I'm not a transgender, non-binary cheese?
Jesus Christ, what a terrible joke that was. Come on, Salty Cracker.
Oh, man, where's that body cam footage? I want to see the police tasering a goofball in a Chuck E. Cheese outfit, man. I'd be laughing my balls off.
Yeah, you don't go to Chuck E. Cheese for the
And
food.
so, for the safety of the customers and the small children that they got to walk this idiot past, we had to cuff them. They cuffed him in full garb. I love it. I'm here for it. Yeah, it's unfortunate that the person, the subject of the investigation.
No, the thing is that joke could have been real funny if it were
happened to
placed
be
in a
suit
different
and
spot,
costume,
probably.
said the police officers, but they found stolen credit card information in his possession. So they reached out to the restaurant. The restaurant was like, "New restaurant, who dis? We don't know what's going on over here." I know what's going on over here. Shenanigans.
Rat-based
Shenanigans. There you have
entertainment.
it, essays. Horrible, horrible week for those of us who grew up in the 90s.
2018 called it wants that joke back, 100%.
Childhood icons
How old is this?
dying.
Oh man, this is
or
July
being
25th.
Arrested. Actually,
This was
one
yesterday.
I'm fine with. Boy, that's the thumbnail right there. That's the thumbnail. I don't know. They're both great thumbnails, but maybe this one right here. There you have it, essays. Thank you so much for watching the video. Support channel and kept up to date on cultural icons of the 90s. Getting arrested.
All right. Well, if you like that video, subscribe to Salty Cracker. He's not my type of content. But what is this video? Ugly lefty chicks get all their info dumped in app. Oh, this is talking about T. I don't know if you guys have learned about T. Do you guys know about the T app? Do you know about that? About T? So basically, the long story short about T is that it's an app that basically was only for women, and in order to actually be put on T so that you could gossip, you had to put your driver's license in to prove that you are, one, a woman, and two, you live in the US. Okay? And the thing is, is that this app was not secured at all. All of the data was stored on a public server that was easily accessible with no password. But in order to use the app, you had to give your driver's license. A picture of your driver's license was stored. So they had a break. They had a breach because there was no security. And now thousands of women's addresses, because your address is on your ID, are leaked. Like, no matter what the T app was about, which pretty much gossiping about dudes, that's just oof. Could have been secure, but the devs probably vibe coded it, probably. Probably. All right, we're gonna watch one more video here. Another video here. We already did this one. So we have two more things to pick from. So we've got the male loser epidemic, and we've got our weaker people better fighters. I'm gonna set up a poll right now. Which video? Male loser epidemic, or are weaker people better fighters? Not Geigers, fighters. There we go. It's your choice. It's your choice, guys. Give it a good old ring. Look at that poll. But yeah, T is such an unfortunate circumstance that happened. Vibe coding indeed. Did you mute the ting ting things from Throne yet? No, I just turned it down. Thank you for the reminder, by the way. Save the best vid for last. I like both of these videos, so that's the thing. I want to watch both of them. One's 30 minutes and one's 25 minutes. So, which one do we want to go for? Right now, we're leaning towards the male loser epidemic. Yeah, it looks like majority of us want to go towards the male loser epidemic. All right, I'm going to end that poll. We're going to watch this shoe on head video. 5 votes out of 9 people. Alrighty. Well, just give me 1 second. I am going to take a couple-minute break because I ordered some food. It should be at my door right now. But also, I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to turn on some music. I think I still have it. No, doesn't look like I do have it. Let's get that up here. Let's get that music going. And I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. You still alive, chat? Still with me? You're eating dinner? First food of the day? Well, my food hasn't quite arrived yet. But they should be here any minute. Alrighty. So who of you know who Shoe on Head is? Also, I forgot that I'm not subscribed to her. Need a Chermo? Yeah, I'm going to be drawing that. Your sister had nothing for you to eat? Nothing? Well, I'm sorry about that. All right, I got a balanced circle of jerks starting soon. Have a nice one, colonizers. You have a good one, Dildo. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it greatly. Welcome back, Larry. We're about to start this video here called the Male Loser Epidemic. You like/dislike Shoe, but that's the most opinionated people are. For most people. That makes sense. That does indeed make sense. Alrighty, well, so you're not eating a child, Trung. Alrighty, so let me just turn off the music here. The one thing that I can say about Shu on Head is that she's recently been tackling some issues regarding like the dating scene and stuff like that. So this is part of it. This is a very political person. I do not support everything that she says, but that's okay. She's entertaining to watch, and that's why we're watching her. So here we go.
Friends, sorry I've been gone for quite a bit. Hopefully nothing too crazy happened. I feel like every time I take a break, like a war breaks out or something, but thankfully that did not happen. But at least we found out the real Epstein files were the friends we made along the way. Welcome back to the Shoe on Head channel. If it is your first time here, run. I am Shoe on Head, and on this channel I like to cover cultural issues, mostly surrounding men's issues. It's what I've been doing for over a decade, and frankly, I'm exhausted. Many of you—
So, I just want to cover this. So, off of what you've just heard, what do you think her political affiliations are? Because it might surprise you. Oh my gosh, it smells like pizza outside. I think my pizza has arrived. I will be right back, okay? Uno momento, por favor. I'm going to turn that music back on just so that you guys have something to hear while I go grab my food.
I have returned, and with food and things.
She was a great example of an anti-woke socialist, more or less. Alrighty, welcome back, Larry, by the way.
You have been along for the ride, and you have seen me go from a chipper, lively 24-year-old making fun of BuzzFeed and Tumblr feminists to a bitter, calloused 34-year-old talking about very real and growing men's issues. One of the main men's issues I have been covering in great detail lately has been the male loneliness epidemic. Yeah, but turns out I was wrong. We don't have a male loneliness epidemic. We have a male loser epidemic. It's not a—
Chat, do you think it's true? Do we think we have a bunch of male losers and that's why things suck? Male loser epidemic? Why don't we have a male winner epidemic? Why don't we have a male winner epidemic? Yes and no, says Galente. Ooh.
a male loneliness epidemic. No, it's a male mediocrity epidemic. It's a male loser epidemic.
The male loser epidemic has gotten so bad that it's honestly so pathetic at this point.
Now, I don't always talk about men's issues. No, sometimes I talk about politics, and sometimes I mix the two together. Now, I know a lot of you don't like politics. You don't care about politics. But politics cares about you, and it will enter your life no matter how hard you try to avoid it. But thankfully, I have the perfect app to help you navigate this difficult, confusing political landscape.
Hang on. Shut up, Shu. We have something important. Oh my lord. Jobber, why did you do this to me? Do you see this shit? Do you see this shit? Why would you do this to me? This is a violation of my rights. All right? Violation. That is icky. That is yuck. That is disgusting. It's rad, not gonna lie. What are those? Indeed.
So let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, Ground News, before we get into...
Hey, I use Ground News. I actually do recommend it. It's how you can get news without bias. It's pretty good. I highly recommend it, and it's free. So we're going to jump ahead out of this.
Video, shall we?
It should allow me to do it.
This is a website
right
and
here.
an
Nope.
app side.
Get out of here.
Well, I am full coffee here on screen today. Fair and
There we go.
balanced way. So thank you to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. Right? Now, let's get back to the
I
video.
totally didn't skip the ad, Shu.
With all these issues men are facing, they seem to be moving to the right and the Republicans more, since the left and Democrats have essentially just become the young men eat and die movement. Months ago, I covered how the Democratic Party was losing young men, and I predicted Kamala Harris would lose in part because of young men overwhelmingly voting for Trump. And I was correct. Well, now the Democrats have unveiled their final solution to the right-wing male loser epidemic. Democrats spending millions to learn how to speak to American men and win back the working class.
Democrats spending millions to learn how to be hip with the kids. Hate the oversized glasses and lipsticks, but otherwise super cute. Vegeta, I have oversized glasses. Do you think I'm not cute? What the fuck?
Democrats have blown millions of dollars on efforts to appeal to American men who turned to President Donald Trump in droves on election
You're not
day
a woman.
in hopes of winning back the working class. Democrats have spent $20 million on their efforts, with donors and strategists holing up in luxury hotel rooms, brainstorming how to...
Oh, hold on. I just realized I had this on. There we go.
Convince working class men to return to the party. Ah yes, nothing more relatable to working class men than luxury hotel rooms. Great job, guys. The plan? Codename SAM, or Speaking with American Men, a strategic plan, promises to use the funds to study the syntax, language, and content that gains attention and virality in these spaces. The effort also recommends Democrats buy advertisement in video games, among other things. The Democratic Party is treating young men like exotic animals they're studying. Now, as you can see here is...
Your character is cute. Not you. Not into men. Sorry, Bima. Sorry to disappoint you. For her, they were way oversized. No, I like them. I think they add to her cuteness. Also, look at Asmongold right here. He has no idea that he's being made a fool of.
Is the young man in his natural habitat, in a dark, messy cave surrounded by Taco Bell wrappers and empty Mountain Dew bottles. Here is another young man, as you can see, also dwelling in a dark cave. This one has dyed his hair blue to scare off potential predators. Unfortunately, it also scares off potential mates, but moving on. Here is another young man, we think. We're not quite sure about this one. We're still studying it. Listen, Democrats, instead of spending $20 million to do that stupid maybe
She
you should,
stole your glasses.
I know,
right?
actually listen to men. I listen to men for free all the time. All I have to do is read my comment section. Let's see here. Shoe on Head is a perfect example of why we need to repeal the 19th. Greetings from Albania. I hate women so much it's unreal. Ooh, shoo, mommy, milkies, 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 mommy, mommy, mommy. One time I got my penis stuck in a soda bottle. Okay, on second thought, maybe my comment section is not the best source.
Since Trump scored big with young male
neither
voters
is
last
my
election,
chat.
Democrats are spending $20 million to learn how to speak their language. I think it's a waste of money. Maybe these guys should spend their money on teaching men to not be such sexists. Maybe that's
But the stats don't...
Okay, I hate that take. That right there. I know she's gonna agree with me on this one, but I've ran into this a lot in my life. What was it? There was a recent issue I had with some friends IRL that was, what was it? It was, why aren't men stepping up? Because there was an issue in my personal life where some things happened to women I knew, and there was no male response. And the question turned into, why won't men step up? Why are they cowards? Why won't men do this? And it was only victim complex. Don't worry, I deleted the picture. Oh, okay. Thank you. Are you saying the View is filled to the brim with terrible takes? Absolutely, absolutely. But I run into these kinds of takes in my real life. In real life. This is the type of shit I have to hear.
Figure that out now. Look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men. There are a lot of young women out there that want to get married. They want to have kids. They want to
She's got fucking crazy eyes, by the way.
have stable families, but there are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash.
Oh no. The very night I was sitting on my couch writing the script to my video about how the Democrats are spending $20 million to relate to young men, this came on my TV on Fox News. A Tommy
Awesome.
Lahren and Laura Ingraham segment about stay-at-home sons, men who still live at home. Literally minutes after this aired, it went absolutely viral on Twitter for not good reasons. So we are going to unpack this piece by piece. Because even though everyone was mocking it and making fun of it, as far as I saw, nobody was really dissecting it and breaking down exactly why she was so egregiously wrong. So come join me in debunking the male loser epidemic. Because who—
Well, my very smart people in chat. First question. Do you think that we have an epidemic of male losers? That's a big question, and it's a little vague. I don't think it can simply be a yes or no. Because this is what it's turning into. Nah, it's a myth of like weak men. Because if you're talking about weak men, I think there are plenty of weak men out there. But I mean, Tommy Lahren here is making an argument of incompetency. Which the question has to be turned around. It has to be a universal question, and they're making it just be on men. Like, what she just defined men by is the same thing that you could easily turn around and ask women. I think somewhat, but to be honest, most of it is just because of crazy women on the internet showing their ass. I feel like that only applies to a small percentage. Because you got to remember that the internet is not real life.
Who else better equipped to talk about men's issues than two stupid blonde bimbos? Hold on one second. 3 stupid blonde bimbos. Sorry. I felt left out. All right, let's go. Wait. I need my gamer fuel. See? I do drink it. That one's for you, Tectone.
It's a major problem.
I hate White Monster. I hate Monster in general. Monster is a terrible energy drink. Disgusting. Complete garbage. What's up, Lucifer? Nice to see you.
And you know, Speaker
got a
Johnson has been
Lucifer the
talking
Doberman in the
about
house.
those maybe deadbeat folks that are on Medicaid, and maybe some of those folks are the stay-at-home sons. We don't know. But I'll tell you this, leave it to Gen Z to rebrand laziness and social awkwardness as something cutesy, like a stay-at-home son. But Laura, I gotta tell you, this is also a big problem when it comes to, I think, declining birth rates, people not getting married and having children. You know, that's a big problem. They blame it on women. Well, look at what young women—
Takes 2 to tango, lady. 2 to tango. Again, just look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. This woman is crazy. It is woman. I don't think it's exclusively on women. I'm going to play a little bit of the centrist here, but definitely it takes 2 to tango. So just trying to throw shade at, you know, half of humanity. Really fucking stupid. Also, yes, I am doing React content.
have to choose from. The pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men. There are a lot of young women out there that want to get married. They want to have kids. They want to have stable families. But there are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and
You
order
wouldn't kick Tommy
DoorDash.
out of the
And
hot
that's why we
tub?
have
Oh,
declining
God.
birth rates and a lot of other problems in society. It's time to go out, get a job, breathe the fresh air, meet people in real life. Let's just get back to basics.
So first of all, this stay-at-home
Vegeta,
son
do you
thing
actually
is
believe that?
Not a
Like, legit. Mystics Vegeta, do you think that most women are like Tommy Lahren here? Do they think that they, like, most women hold that view? Yes, totally. Yeah, I think that's a bridge too far, bro. I don't think that this is what the average woman thinks.
real thing. It was a random throwaway, self-deprecating joke some contestant on Jeopardy said. One f***ing guy. Because I guess there's nothing else important going on that they could cover on the news. They literally made this into a fake phenomena so they can on young men. Meanwhile, Democrats are spending millions of dollars trying to win back young men. Oh no, the young men are—
Why does this woman sound like she can't find a suitable guy to cheat on her husband with? Well, she's married, and she has a kid now. But the cheating thing definitely happened. Definitely 100% happened. Or you haven't met a lot of women. No, I've met plenty of women. That's why I have a more measured view of it. Despite my experiences with women, which there have been plenty of bad ones regarding relationships, I would not say that majority of women believe this.
are leaving us in droves. How do we get them back? Don't worry, I got this. Hey, you fat, lazy, Cheeto dust-covered slobs. F*** you. Nice. Thanks. I love you. I love you too.
Oh, you were talking to Vegeta.
Is the amount of young men living home with their parents increasing? Yes. Is it because
Yes,
they're
absolutely.
lazy bums and just want to order DoorDash all day? No. And also, they're not paying for DoorDash, Tommy. They're
So actually, Dudicus, funny thing about that, Tommy Lahren is very single because she can't find a man to meet her standards. And she'll actually get into it in this video.
financing it. Come on. Get with the times.
There are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash. And that's why we have declining birth rates. It's time to go out, get a job, breathe the fresh
DoorDash, that's why you were not having babies. DoorDash, you're the problem.
air.
Have either of you tried applying for a job as a young man recently? Or tried buying a house on the salary of one of these young men? Have you experienced the dating market, been on the dating sites as a young man?
There's a
No?
reason why
Interesting,
BMO's gay
okay.
right now.
Just wondering.
No.
Listen, I know the average age of a
You
Fox
stop
News
that.
viewer is like 70 nowadays, and you need to pander to them. But Tommy, you are like 2 years younger than me. You know this shit isn't true. Why are you talking like this? Why are you talking like a f***ing boomer? I'm sorry, I have no other word for this, but I hate this like generational pick-me shit. I was born in the wrong generation. I'm not like those other young people. And you know what? She's not like those
Vegeta says, no, no, they want all men with six figures, a six pack, 6 foot, 6'6". There are women that are indeed out there like that. I do not think it's the majority of women. I think that that's a bad stereotype.
other young people. Not all young people can afford a nice nose job and lip filler and get a cushy job on Fox News based entirely on merit, I'm sure. The main problem with this brain-dead boomer-ass take is not only is it cringe, but it's completely divorced from reality. This slop is specifically designed for people who paid like $5 for a f***ing house. And listen, not all boomers
Now, he's not saying all, Galente. He's saying most. Are super uppity. So I think that this has to do mainly with the area in which you live. I used to live in Seattle. A lot of the women that I met in Seattle were not my type, were very judgy, super uppity, super high standards. Exactly what you're describing. And then I moved someplace else, and the women are different.
boomers, okay? My parents are boomers. They are lovely people. A lot of you guys are boomers. But when the baby boomer generation sends its people, it is not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're sending people who have lots of problems. They're bringing the housing crisis. They're bringing wage stagnation. They're falling for AI-generated photos on Facebook. But some, I assume, are good people. But my God, I truly believe they do not understand how good
You live
they
in
had
Virginia
it.
Beach?
They could support a family on a single income. A single income from a job that didn't require a college degree. Their leaders didn't prostitute away their economic future for some cheap plastic shit from China. They inherited the greatest economy known to man, and they pretend it's a paradise that they earned. I just don't understand, like, why don't boomers and spiritual boomers like Tommy Lauren see people struggling and go,
Spiritual
wow, I
boomer.
wish I could fix this. They should have it better than I had it. And you wonder why so many millennials and zoomers don't want kids. I want to make the world a better place for my children. I want to make the world a better place for my children. Ugh. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you spoiled brat. Children. Not happening.
Well, look at
All right, chat. Can you fix her? That's an important question. Can you fix her? I'm going to put a poll up. Can you fix her? Let's go. Polls live.
what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men.
Young men are becoming lazy because they're becoming feminized. So they're becoming lazy because they act more like women? What did she mean by this, chat? I know there's like a decrease in testosterone or something happening, but men are moving
There's
right
plastic
wing
in your balls.
all over the world. Does that correlate with the feminization? Or, I mean, there are suspiciously a lot of far-right femboys, so maybe. But here's the thing, Tammy. There is absolutely no evidence that young women want to start families more than young men. None. In fact, all the data says the exact f***ing opposite. According to Pew Research, 64% of women younger than 50 say they just don't want to have children. No reason, they just don't want them. Versus 50%.
Is that the one from Fox News or Shoe on Head? Tommy Lahren is the one on Fox News.
Of men who say the same. Another study by Archbridge Institute shows the same. 63% of women without children said they have no desire to have a child, while only 50% of men said the same. For men, the most commonly cited factor was personal finance, but among women, the strongest reason not to have a child was their desire to maintain their personal independence. Basically, they don't want to give up their brunch and mimosas. They've been ass-blasted with propaganda their whole lives, telling them their lives will be ruined, their bodies will be ruined, they'll never have fun again, they'll be miserable forever if they have children. And as someone...
This happened to my sister. My sister's a good bit older than me. And when she got married, she was told by extended family, never have children. It'll ruin your life. Don't do it. You want to live long and happy, right? Don't have children. You know what she did? She had a child. She had a child within within a year or two, she had a kid.
Who has had a children? Best decision I've ever made. 10/10, highly recommend, would do it again. But yes, this idea that men are the ones primarily responsible for the low birth rates is
Yes, it was her husband's.
laughing over here. But honestly, it's not really women
Mrs.
or
Vegeta.
men's fault. There are a lot of factors that play into this. But Tommy, I really gotta ask, is it men or is it you?
This is going to be the summer of canceling boys. All of my friends are attracted.
I'm going to read this out. Galente. When we generalize people based on that demographic, we have engaged in prejudice. As long as it is owned, then fair game. But it's not consistent to generalize others to have prejudice standards. You're right, because groups themselves don't make arguments. People do. Like, it's just an easier way to deal with things, treat groups as individuals. When there's a direct conflict there, I'm more worried that BMO's bloodline is continuing. Yeah. And when I eventually have kids, I'm going to have a whole freaking baseball team of them, okay?
Active. All of my friends are successful. All of my friends have something going on. Almost every single one of them have an issue with men. But if all of these women, including myself, are having issues, then I have to think it might not be us. It might.
Man, everyone around me is an asshole. That's what's happening right now. Everyone around me is an asshole. I wonder why. I can't be the problem.
Be you. It is not just the guys in Los Angeles, Nashville, Dallas, and they're not any better in the Midwest. They, quite frankly, I think they're trash all over this country.
My friends are successful. Men don't give a shit about that. They'd marry a Walmart cashier if she was nice to them.
I think men between the ages of 20 and 30 are not ready, in most cases, for marriage, are usually not ready to be husbands and fathers.
Are you ready to be a parent? You know?
No, I would actually, back to your point, I think it's a biological thing.
So let me get this straight. Men are all trash and won't commit and won't leave mommy's basement, and they're destroying the birth rates. But also young men are biologically incapable of commitment and being parents. What? But wait, there's more. She also believes women don't have to bring anything to the table.
And as a woman, I want a strong man who is a protector and
Watch
a
this guy over
provider
here.
that will go to war if need be, that will protect me, protect my family, make money. But I don't think a man needs to get something out of it to be a manly man, a protector and a provider. If you think you need to get something out of it, I quite frankly don't consider you a real man.
Never before in history have
Did you hear that? Do we need to bring it back? Her standards are that the onus is completely on the man. That's what she just said. We need to keep up the birth rate to appease Shubnagruth. I have no idea who that is. We want a wife, a partner, an effing marriage. Yeah, it doesn't sound like she wants that. She wants to be a princess. That's what this seems like.
women demanded so much and offered so little. So before we get deeper into this retarded, manufactured, stay-at-home son narrative, let's check the Facebook comments of this Fox
Hold
News.
on. Hold the phone. Job application. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Do you see this? It says, get back to work now. And then BMO crying says, I'm sorry, please, no. Yeah, of course you'd say that, jobber. Shubnigorith. Shubnigorith. No, I'm not going to say that again. That sounds way too close to something else. Shubnigurath. Okay. I still don't like that. That's going to get clipped. We're going back into this game. I keep saying game. Dang.
Video because I am really interested to see what like the typical Fox News viewer thinks about this. If the women are anything like these two, I can hardly blame the men for staying home and not wanting to date them. Blame, blame, blame. These two women have a combined age of 93 and they have 0 children between both of them. You both have repugnant personality types, so listening to this was like male birth control to me. My goodness! Boomers are ruthless! Bunch of sissies. I served 6 years, 2 years in Southeast Asia after Vietnam was over. When I was 18, rent was $450 and I could afford to get my own place. She's so—
Can I just say, this sounds very much like when I was your age, I had to walk uphill in the snow barefoot both ways. Backwards.
So spot on. Nothing screams I'm a loser run from me than a guy living at home in his parents' house with his 12-year-old boy's bedroom decor at age of 30. Thank God we raised our sons to be men, who grew up, lived on their own, found their soulmate, got married, bought a beautiful home, and started a family. I was out the door at 18, worked on the assembly line at Dodge and in the Air Force at 19, never went back home. I can't relate to this. Yes, we know you people can't relate. We know. But the world has changed. Why can't you people get this through your heads? I will never let my son stay home. I'm trying to push them out of the nest. Okay, I really gotta ask, is this an Anglo thing? Immediately kicking your kid out when they turn 18 years old? My Mediterranean mind cannot comprehend this. And honestly, why the f would a man leave home, leave his mother's cooking, for a woman who probably can't cook? Not me, though. Personally, I can cook amazing homemade meals. I'll have you know I am a great trad wife.
I don't believe you. I know she's making a meme. I still don't believe her.
Bone apple teeth. Now, unfortunately, Tommy Lauren wasn't the only one pushing this stupid, lazy young men go get a job bullshit. Mike Johnson did it referencing 29-year-old men playing video games all day. Steve Scalise did it with 35-year-old men playing video games all day. And just the other night, I saw this on my TV. Again.
A Wall Street Journal headline got our attention. The new dream job for young men, stay-at-home son. It's a phrase that's taken off since 27-year-old Brendan Leo won $59,000 on Jeopardy. And he has a master's degree in political science, but he's unemployed. Grow up, get a job, get a wife, build a family.
Just get a wife, bro. Just get a job, bro.
Oh, get a job? Yeah. Just get a job? Why don't I strap on my job helmet and squeeze down into a job cannon and fire off into jobland, where jobs grow on jobbies?
The term
Always Sunny is fantastic. Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Look it up.
welfare queen must have fell out of fashion with Republicans, because it seems even they know the approved safe demographic to go after now. Because it's very obvious what demographic they are talking about when they say young men in their basements playing video games. This just get a job lazy attitude is not surprising, but it's especially funny coming from Fox News of all places. Fox News that spends so much time yapping about immigrants taking American jobs. Fox News will talk for years about how Americans are being screwed out of the workforce. But when this issue manifests itself in Gen Z, suddenly it's a moral failure. The fact is, a lot of American jobs held by men are being lost to automation, offshoring, and yes, cheap foreign labor. Companies and billionaires would rather have cheap labor that they can essentially abuse, not pay fair wages to, just good little worker drones who won't unionize, rather than hire American workers for a living wage.
Just remember, guys, all companies are evil. All big companies, absolutely evil, disgusting. They all should be burned down. Every single one. They're just all objectively evil. Yeah, just get away. Hi. So in the 15, 20 years, she can divorce you because she no longer feels it. And it takes half of everything and blaming you for everything. Something tells me you're a little bitter, Vegeta.
Cheaper the labor they hire, the more money they make. I remember when Bernie Sanders called open borders a Koch brothers conspiracy.
Open borders? That's a Koch brothers proposal, which says essentially there is no United States.
But it would make a lot of the global poor richer, wouldn't it?
And it'd make everybody in America poor. Then you're doing away with the concept of a nation state.
Where'd that guy go? A lot of these jobs being taken are jobs traditionally held by men.
He never actually held that belief. The second he got into the fucking government, he changed all of his ideals.
Like construction and factory jobs, manual labor work. But it's not just manual labor jobs, it's also the tech industry and business industry, which are careers
Vegeta,
also mainly held
you're
by
pretty
men.
black
There are
pilled on
many,
this.
many examples of this, such
I
as
think
Microsoft
you need to see the light a
recently
little bit.
thousands of American workers while requesting
Because I don't think you're being
14,000
completely
more
realistic.
H-1B workers this year. Some of those job positions include data scientists, which are 70% men, software developers, which are 80% men, and electronic engineers, which are 90% men, and many more like that. Another example of this was Tesla, where roughly 15,000 American employees were fired in April 2024, and many were replaced with H-1B visa holders. On Twitter, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy tried to chalk this up to these immigrants just simply being the best and the brightest. Yeah, okay. You're paying them less for longer hours and more work, and they're willing to deal with it in order to stay in the country. It's coercive, exploitative, and, dare I say, not very America first. When conservatives confronted Elon Musk for this last year, he told somebody, and I quote, "Take a big step back and yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend." So when it comes to replacing...
Which, when he said that, he immediately took it back and walked back his position. Had a good old argument about that whole subject when it was happening.
American workers in manual labor with cheap foreign labor, it's deport, deport, deport. But when it comes to replacing his American workers with cheap foreign labor, it's f yourself in the face. Interesting. There's also affirmative action and DEI,
Vegeta, that
which
is
are
what I
other
mean by
things Fox
bitter.
News always
I think you
pisses
are
and
bitter
talks
on
about.
this
But
and
suddenly,
jaded
when
on
the
it.
conversation is about Gen Z men,
I
the
think
demographic
you
of
just
people
gotta
who are
you gotta
victims
go
of
try
these
and be a little
things,
more positive.
suddenly these things just like
There is
don't exist
positivity about
anymore.
it.
Then it's, oh, young men are all just lazy. They just want to be in their parents' basement ordering DoorDash and playing video games. But it's not just the brown people taking your jobs. I am not beating the allegations with this one.
No, you're not. But okay, so hold on. Mysticus Vegeta, I have nothing against you. I understand what you're saying. I can even relate to a degree due to my own personal relationships that I've gone through. But you need to understand that there's, well, not you need to understand. I'm not talking down to you. I just think you are a bit too biased here. Just because you have observed that there is something out there that is negative does not mean that that is representative of even most of everything. This is like if I only watched videos of cops beating people up. Just because cops beat people up in video does not mean that that is what majority of all instances of cops will do. All right? In fact, majority of cops don't beat people up. Majority of them are mostly fine. It's a big problem. You need to examine yourself a little bit here, I think. But I understand the negativity. I really do. I can sympathize greatly. But there's more to it than that. It's like only seeing mayonnaise on a hot dog, which, why is there mayonnaise on a hot dog? That sounds wrong. But that was the analogy I wanted to go for, and I'm not going to do anything more with that analogy. It's just shit. I'm going to leave it alone. I've said my piece.
The brown people are not taking your jobs, okay? It's not their fault. They're just cheaper. Aim upwards. But it's not just the brown people taking your jobs. It's the women, too. Many of the dyeing industries are male-dominated, while many of the growing industries are female-dominated. And
It's not the
stigma around these
demographics
jobs
I'm
being
referring
woman
to,
jobs usually
Mrs.
stops men
Vegeta.
from
It's the
working them.
bias.
Women are
It's the
overwhelmingly
observation
entering and
bias that you're
excelling in
showing.
college and the workforce, and they're more flexible about job position and pay, while young men usually
Because much like if you only saw videos of cops beating people up, okay? If you only saw footage of cops beating people up, you could immediately say, this is what all cops do. I can change this to women by saying, I look online and I see women only promoting their OnlyFans, shaking their ass around, and saying how much they hate men. It's the same bias. Just because you see it does not make it so. Don't believe your lying eyes. Mayo Glizzy, this sounds awful. That sounds awful. Mayo Glizzy. Is it spicy mayo? No, I don't know. You've seen women in person, vids, and in your own family, as have I. But I have also met women that don't do that. Actually, majority of the women that I see don't do that. I'm just saying.
hold out for higher paying, higher position jobs that will make them the breadwinner. Because you see, despite
But the earth
world
looks flat to me,
progressing
Nemo.
and the role of women changing, the role of men has not changed. Every woman is a feminist until the dinner bill comes. But what's crazy is, women might be the ones paying that dinner bill soon. A study from the UK found women aged 22 to 29 earned about $1,000 more annually than men, completely
Yes,
reversing
that is
the
a thing.
traditional gender pay gap for this age group. In the US, a 2022
And yet they'll still say that there's a gender pay gap. This is a thing. Lucifer, I want you to knock that off. This is your final warning on that. I've already asked you to knock that shit off. All of China can still see what you've done.
To a Pew Research Center analysis showed that women under 30 out-earned men in many metropolitan areas, with median earnings at or above 100% of men's in cities like New York and Washington, D.C. That may not sound like a lot of money now, but it's a growing trend that has never been seen before. It's so bad that it's really starting to affect the dating world. American women have never been this resigned to staying single. They are responding to major demographic shifts,
But
including
Creamage,
huge and
Obama
growing
said that the gender
gaps
pay
in
gap
economic
exists.
and educational attainment, political affiliation, and beliefs about what family should look like. More women than men are attending college, buying houses, and focusing on their friendships and careers over
It might be
dating
where
and
you're
marriage.
looking,
The
Vegeta.
challenges of finding a romantic partner have been made more complicated by a growing divide in education and career prospects between men and women. In 2024, 40% of
Sydney's
American
great.
women ages 25 to 34 had a bachelor's degree, according to Pew, compared to 37% of men. A bachelor's degree increases
As much as I hate it, this woman's right. She is correct. But also, this is another thing. Brog the Frog, hello. How you doing? Welcome back to the stream. So, just like this is showing that, like, compared to men, women have more degrees and go through college more often. Where am I supposed to look? Somewhere that's not Virginia Beach. I moved, and the ethics of the people around me changed. That's what I'm saying. I got out of Seattle, and now I'm living in a smaller town, and the ethics are completely different. What was I saying? Oh yeah, more things that show statistically degrees are meaningless. They're not meaningless though, because they actually do open you up to higher earning jobs. That's what the data that I was about to bring up, we're about to talk about shows. What about being on disability? He applies, I can move. I didn't know that you were on disability. I don't know anything about you, Vegeta. But also, I mean, it is possible to still move when you're on disability. It all depends really on what you need to do. Gender studies gets you more money? No, but a bachelor's degree in political science does. Especially when you want to work somewhere. I know. You just said that early on this chat stream. Well, I must have missed it, Vegeta. I didn't see it.
his net lifetime earnings by an estimated $1 million. Women are doing comparatively well when it comes to education in their early years in the labor force, and men are doing comparatively badly. Men's economic struggles seem to be having the biggest effect on women without a college degree, whose marriage rates by 45 have plummeted to 52% for those born.
You see this? Men's economic struggles seem to be having the biggest effect on women. Men economically struggle. Women most affected.
Between 1930 and 1980, according to research by Cornell University. Young men without a degree are struggling so much as a group that there simply aren't enough with steady jobs and earnings for non-college women to date. Men are poor, women most affected. Modern women are no longer tied to their gender role. Birth control has freed them
She stole my joke. I got a copywriter. She stole my joke.
from the prison that is their biology, and they are making their own money, sometimes more than men. They can have it all. They can do anything. They can be anything. While at the same time, men are still expected to be the provider. And more importantly, many men still want to be the provider, but they can't. And women, though strong and independent, still want men to be the provider. And
Now, I don't necessarily agree with this part here. I'm just saying. Mainly because I think culturally we have made it a lot easier for people to just opt in and out of relationships. There's less commitment, and it's actively encouraged to not be in a committed relationship. And I think that that's a bad thing personally, but it also covers this whole issue. I think culturally, both men and women do not want to stay in long-term relationships right now. It's showing in some places 50% or higher divorce rate.
And as a woman, I want a strong man who is a protector and a provider that will go to war if need be, that will protect me, protect my family, make money.
basically, men are like, we're worried we're not making enough money.
Hey, actually, I have a fun story, Lucifer. So when I was working construction, I used to do a lot of work on a place called Bainbridge Island. And Bainbridge Island has a bunch of famous people that live there. And I didn't realize it at the time, but when I was doing roof work for a side job, I was doing it next to Johnny Depp's neighbor. I was on the roof of Johnny Depp's neighbor. Only learned this because the homeowner was like, yeah, Johnny Depp lives right over there. Isn't that weird? What a small world.
And women are like, we're worried men are not making enough money. Hello class, I am Miss On Head. I am substituting for your teacher today. She was arrested for molesting a 12-year-old boy. So today we are learning about the graph. This is the growth in productivity versus hourly compensation graph. And you can trace almost everything bad happening in society back to this graph. As you can see, productivity increased while compensation barely grew over the same time period. Notice they tracked very closely up until around 1972. Now, what happened around 1972, class? Well, the top marginal tax rate was reduced from 70% in 1964 to 50% by 1981. The federal minimum wage began to stagnate. Income going to the 1% rose from 9% in the 60s to 16% in 2023. CEOs also went from making 20 times more than the average
I just
worker
recommend
to
being
making
being a little less of a doomer, Vegeta. You can do it.
Anything else? Anything else?
But you will have to put yourself out there if you want to meet new people.
Yes, Jimmy, that is correct. Women joined the workforce around this time, but we don't have to get into that today. The fact is, hard work no longer guarantees success, and the will to work is tied to the fruits of your labor. And young men are fed up today because 90% of that fruit is rotten. Now, is there some truth
Your mom's rotten
to modern young people being lazy? Sure, I guess every generation had lazy people. And we do basically live in late-stage mouse utopia, after all. Young people today are faced with two options: revolution or escapism. And a lot of them are choosing escapism. Many have basically given up, but it's not like they didn't try. They tried and they found out the juice just isn't worth the squeeze, whether it's college, dating, or the job market. And in a way, many young men are kind of choosing revolution. The never-before-seen large shift rightward in young men is a small revolution in a way. They're saying, this isn't working for me, this sucks, I hate this, I want something different. This is also manifesting on the Democrat side in general. The young men that are still voting left are voting further left. You saw this recently in New York City, where Zoran Memdani, a self-proclaimed Democratic socialist, won the Democratic primary. Young men are tired of the—
I don't care about New York. New York can go die in a fire. I don't like New York. Get out of here, New York. Get out of here. I meet people on YouTube like you, BMO, all the time, but in person, no. I think it would be worthwhile to go out and find like-minded people outside. Go out and meet people, because it's a different type of socialization. And you're more likely to find people that you actually, that you can actually have a conversation with. That's what I'm saying. I know that you're limited in what you can do. So I would recommend this to anyone. You go out, touch grass. Where, BMO, where? Dude, you said you live in Virginia Beach. I can guarantee you there are plenty of places where you can just go meet people. There are plenty of things that are for hobbyists. There are probably pool halls even. There's lounges everywhere. You can go meet people. Virginia Beach is huge. You can't just say that there aren't any. You hate that shit and don't have the money. I can understand. But I'll give you an example, a personal example, okay? I really like walking around, okay? I like walking and exploring. So what I did was I went and I looked online on Instagram, on Facebook, tried to see if there were any just hiking groups or walking groups in my area, and there were. In fact, one of them was like a Pokemon Go group, but I don't really like Pokemon Go. But I went and walked with them. I got to meet people that I still talk to every other day. Walking ain't no way you could walk. Check your Discord. I'll show that in a moment. Job application. Okay. We're gonna finish this video first though. It takes more work than just sitting there. And I'm not saying that you are just sitting there, but you don't like any of that stuff. You don't like just walking. Well, you gotta like doing something. If you do something, you can find like-minded people to do it. You found a person that helps you with electronics. You can find more people that are into that.
Establishment, left and right. They're tired of the system and they want to burn it down and start again. They want something that works for them because this is not working for them.
If you wake up one morning and you find yourself in a society where
I frickin' can't stand this man. Screw this dude.
23-year-olds with 4-year college degrees and like initiative who aren't smoking weed every day, if they can't make enough to buy a car, much less a home, much less get married, much less have children, then why should you be surprised when half of them say they prefer socialism?
Huh. Fox News should hire that guy. There is an entire generation of fighting age men who are enraged and feel like they have nothing to live for.
He should burn in hell.
Start caring. When they saw this airing on Fox News, they saw an angry woman nagging in their faces about how everything wrong in the world is their fault. An all too familiar thing they have been hearing for far too long. But unfortunately for Democrats, nobody under the age of 60 watches Fox News, so this is not really going to have an effect on young men whatsoever. So keep that $20 million. You might still need it. Unless we get dragged into another war in the Middle East. If we do get dragged into another war in the Middle East, young men Satan might come running back to the Democratic Party. Maybe not. Maybe not even a George Bush to electric boogaloo. We'll have men coming back to the Democratic
Party. My older brother
Party.
loves the guy.
Hopefully we don't find out. And as I'm editing this right now, a lot of young people, even the podcast bros,
I also
pretty
can't stand
upset
this
about
guy.
the Epstein thing, but we know Democrats won't take advantage of the situation in order to protect the Clintons, so maybe not even this will save them, but we'll see, I guess. Hold on one second. That's better. So
she wears a wig,
that
by
video.
the way.
What do you think of the male loser
She's even right now
epidemic?
wearing
Do you
a
agree
wig.
with Tommy Lauren? Is it all men's fault? Leave your comments below. I read them all. I am probably reading them right now as you type them. Wait, don't write that. No. You can't say that. No, it doesn't matter if it's with an A. If you like this video, please subscribe. And if you can, donate to me on Patreon or leave a little...
All right. Well, that was Shoe on Head. If that was interesting to you, then I think it actually is an interesting subject. She's got a couple of different videos on the subject. I definitely don't agree with her on everything that she said here. I think that there are different cultural issues here that are more than just what's happening. But I also agree with what her assessment of what frickin' Tommy Lauren said, is that they're just coming off as bitchy and naggy. This is a lady's personal perspective that she is painting all of men with. So you should show the best Shoe on Head meme. Which one? Where she's showing that she has tits? But either way, yeah, give her a subscribe. She does have some interesting videos that are, they talk about things that are worth talking about. The chocolate one, I don't know what you're referring to, Trung. Job, I already saw that, all right? I'm going to bring them up. I'm already doing it. And no, I haven't seen it. June has boobs? Is that... Why are you using her name? Why are you doing that? So this is the... I can't walk anywhere. As you can see, this is current me. This is Mimo. Put that on YouTube search, it'll show you. Shoe's husband made her even more based. Shoe's husband is a fucking idiot, though. Every time I listen to that guy, I just lose all hope for humanity. Oh, and now we have the Creamage edit. We got Creamage plugging it into the AI and saying, "Oh, I made it better. Burger King foot lettuce." Why do I have skin color? What is that skin tone? Oh, man. That's something. That's something. Bean was faking it. That wheelchair is fake. My prompt from Dudicus about BMO has fallen and can't get up is one of my things. That is some Gojo clothes. Yeah, I agree. Steve Jobmo. Okay, so we've got one more video here. Don't worry, I won't use your real name. Yeah, you'd better not. All right. First, we're watching this.
Why are straight guys so obsessed with lesbians?
Wow, this chocolate bar sure is good. But you know what would make it better? Wow, another chocolate bar. 2 of a thing I like. Together.
That was awful. What the fuck, Trung? What the fuck? Trung. Oh my gosh. Okay. Anyways. What were we doing? Best take? I don't know if it's the best take. I like straight couples. Gay couples? Eh. It's like they're speed running violent tendencies. No, I'm joking. He's wearing a fake mustache and a fake hat. All right, so we have this video from Sensei Seth. All right. Are weaker people better fighters? Vegeta is telling Cindy that BMO is picking on him because you don't agree with Vegeta. Why are you telling on him? Why are you tattletaling? Peepers, you're a fucking tattletale. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna go tell the teacher. It's like, this is some juicy gossip. I'm gonna go share it. Much love, Peepers. Much love. All right. Are weaker people better fighters? He is my mod, which is why I give him shit. Hey, what's up, Groovy? Nice to see ya. We just got started with watching a video called Are Weaker People Better Fighters from Sensei Seth. Let's get this started.
To be right, like you say you weigh 260.
260.
And people think that like muscles like mean something. Muscles don't mean nothing. Like I'd beat the
out of you in the street.
No, I would kill you, bro.
Yeah.
I would kill you, bro.
God, I love it. I would maul you at 150.
No.
100%.
No.
Okay, so he's not wrong.
So do we understand this argument right now? That is at 150, that guy's at 230. Guy's talking about muscles. And he's saying a lot of people think that muscles mean something. And the other guy's like, yeah, I could kick your ass. And he's like, no, I would kill you, bro. Where do we fall on this? Do muscles make you a better fighter? That's the question. So I guess I'll put it in a poll. Does being muscular make you a better fighter? All right. There we go. Skill makes you a better fighter. To a degree, I agree. Damian Martin is a bad example, though I missed a start. Fair enough. All right, let's see.
He is incorrect though.
By the way, subscribe to Sensei Seth. He's got some hilarious videos. He also is an American, not judo. He's an American sumo champion.
Incorrect means wrong? No, yeah, he's super wrong. Let me explain. For the last year, I have been training in martial arts less and
Oh my gosh, let's go back. Wait.
He's super wrong. Let me explain. For the last year,
that guy right here, Kevin Lee. He's a freaking insane martial artist. Insane.
I have been training in martial arts less and lifting more than I ever have, which means it is both the strongest I've been in 10 years and also the least sharp from a fighting perspective. The perfect time to test this theory. In this video, I'll be testing 4 aspects of my martial arts: takedowns, ground game, striking, and power in general, and comparing that to when I was only training in martial arts to see if we can finally come to a clear answer of the question, do muscles make you good at fighting? Are you commenting right now? Get your grubby little fingers away from there.
Don't you tell me what to do, Sensei Seth. Don't you tell me what to do. Ouch, kickboxing looks fun besides the shin kicking. Oh, after a while you can't really feel the shins though. You see, it's just all about you just training it so those nerves are dead. Because kickboxing is really fucking fun. You know what's even more fun? Not doing kickboxing and instead doing some sparring, some fun brawling, you know? Less bars being held.
I haven't even started the video. You're already starting to... I understand you might not like the concept of the video. Just wait a second. I got stuff to say. I know what you do. Pretty much every single Monday, Wednesday, Friday for the last year, almost to the date, I come here.
Who's Red Hat?
And I work out for the purpose of getting better at sumo wrestling.
Yes,
if you haven't been following along, that's probably confusing. I get it. And it has 100% worked. If there's a combat sport you need to be stronger for, it is sumo. But has it applied to every other martial art that I do? Because I could see it being a detriment to sparring. Maybe I hit harder, but maybe I'm not as smooth. There's a lot of questions I have. Most of the time in this class...
Oh man, I already have opinions. Red Hat equals Jew. That does not break it down for me, Lucifer. I have no idea who Groovy is talking about. He had a fight recently and got beat up. I don't know who Red Hat is though.
We focus on the traditional lifts and moving them as fast as possible, tracking the velocity on the way up.
Explosive movements, let's go.
Biometrics was one of the 4 hardest weeks out of the year.
All right, second set. Ready? Bars out. Go. Here we go. Let's go. Move it, move it, move it. Push and pull, push and pull. Good speed. Keep it up. Let's go.
Does this make you uncomfortable yet?
Move. Keep moving. Time. Rock it.
I recognize how silly this looks, but holy smokes, this is so difficult. It has been a year.
It has been a year.
How crazy is that?
Welcome back, Brog the Frog.
Yeah, went to Worlds.
Accomplished your goals.
I know very little about fighting, mainly sports, but I've seen videos on Brad, and he's strong but not skilled. I don't know who Brad is.
You're moving better, hell of a lot more explosive. For me, it's all about developing the nervous system.
Merchant of Venice. Red Hat means Hebrew.
Keep it up. Let's go. Move it, move it, move it. And so when you're looking at athletics, really it's who can do the most amount of work in the shortest amount of time. Shut down. Go.
That's how you get that explosive
Looking at
power.
What you just did out there with the change of direction. We had phases leading up to that to be able to.
Is this an ad for a gym? No, it is not.
To harness the energy and then redirect the energy. With the phase that we're in now, with the antagonistically facilitated method, it's teaching your body how to relax and then contract as fast as you can.
Oh, that's burnt.
Yeah. So basically, you're just harnessing that energy and then redirecting it as quickly as possible.
I had no idea.
Oh, that's who you're talking about, Groovy.
Okay,
I get you.
this might not be how the average person works out. It is more quote-unquote athletic than making muscles look bigger, more shapely, or simply picking up more weight. But for me, I'll know the difference between when I moved around before this and now. And I'll 100% be able to give pros and cons on what I feel like I've gained or lost from lifting these weights. And we're going to start off with the martial art I've started most recently, judo.
Judo. So, okay, I've only sparred one guy who was a judo practitioner. He did judo and he did taekwondo. And this was the first time that I had ever, we were circling each other, just trying to see, like, can I get like a leg up on this guy? Can I get him to move or anything? Because he was a similar size to me. Okay. So it was a little even. Would you like emotes? Well, Brog the Frog, you can make me faces if you want. But no, I have my own emotes that I'm making. I do appreciate it though. So he and I were circling each other on the grass, and I go to grab his arm, okay? And right when I grabbed his arm, now keep in mind, we were being friendly, okay? This was not a fight. This is not a fight. But we were being friendly, but he said, I grabbed his arm, okay, with one arm. And he's like, thank you. And he knew I fucked up. Because he pulled me, and it felt like I was put into a conveyor belt where I was pulled behind him and then flipped off his back. All within a few seconds. That was my experience with judo. Anyways, let's keep it going.
As far as actually trying to throw somebody who's
People
trying
can
to
just
throw
draw
you
bigger
back
muscles
at
on
the beginning,
himself.
going against someone else who's new.
Right.
It's like all athleticism and like 10% technique.
If I'm not being hard on myself for once, and I watch my judo matches back, I could argue that it looks like I'm maybe holding my own. But it's more kind of just being a stalwart than it is doing good judo, I think. The first pro from lifting is that my grips are stronger than the average white belts. Deadlifting and holding a bar, it makes a difference when you're holding onto somebody's gi. The second pro is definitely my base. Being able to sink down and become unliftable makes a sport where picking someone up and tossing them much harder. But those are helping me more defensively. I don't feel like I'm getting anything going offensively.
Yeah. Ow, that hurt my ears.
As you can see here, there's positions where maybe he has a leg up. Get it? But the position isn't entirely beneficial because my strength kind of equals out what's happening.
By the way,
against lower belts, I can make the same technique.
If you like my commentary today, you should like the stream and subscribe. You're checking out the Kitty Sphere of streamers? Well, welcome to the club. If you want to stay in contact with me, you should join my Discord. And you should subscribe, Groovy. Yeah, we stream quite often, actually. I usually play games, and I do a thing called Every Death a Doodle, where when I play a game, if I die or fail at the task in the game, I then have to take drawing prompts from the chat and doodle something for them. So we do basically art raffles every single time I die. It's a good time. Sorry, I drew you as a blueberry and Gardic, Groovy. Alrighty.
Techniques work a little bit better, but I really have to force them, and it's not pretty. And that base that I mentioned earlier doesn't really stop me from going forwards. It only stops me from being lifted up.
Yes.
I don't know. I can't say for sure, but it feels like there's plenty of times that I should be
So glad you've been streaming a lot lately. It suits you.
And 90% of it is...
Well, Luce, what the hell just happened? Hold on. What the fuck? Okay, thank you. Well, Lucifer. So the only reason why I'm streaming as much as I have been is because I'm currently on disability leave from work due to a cracked rib. So you'll probably get about a week more of this before I have to go back to another the regular schedule, which will be 3 or 4 days a week. Bemo's feet are very calloused from hard work, a true sign of strength. All right, let's just keep it going.
People being nice to me, but I'm sure some portion of it is strength. It's not good technique or skill for sure, but strength is definitely playing a good part.
Now, against a faster, twitchier black belt, we're going to see these problems start to come into play. I can sort of
Did you see that?
nullify some things, but once the intent is there and attributes
He's
are taken
trying
away,
so hard.
solid technique can put you out of position to be able to use the muscles that you've built. I don't have any muscles that work from there. Oh, and then the landing pad.
I don't have any muscles that work from there is something I've said in the bedroom many times.
You could argue that I have more cushion than the average person on my back, with more muscle being there, but
You
also
saying
it
he's
is
got a
more weight
backside?
that hits the ground at once. I think there's a fair amount of times that my strength allows me to do things that I shouldn't be able to technically, which kind of lets me get away with it and means I don't perfect the technique the way I should.
What's going on here? Yeah, get thrown.
I feel like I am in position to be thrown a lot, but don't because I'm stronger than someone. Is that
What
a
do you
fair
do for
assumption,
work?
or are people being nice to me?
I work in banking
No, I felt
slash
like you were
finance.
like a different person than the first time you came in here. And
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you threw me. You threw me once.
Okay, let's.
I didn't give it to you. But I also, you were very, very sturdy. I know you were working on trying to like do strong stuff.
Yeah. When somebody comes in and they don't have a martial arts background, but they obviously lift a lot, does that put them above white belts who don't train at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Athleticism is like half of judo, I'm gonna say.
Really?
I'd argue athleticism is half of martial arts in general, unless your martial art is specifically built with a different engine. You rub wood and you spray boxes? I'm sure you do, Galente, you whore. You know what's really funny? I lost 2 subs. I lost 2 subs over, I'm assuming, the video that we watched before this, the Shoe on Head video. Because I lost him in that meantime. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, like competition anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Your technique matters a lot, and it's going to matter more the longer you do it. But at the beginning, going against someone else who's new,
Right.
it's like all athleticism and like 10% technique.
Fair.
And then later on, your
Yeah.
technique gets better. But if you look at the Olympics, like everybody's jacked and shredded too. Like
We then moved on to Newaza and judo, which is not too dissimilar from
Ground
jiu-jitsu.
game, yeah.
And I think strength matters even less in gi jiu-jitsu. Don't get me wrong, it's definitely important, but in a game that emphasizes athleticism less and knowledge base more, it makes sense. Most of the points that strength come into play are in transitions between 2 different major
You think
positions.
you know one of those lost subs?
There's plenty of times
You
where
might.
someone is in
You
mount
might.
or side mount, or I'm in mount and I can use my strength to overpower someone. But that doesn't mean I'm winning a fight, more or less. Now, maybe if I can exhaust them in the process, that would help. But strength doesn't really apply to most techniques or submissions.
Thought about streaming, but I'm a bit like you, I guess. Prefer not to be on camera, but I think I'd be like Asmongold if I did. My views could be decisive. That's fine. You just need to cut out a niche for yourself. So that's what I have the Every Death a Doodle for. You just got to do something that you enjoy doing, and people will come. You just have the charisma and try to, get with other creators. And I don't mean like specifically use other creators to boost yourself. I'm saying get with other creators and learn how they work. I've learned a lot from Cinny. I've learned a lot from Zax. I've learned a lot from Kitty. And that's what I'm saying. And complaining is like mucho uno, and it seems this the streaming sphere. I just think that like React streaming is kind of iffy. I can see why people love doing this. You can put your balls in other men's faces. Yeah, and they're not allowed to bite you. So you can just make them uncomfortable. It's great.
Doesn't mean you can't bench press somebody off side mount, though. There are things that definitely work. If you can find yourself in like a gross motor movement position, like a bench press or a deadlift, a movement that's almost a one-to-one replica of lifts that you already do, guess what? You're gonna be able to do it pretty easy. These are also
Maybe
the
I'll watch
things
you
that I
guys and see
struggle
what
with
happens.
against people who are stronger than me. Not that anybody's stronger than I am. In middle school, they called me Seth the Strong.
And
Is it Seth
yes,
the Sweaty? I think it was Seth the
yes, Miss Sparkles is in the hospital. She broke her arm, but she has not said how or why it happened. I'm a little worried about her. I hope that she's doing all right. So yeah, let's thoughts and prayers out for Miss Sparkles.
Sweaty. As you can probably assume from looking at me, my inability to blink at this moment, I sweat a lot. That's where the sponsor of today's video, Element, comes into play. With all that sweat that I lose, I'm
Oh, we got ads, so I'm just gonna look here.
Salt that is vital to your body's day-to-day needs. Element is a delicious.
We'll just turn this down a little bit.
Helps give you that salt back.
Mystics Vegeta says, I've thought about it, but I'd hate to get it all going and then a bunch of whiny leftists gets my channel completely effed, then being back to being screwed / where I am now, so I vote against it. So why are you why are you convincing yourself not to start?
I got one in my bag. I keep those things
Mystics
on.
Vegeta.
In the wintertime, they also have the chocolate
Come on.
medley,
You
which is
already
great.
have a
You
channel.
heat it up, you make a little hot chocolate. Wonderful. The
Why not just do
chocolate
it? What is stopping you? That sounds like a piss poor excuse, not gonna lie. I'm not trying to be a dick, but I went over and over and over again trying to convince myself that I was not cut out for this and that I cannot stream. And I just did it anyway, because I was basically just called a pussy. It's like, what the fuck are you afraid of? Just start. So if you could convince yourself that it's not gonna work out, but you don't know until you try. So just do it. If you don't like it, then just don't do it. But just do it.
Whenever I've made videos like this in the past,
There's literally
I get
nothing
accused
stopping
of
you.
hating on bodybuilders. Bro, how am I supposed?
Be more about wasting your time. I'm wasting my time right now.
A lot of the comments are, Seth, they're not trying to become better at fighting, they're building their body. They're usually great at it, but every now and then you have a very swollily built person.
But like, I swear to God, if you come up on me, I'm gonna be bench pressing the street. I'm just sick of all these jiu-jitsu, Kaizen, fucking bastards, street fighter motherfuckers, thinking just because they know MMA, they can whoop a big.
Yes. Yes, they can. Mr. Balloon Traps. I love your traps, by the way. I love your shoulders. They look great. You're on roids, though. 100%. Nobody calls me chicken. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm calling Mystics Vegeta's bluff. All right? Vegeta, I know you can do it. I know you can do it. Don't be a pussy. Bimo helped me start properly. Yeah, just fucking do it. It's not gonna be amazing. My streams are not amazing. They're definitely not perfect. But it's just a learning process. You just do it. You do it, you get better over time. I could have a bunch of, quote, whiny leftists in my chat. I probably have a third whiny leftist in my chat all the time. But that's okay. It's hard to find the time. Every other day I lose up to 8 hours a day with my bathroom issues. Yeah, it's something where you just start with 2 to 3 hours. And if you can't make it, you can't make it. Your health is your health. But I think that you should probably start before you convince yourself that it's never going to work.
Dudes to get instantly pressed about a dude who's not a skinny like you're a skinny. If I catch you on the street, it doesn't matter what kind of fighting technique you know. I'm
Dude's
smashing
on
a bottle
gear.
over your I'm picking up the nearest object and I'm launching it at you. I'm tackling you into the wall. I don't care about your rules and regulation. There's no regulation in the gym that says I can't launch a 45 plate at your.
Well, this is just a well-adjusted member of society. This is all. What are their names? The Trend Twins. I don't think Trend's their last name.
So like, if I'm stronger than you and bigger than you, I have more of a shield, first of all. I got more power, got more strength, I got more.
No, that's so not true. Just because you have larger muscles does not mean that you have more strength. Sorry, that's not how that works. You just started OnlyFans with those boobs. Not that it couldn't work, just it wouldn't be worth the effort with the likelihood it could fail. Vegeta, if you treat it like a business, most businesses fail. But the ones that don't fail are the ones we know. And what happens is these business owners will have their business fail, and then they'll start another one. If my channel were to completely get nuked, I would just start up another one. That's what I'm saying. You're convincing yourself that it's going to be a failure before you even started. You just got to make it. You already have a channel. You have subscribers already. So you have a base already. What's stopping you? These sound like bad excuses. The bathroom issues, the health issues, I can completely understand. The other stuff about this could be a failure, I think that that's a bad excuse. If YouTube bans your account and you can't make another, watch me. There's plenty of ways to get around that system.
Endurance, you know what I'm saying? Like I made.
The endurance is,
I'm still speedy, bro. Like I can.
Sure, bud. Sure, bud. I'm still speedy, bro.
Put some punches, bro. I'm like.
Oh, they actually wrestled in a video later. Okay. Starts off with some hand fighting.
Yeah, he's got a leg.
Obviously overpowering this guy like a lot. Is he gonna turn into a high crotch? He does. He gets the lift.
Oh, Ted lift him. Drop.
A little bit of a dump. Oh, but dude immediately pops back up. Oh no. Oh.
It's all right. You don't piss them off. It's all right.
Way.
You're still speed, bro. You're like.
These two are a little bit more mobile than I thought they were gonna be. What else do we have here? Oh, he's got gloves on?
Keep on the ground.
Not super clean.
Hand up. Keep that hand up.
Oh,
Very
he's so
average
slow.
level of striking. When someone walks into a kickboxing gym, you'll probably get this the first time anybody comes in.
Yeah.
He's very obviously muscularly inclined and is kind of like woofing through his punches.
Moral of the story: I got no hands.
Vegeta, you can start a YouTube channel and get an audience and not earn money.
My life. I don't know. I feel like it was the gloves, bro.
You can do that.
Yeah, I'm
I
sure
understand that there are
like
issues with the
gloves that
SSI,
sap you
and
of all
I sympathize
fighting
greatly.
skill. That's usually what martial arts gear is for. Compared
But
to
I'm
the
talking
average
about
person,
build an
they
audience.
have a serious leg up.
Because the
100%,
audience matters
especially
more
if they
than the
play
money
football.
in certain areas. Jesse James West. Ooh. Creamage says, when you were a bouncer, did you ever come across a drunken moron that you thought, well, fuck, I hope he doesn't spurg out? Yes. Yes, 100%. Multiple times. Because there are plenty of people that have like, you know, you look at them and you know, this person values life differently than I do, to put it in a nice way. It's the I wish a motherfucker would type of people, and then they get drunk and they start getting like that weird stare. I can't describe it better than that. It's a weird stare. I mean, bigger than you, it's hard to be bigger than me. That's the thing. I'm 6'3", and I am not built wiry. I am a freaking giant rectangle. So it's a little hard to be bigger than me, but there are plenty of people that I've run into that are bigger than me or more capable of me than me in terms of like, oh, I know that these people would scrap for a long time. And yeah, I hope and pray. I hope and pray. That's all I can do. I'm like, we're going to go for de-escalation. Same, you're just nerfed to 6 foot. All right. Let me take a look at that, Brog the Frog. Brog the Frog, you still also need to make sure that you tag me. If you tag me, then I'll know. Let's take a look here. This is Brog the Frog. He's made stuff for me. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Look at that. You did? Oh my gosh. You did, but I don't have the, I don't have a, Now, okay, I have a question. I'm just going to say this. Brock the Frog, you went through all this work to create a recording when you could just press the create button and create a post like this. And then you save it as an image and you can put it in right here. And then you can tag me. I'm just saying. You can do that. Let's get back into the video. Oh yeah, I forgot that I had this up. You can't do that for some reason. You can't find it. That's a good question.
Now, Jesse's hamming this up a little bit, but okay, he's hamming this part up a lot. But when he's trying, this doesn't look too dissimilar to me from when bodybuilders come into the gym and they try and spar.
Yeah.
It's kind of stiff. It's not really fully understanding what's happening. But guess what? Everybody does that when they first walk into a gym. Can Jesse punch harder than the average person who walks into the gym? Probably so. But I think when it comes to the learning curve, there are some disadvantages to having your body pre-trained to do specific movements a specific way. Like the same motion that you have to bench press is theoretically the one that you have to punch, but there's different nuances and details.
A lot. A whole lot.
Bradley takes the back.
Look at my head back. You good? Yeah, hold on.
What's up with the frame rate on this video?
I got rocked. You got rocked?
That was
a good punch. Yeah. That was a good punch.
Didn't know how to fall, lands on his head. That doesn't just count for getting thrown. There's plenty of times where people throw people and land on their head.
Frog the Frog, are you on mobile?
Oh, is he
Looks
going up
painful
and over?
to the back. That is why
strong.
they are on
He's going
these
up and over.
mats.
Oh. All right, I want to see Bradley wrestle somebody small.
You're on desktop? Because it is just right. You can see the create post right here, right?
All right, this guy's much smaller.
That is a way smaller guy.
Maybe high school wrestler. Oh,
Yeah,
nice sweep.
get flipped.
Wait. He's got a flag. That's a flag. That's a flag.
And he taps.
That's it. Holy
Yeah, I mean, if you're like, that makes sense. When two people are both beginners.
You probably need YouTube Studio enabled.
and
What do you
one of
mean you
them
need
is
it enabled? It's
much
automatically
bigger,
enabled.
Not a great position. Pretty sweet takedown.
Everyone has YouTube Studio.
And then outweighing somebody by 100 pounds and out squatting them and benching them by probably like 400. That is the goal, after all, to be stronger than people. I mean, my goal is to be stronger than myself from a
It
couple
could
years
be
ago.
that you're on a
Man,
kid's
it's been a
account.
bit since I
Kids
cracked this
account
puppy
definitely can't
open.
do it.
If you've ever seen the Joe Rogan clip of him kicking the bag and it reading a stupid number,
Yes.
that's this thing. And we're going to see if we
Oh, I
can
love
beat
those
that
things
stupid
so
number
much.
again
163.
for the second time, or more so, I want to beat my number from last time. To start off the power test, I jumped right into a jab. The power in the jab was more, but I would say it was like marginally more. But when it comes to the cross, I don't know what exactly changed, but I got so much more weight and speed, like maybe 1.25 times what it was when I practiced this originally.
He's
And then the
stupid. He
same
was
thing
tapping
applies
for
to
like
the
5
elbow
seconds
and
before
the
it won't
hook
let go.
punch.
Yup,
Because
that's
my
a dick
chest
move.
and my shoulder strength has gone up by a lot, I'm throwing punches like DK and Super Mario Sluggers.
Ooh.
That's a grand slam.
Grand slam. Yeah, but you're just doing haymakers.
But then we move on to the kicks, and this is where my heart breaks a little bit.
Okay, now he threw his hip into it. Because the big thing you need to look at when someone kicks is if they don't push this side of the hip, this butt cheek, doesn't go out, you're not kicking right. Already my bed is calling me. Have fun and sleep well. Thanks for hanging out, Galente. We need to hook up soon. You have a good one.
My best guess is because of the meticulous nature of kicking.
That one hurt us
Oh, he
both.
pulled someone.
I just lost a step.
Ooh, I love those kicks right there.
No
the
matter
push
how
kicks.
strong my legs are,
Good
I
old
can't
teep.
do the movement as fluidly as I should be able to.
good nah.
I'm not transferring that same power that I can create into an effective kick, and my numbers went down. It is simply too technical a movement to be able to just muscle through. But you don't have to hit somebody as hard as you can every time you go out there and spar.
Correct.
Which will be our last test.
In fact, you shouldn't do that. If you are going full force all the time, you have no control. This was a big thing that I was taught in martial arts. As I'll remind you, I've done martial arts for more than 8 years. And my initial teacher, my Sifu, specifically, he never had us use any sort of padding. Any. So we knew exactly how much it took to take someone down. It doesn't need to be that much. It really doesn't need to be that much. Kickboxing, let's go.
So how often do you have somebody come in, like no training, that's super jacked?
Like powerlifter type guys?
Pretty much anybody who lifts.
Damn, she's got some
I'd
shoulders.
say once every like 3 months.
Those shoulders
Are
could
they
kick.
on average
They could cut someone.
better off
No.
than people who... Oh boy, this will be fun. I started striking from a very young age. Long before I started lifting, specifically lifting for sport in high school and college. So my striking isn't shaped by strength like my grappling is, but I've sparred less than a handful of times in the last year. So I'm sure it's going to be affected. One of the pros of being strong in your striking...
So do you see how nice they're being? They are not trying to blast each other full force. Not at all. They're just showing, hey, I've placed it here. That's all you need to do. This could have been, if it was full force, it would have fucking hurt. That's all you need to do when you're sparring. This goes far beyond just like doing martial arts. This is any sort of physical exercise that is you versus another person. You do not need to go full force. That's the thing. Our quarry stands before us, but he was about to be-5 us. That's a good one. I quit my soccer team one time because at training, they would let people go full on and you got injured multiple times. Yeah, that was a bad teacher. The person in charge there is doing a bad job. If they let you go full force on each other and injure each other all the time, that's it. That's a bad thing. That's a disgusting teacher right there.
Is how much you can move people with kicks. If you have a solid base and balance and you can extend your leg through someone with a bunch of mass behind it, they're gonna move.
Yes.
You'll see a little bit more power generation and
Right.
so that explosiveness.
Yeah.
Right. But then sometimes
You
like,
gas
we've got a
out.
few guys who are power lifters.
Right.
Their endurance is crap.
What are the things that don't function well when people start off after having lifted for a long time?
Generally, it's like just speed and reaction time.
One of the cons that I noticed from all these exchanges were that
did you
my
see that?
exchanges felt...
Did you guys see that? Let's go back. Let's go back. Take a look. Look at this arm right here, okay? Look at this arm right here. All right, it's gonna meet this. It's gonna kiss those ribs right there.
One of the
wham, and then it came up, smack right across the face. Wham. I think it looks funny when people sweat and there's just a big wet spot on their shirts. Yeah, I agree. It does look funny.
Things that I noticed from all these exchanges were that my exchanges felt more awkward. My timing wasn't as good and my reflexes weren't quite what they used to be. That probably comes from a mixture of a lack of sparring, but also an increase in time under tension on those shoulders. My footwork was definitely a little bit clunkier. I'm moving around more human, and being light on your toes and agile is not exactly a core tenet to lifting heavy weights.
Correct.
It's not even close to being a target for most people. And I don't want to toot my own horn, but on a day where I felt like I was doing some of the worst sparring I've had in a long time, this is much better than you would see out of 99% of people who don't train. But then at the same time, I have more moments where there's things I would do in the past, probably would have worked, like a blitz, and because of the difference in how often this guy has sparred and I have sparred, I get caught by the biggest shot of the round.
Yup.
Right? You know, I mean, just because you're used to picking up something static and putting it down, and now you're, even just hitting pads, you're talking about things that are moving.
Right.
You see a lot of times their body flows in kind of like one direction. They don't have the fluidity to just say, okay, turn your hip over. This is like,
it's just
you're
like,
introducing, or
Now, it took me years to actually understand what people meant when they said turn your hip over. I think this is just a skill issue on my end. But it took forever.
They wind up being kind of like the rock'em sock'em robot.
Fighting in almost any capacity is having strength, but only using it at very specific moments. Muscling your way through something that should be sharp or speedy only counteracts
look at
that
that guy's
exact movement.
That was fantastic.
It's the exact reason that there's a stigma in MMA that the guys that are more well-built have worse cardio. It's not always the case, but the guys who use all of their muscle on every exchange, those are the guys that get the most tired. Well,
True.
and the ones that are out of shape. Some other combination that involves fluidity and technique, along with a little bit of luck, is what most fighting
Question in jiu-jitsu, if you ball up like a rock, how would you get submitted? I just imagined that in my head, and now I have to know. So I'm not a jiu-jitsu guy, but I have heard this question asked before. And you are allowed to dig into people's ribs and just make them pained. And you will get through because pain compliance works. Generally.
comes down to. There's definitely more factors, but
let's turn that back. Let's see. He fell.
There's definitely more
What a
factors,
nerd.
but having strength and luck, along with some athleticism, is good enough to beat
Like a sternum
most
rub,
people who
indeed.
don't train the technique. There's no doubt about that. To me, strength is more of an accessory to fighting capability than it is
nice.
one of the core concepts. Your skills and your knowledge are going to be the most important aspects to whether or not you can fight. You can aid your experience with strength, but it can't be the only aspect that you have.
Good job, time. All right, if you guys want one more round, you can do one more round.
Does lifting make you better at fighting?
Well, lifting makes you better at fighting.
Okay.
Yes.
After you're good at fighting already?
I would say so, yeah.
How's it going?
Like it's an
It's a
attachment.
Hey,
complementary
Master K, what's up?
The strength and conditioning programs that our fighters utilize, it's a lot of like single leg stuff, depending on how much weight they have to gain or lose.
Right.
We're really working on like lower rep schemes so that they can develop enough power. But then it's also working kind of conversely supersetting with like some mobility exercises.
Yeah,
so
it's
that
much more dynamic.
Dynamic, yes, versus
I need to get fit, but my neck and my back, your pussy and your crack, always wanted to try, are kind of buggered, always wanted to try boxing, but not sure how. So it just starts, like it starts with just throwing a punch. And I mean, not throwing it hard, but placing, let's say you have it in front, you are standing in front of a wall that you know is not going to break. And all you're doing is you're placing those two knuckles, because all you're hitting people with are those two front knuckles on your hands, on your fists, and you just place it, lean against it. And then you just place the other one and you lean against it. Pop your pussy like this, indeed. Harness that key, pop your pussy like this.
the, just deadlift.
Right. How do you create fluidity and muscular use?
It's more so combining your strength with mobility. Being
William
able to
Shabmo.
unlock your hips and teach you how to stabilize from the ground up. And so getting your glutes to fire effectively is one of the most essential ways to be able to then make fluid movement. If you look at every single exercise that we do, from our mobility, from our strength, it's the same sequence. Even when when we're in our hip flexor stretch, we're in our glute stretch.
Right.
What is the first thing we activate? The hips. We stabilize the hips and then move from there.
I would say that smaller people
I
tend
agree
to
with that
get
completely.
better at their technique. They get crispier faster.
Because you have to.
Yeah, you don't have any strength, so
Get
you have
crispier.
to do it perfectly to throw the person. And then the stronger you are, the more the more leeway you get. You got a much wider margin of error because what you lack in the technique, you can make up on the back end. It matters, and
crispy
like I said at the
fighting.
beginning, when people don't have great technique, you can really see that strength gap shine through.
Hey, how do you guys feel about conclusions? Are you
Deep-fried
pro or
fights.
anti-conclusion? Do you like it?
Are you
Do
pro
like
or
when things are
anti-conclusion?
Because it's about to happen. Here is my opinion on
Are you
people
pro
who
or
are strong in their
anti-conclusion?
capability of fighting. If you are even above
I feel like
average
I'm pro
strong, you start
conclusion. This
off
is why the
being
thinkers
able to
sometimes
fight
annoys
better
me.
than the average person. And then slowly over time, as you start to go against more skilled people with more technique and more time in, you will start to drop. But the rate and to what degree you drop kind of depends on how athletic you are. If you are not
High-caloric
athletic at all, you are going to
fightisms.
have a harder time much sooner, if not maybe on this first day. But if you're more athletic, it's going to take a while before people start to catch up with you in technique, and you'll also probably
Damn, when I first
get
came
the
here, Beam was
technique
at
faster. And
95
then
subs,
things will all
now
kind of
171.
even out, I think.
Indeed,
People
I
that
was
are
at
at a higher level than
173
you will still be
today,
able to
but 2
control you,
people
But
left.
eventually you'll be able to use the strength again because you'll have the technique that allows the strength to be possible.
we're moving on
Once you
up.
have
I've been
all
doing
the
this for
technique
4
that
months.
Everybody else has. If you are still that strong, it's going to be super beneficial. Do I think Bradley Martin could beat Devin Haney in a fight? We're talking about an incredibly strong guy who's 260 pounds, as you might know. The things you don't really think about is how people react to being punched in the face. It's not a very fun thing. Shock is
Agreed.
real. The grappling
Yeah.
ability of Bradley would come into play here. It's not great, but it's definitely not zero amount. If there's a non-fighter that could beat these guys, it would be somebody like Bradley Martin. Fairly athletic, freakishly strong, heavy, but skill and technique does matter. This question of how much skill and technique beats brute strength, it's going to change from person to person. My money is on the fighters. If you guys have other questions
Yeah.
like this that you'd like
My
to see
money's
me
also on the
explore,
fighters.
please feel free. Leave a comment. Tell me what you want to see.
Subscribe to Sensei Seth. This is a fantastic video. He's got even more videos like this. He's got such a good catalog. Master Caecilius, if you are not subscribed to this guy, you need to. Master Caecilius, I'm calling you out specifically. You nerd. You nerd. Why do I feel like Bima looks exactly like this guy? I am not as sexy as this man.
Do me a favor.
All right, that's not a very.
And watch some
Come on, let's
other
get a good fight.
content.
You know that looks okay. You're on it. Look up Bradley Martin versus Logan Paul. Okay, so say you put Prime Mike Tyson versus Gorilla. Gorilla will win. I think one gorilla versus one human, most times, even prime human, most times, especially if they're barehanded, that human's going to lose. My money was on the fighters when fighting other humans. Why are we bringing in other things that are not humans? Why are we taking it out of the scope of the actual conversation? Mike Tyson is a fighter, but a gorilla is a fucking gorilla. Do you know how strong gorillas are? They are on average 8 to 20 times stronger than a human. And apes are not human. Otherwise, apes would be called humans. We are in the ape family, but we are not the same. Come on, why are you doing this? Why are you being this guy? In the gorilla versus men debate, I never hear anyone talking about gouging out the gorilla's eyes for some reason. Sure, you could give that a try, but if the gorilla grabs you, you're getting a limb ripped off. That's the thing. You could even put it against like a human versus a chimp. Okay? A chimp is probably going to win because a chimp has so much more strength. They can grab your arm and yank it off. This has actually been recorded that they will rip your limbs off and go for your nuts, which is dirty fighting. Hey, why are you spamming that, all right? I won't accept spam in my Discord job application. You already put it there once. I see it. But I will put that up But we have some other stuff that we're going to be doing today. As you can see, Jobber wants to be a dad. It's a me, and apparently Jobber is my father. Are you a good father, Jobber? That would be the next question. I'm removing these other posts that you did. Do not spam in my Discord. Okay. So, 98.8. You're now daddy. A good father would donate money to his son, indeed. Father, why am I become like this? But we have some other stuff that we're going to do. I want to look at some more fighting stuff. There's more Sensei Seth. Let's take a look at his catalog. He's got some really good stuff here. So, surviving the hardest exam in martial arts. Oh, he's got a lot of members content now. Oh. Who are you going to fight? I'm going to fight you. I'm going to fight you. But also, the results are in for the poll. The answer: does being muscular help make you a better fighter? No, for 66% of the votes. Have you seen Dakota Dicheva fight? I have not. I have not. Dakota Dicheva. Oh, ladies. Okay. Okay. Let's see this.
Against the fence with body shots.
Ooh. I'm gonna mute this just so that, you know, we don't get freaking claimed. I assume that's Dakota right there. What do we got? Okay, she's getting struck, and then she decides to hug. MMA looks so funny to me. Those are some brutal knees. Holy shit, that's gotta hurt. Holy shit, that's gotta hurt. Okay, it started over. That's funny? Yes, MMA looks funny to me. I've done it. Damn, she really is trying to look sexy there. Now I understand why Master K wanted me to look at that. How Abraham Lincoln invented the choke slam? That's pretty neat. Hey, look, this is a pretty neat video on Kung Fu right here. Kung Fu isn't just Chinese fighting. This video right here describes exactly what Kung Fu means, which is literally just, it directly translates to hard work. She's sexy and she's never lost a fight, mostly knockouts. I could see that. She's not exactly my type, but man, does she look nice. The Secret to Kung Fu Power. I think this will be a fun one to watch.
Chinese martial arts have some of the most interesting backstory, tradition, methodologies of movement that's almost mystified.
It is mystified 100%. Do you live in Canada? No, I do not. Just another background. I have over 8 years of experience, 8 years of experience doing martial arts. I have tried to do an MMA debut. I got my ass kicked on my debut. I am on the Street Beefs channel. You will never figure out that it's me. Did I live in Canada? Why are you asking me this question? The Secret to Kung Fu Panda, indeed. I've lived and breathed martial arts for a long time. I'm now a little more semi-retired. I want to get back into it, but I have both trained and been training in martial arts, helping people do martial arts for years now.
The way that some Chinese martial arts speak about power is something
activated.
that Westerners can't quite wrap their head around. And that's me. I am Westerners. I've got a buddy, Kevin Lee, that I do a bunch of videos
Kevin Lee,
with,
let's
who's
go.
like my
Subscribe to
resident
Kevin
kung
Lee.
fu guy. He's incredibly knowledgeable in martial arts, and every
Master
now and then he
Caecilius,
points me in the direction
subscribe
of
to
somebody
Kevin
and
Lee.
says, you should learn from this person. And usually, I fully wrap my head around what's happening. This video is not the case.
Yeah, he was very confused
Okay,
on this one.
So, internal force, right?
Internal power.
Is that the correct term?
Internal power.
Internal force. Okay, so I guess the first question I should ask, is this the same thing as chi?
It's the same thing as chi.
Okay. I maybe should have.
Also, the audio on this video kind of sucks. They're guessing Canada because you can be at home with broken ribs and not at work. No, I just have a really good job. That's why.
I've asked something different because I don't know what chi is either. I know the term.
Let's talk about just motion.
Okay.
Because if we talk about chi,
yeah,
it takes long time.
Okay.
I
The guy
can
we're
explain
training with
chi.
today's name is.
I can explain chi, okay? Because this is how I understand chi. All right, chi is just your breath. It is the breath that you use to regulate your body. That is your chi. When people are saying that you need to use your chi to attack someone, they're meaning that you are going to use your air, your breath. Because with that breath comes strength. With chi comes strength. Master Caecilius, you might agree with me on this. What do you think? I know that Master Caecilius also does Kung Fu.
Dimitri. I feel like I should say his name fast. Dimitri. Because that's what he is. He's
Look
fast.
at this shit.
And he's also quite powerful. Two things that I'd like to be.
Stance generate your power. Let's just take a line. Yeah.
Let me see. Are there closed captions? There we go.
And now, try to do just a step forward. And imagine you try and force straight, penetrate through.
Okay.
And it's something stop you.
Okay.
And try and go, and you feel?
Key is breath, but
like
also electromagnetism, which comes
Like
from
your,
breath. Agreed,
I didn't
but
see.
that's a little
I
more
didn't-
meta.
I don't see. I see what you're saying. Okay. I didn't, but that's okay.
Focus on the dantian. Lower core, lower stomach.
Okay.
From here, we're going to
This is where, like,
joints.
this is so hard to explain because there's so much freaking Chinese mysticism that does not get translated into English. This is insanely difficult for so many people to actually comprehend. My Sifu had to basically force me. Dantian is where you store ki. Indeed, it is in your navel. It is actually a religious concept that it's stored there, but that's not really relevant to how it works. It's just giving you kind of a visual. Generally, this stuff is explained only in the mysticism. It's wild how Jackie Chan is in this random kung fu video. Wow, creamage. This guy's more built than Jackie Chan. Come on. This is just not explained very well, or the people that get taught this don't understand the concept, so then they can never move forward in martial arts, specifically Chinese martial arts, which takes some of the longest time to become proficient at. This is a major foundational issue with American Chinese martial arts.
Squeeze inside to the dantian.
Okay.
And then just release.
Okay, gotcha.
And
so
now
do you
You
do
did
that
not understand.
mentally, or do you do it
No,
with
do it
muscle?
just with the muscle. It's not the muscle. It's your tendons.
Okay, with the tendon. So, how do you feel?
This is part of the thing that like makes me feel like I wish I was on camera.
Now.
I'm kind of starting to think that internal power is something that can't be traced. Oh, speaking of which.
You're gonna attempt to do an art stream. You have a good one. You have a good one, Judicus. Take it easy.
Hello, my name is Gerald. My phone number is 212-335-7213.
I feel totally fine saying that because none of that is true, which is awesome about the sponsor of today's.
No, I'm not going on camera. But this would be an easier thing to explain Am I built like a brick shithouse like Seth? Seth who? Seth who, Creamage? Dr. Yang's Qigong meditation, embryonic breathing is a must read. I don't think I've read that book. Seems like a fancy way of saying breath correctly and power from your hips upward. Not necessarily. The guy I'm reacting to? Oh, that's what you mean. I am not a brick shithouse. I would not say so. I have some weight to lose. But I'm getting there. I'm closer to his build than I am freaking someone else's build. I'm taller than him, though.
Today's video is Surfshark. If you don't know what Surfshark is or a VPN is, down below, I hope you try it out.
This is an old video.
Because I did such a poor job asking questions on the day of, I just tried to look cool and know everything. I needed some help later on. Yo, yo.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Do you remember the video that I recorded with Dimitri, like 7 months ago?
Yeah.
All I can really figure out is that we're doing internal power. I don't feel like I understand it well enough to explain it to an audience.
Mm-hmm.
How should I research this? Because I feel like I'm not seeing a lot on internal power when I search it in the English term.
Correct.
Yes.
So there is a Chinese term that we use a lot in Kung Fu. We call it Fajin. And
Fajin.
if I were to
Yes,
break down
Fajin.
in this, like the simplest way, it's a way to generate power in short amount of time with explosive.
Our nervous system is run by electromagnetic energy. Key is not religious, it's scientific. I'm not sure I completely agree with you. It can be both. Mainly because when people see Ki, they see it as a mystical thing because it's only ever described in a mystical way. So I don't completely agree with you, Master K.
Which is a good start for me. I know that's definitely what we were doing. So how do you spell that? Fajin is a term used in Chinese martial arts. It means to issue or discharge power explosively or refining the explosive power, and is not specific to any particular striking method. With this in mind, a boxer is also capable of Fajin. The term usually refers to a set of methods to generate and focus force, resulting in the physical feats with far less visual physical expressions, such as the 1-inch punch. Oh, okay. Fajin.
Which, can anyone in the chat do a 1-inch punch? 1-inch punches are so much fun. In Western terms, we really like just talking about aggression/intensity. Indeed. And this is not an aggression/intensity thing. It's much more than that. That's what she said. The emotion that drives the punch. And this isn't necessarily emotion. This is definitely something that gets caught up in mysticism, but really once you know exactly what it is, and I'm not the best at explaining it, but it's any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Arthur C. Clarke. Okay, I get you. I just don't think that people are going to hear you out the way that you were describing. This is the same problem that my Sifu had, and we ended up throwing it all out for the sake of understanding. We had to go to his teacher and his teacher's teacher in order to basically have a private lesson with them to understand what Fajin was, or Ki, and how to use it. This is not some mystical thing. This is why I pretty much stand on breath, because it doesn't really translate very well otherwise. Because you can feel when your entire breath leads your whole body forward, if that makes sense. And once you feel it, you know what you're looking for. My brother is more of a practitioner in this than I am. He's way better at explaining it, but this is how I got it, at least.
Roots can be traced back to ancient China, where it was developed and refined over thousands of years. While these martial arts are renowned for their soft and flowing movements, Fajin represents a surprising contrast, a sudden but explosive burst of energy within.
Do you see that? He literally jumped back.
Fluid forms. So that I'm not really getting any specific answers. Okay, here we go. The principles of Fagen.
I wish we could have a conversation. I've seen key miracles. Yeah, I'm a little skeptical of that, Master K.
Rooting, spiraling energy, coordination of breath, mind-body unity, timing and precision. It's crucial.
Everything that was just said right there is completely right on point.
Coordination of breath, mind-body unity, timing and precision.
Okay. Now the thing is if this needs to be explained to someone that is only in a Western mindset. I'm going to say that that sounds a little weird, but a Western mindset, because the Chinese kind of figured this thing out in very different terms. This is why it's a little hard for Americans to understand it. Rooting is easy to pick up. Spiraling energy is just how you're applying the energy. Coordination of breath, very easy to pick it up. Mind-body unity goes with coordination of breath. Timing and precision goes along with spiraling energy. It all works hand in hand. So that is something. Sorry, I just see Master K, you're saying that you brought a deaf man's hearing back with Key, believe it or not. I do find that hard to believe. I'm skeptical of that. I'm not calling you a liar. I just don't know if what you're saying is true. I'm gonna bank off I don't know. But I hope that this right here makes a little more sense. My ex took away my hearing.
It's crucial to emphasize that Fagen is not solely about
you guys should give me a
strength,
video
it's
to
about
watch after
understanding
this.
and harnessing subtle energy flows within the body. But like, what is energy in martial art? That's the main question I have, is what is energy? I don't know. I'm sure we'll figure out what that energy is though, and I'm
Energy is breath.
sure it won't be uncomfortable.
Twist and untwist your groin.
Ooh.
Twist and untwist your groin.
Let's make this exercise. Okay. And now we stand deep as you can.
Okay.
Deeper.
Well, unfortunately, and fortunately, I suppose, we're learning about the spiraling energy here, I would assume. Learning how to rotate your body to create this energy.
And now throw it.
Yep. See, okay, Master K, do you realize like this is bow stance into other bow stance? Don't you love that?
Do that again? Hold on, sorry, I wasn't looking.
It's like a baseball. You remember the baseball?
Yeah, I know. The baseball, that's not what I'm curious about. Let me...
Open. Yeah.
Mine didn't make that sound. I feel like this was my first taste of the energy, was simply hearing this man's hand fly through the air.
He added a sound effect.
It was a sound. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, look at this. But you're using shoulder.
Yeah.
Try use your hips and lower back. Yeah. Now you know a small idea, right?
Yeah, very small idea. Okay, I'm just... The sound is a little confusing me. Okay, so sorry, I'm not going to keep you off track too much. Go ahead.
The next one, Chini, is a striking with step.
The next portion we learn about is the rooting that we mentioned earlier. Your connection with the ground, which is that
Rooting
where
is
the
fun.
energy's coming from? Because if so, that makes sense. We all kind of know this.
It's like dog sniffing something. Imagine your food.
Is a
Jazz
duck
hands.
sniffing something?
Dog nose. Yeah, and look, and I'm trying to find something. One, and stop.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
you heal.
This is very similar to
I will admit, though,
training that we
this
had.
is different than any other step that I've thought of before.
Why the heel?
It's generating power. You will see.
Attaching the heel to the ground in a dramatic fashion is much different than rotating on the ground.
Agreed.
Yeah, but don't lift it too much. 1 and 2. And now throw the ball. 1. No, same time.
And from here we get to the timing and precision, but the
I encourage you to
timing
read
between
embryonic
the
breathing. I
different
will buy
parts
it
of
for
your
you
own
if
body.
you will read it. I'll absolutely read it, bro.
1.
Because I suppose if you start generating the energy, right, then there's like a disconnect. Like if the energy missed its connecting flight, then it wouldn't get to where it's supposed to be going.
Yeah. almost.
Yeah, it's about the body unity.
Okay. So what are we doing here?
Coordination.
I guess is this a strike?
Yeah, we're generating power, power to strike. Yeah.
Okay. I gotta go back to the tendons. So how do you flex a tendon? I guess is it like something is it mentally different than doing a muscle?
No, just don't use a muscle. Just a throw, like, right?
Yeah.
So this is the kind of thing that actually threw off one of my buddies when this is used. When you say don't use your muscle, well, thing is you can't not use your muscle. Do I have Kindle? No, but I have Audible, and yeah, that's about it. I don't have Kindle, but I can probably find it, Master K. But when you run into this thing where they say just don't use muscle, there's a little bit of a disconnect, because in order to hold your arm out, you have to use muscle. So there is a disconnect. So you're using as little muscle as possible. That really is what kind of is going with. But this guy, it's the mysticism that bothers me. That's why I'm just like, okay, you know.
You're using muscle somewhere else.
No, you don't use muscle.
Okay.
At all.
Okay.
At
just
all.
The tendon.
Just the tendons.
Just your body.
Okay.
But you
Should
can't
be
hold
like
it up
weight
unless you're
going
using
from
muscles.
Ground and shake to the straight.
Okay.
Shake your body.
Yeah, the sound is still tripping me out. Every time we do this, though, I feel more and more immobile in my joints. I feel like I'm like throwing my shoulder out. I feel like I'm hurting my hips. Something about it just doesn't feel like I'm doing it right.
Oh, because we cannot punch just like that, right?
Right.
This is muscle.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you use the whole body, all your joints, you move more stronger, right?
Right.
And it is a. See, this is what he's okay. This was something that was described in my training as circular motion. That was the way it was described, of like just putting your whole body into basically unison so that you can generate as much power as possible. Rather than just sticking it straight out, you are basically doing a gears circular motion. Does that make sense? Am I speaking nonsense, chat?
Yeah. And I think Dimitri does a really good job of pinpointing what I'm doing wrong, which would be the fluidity of my movement.
You see this, Ian?
Yes.
Could you draw? Can you draw?
Draw the whole
Yeah. Imagine it's your pencil, right?
Okay.
And try to draw for me just a Ian. Circle, yeah. Just a circle. Okay. Circle and center line.
Oh, okay. I feel like I'm flexing through everything, which is not a fun feeling. I can 100% see how this would be important to speed, though. Being able to move your body in ways that is relaxed and doesn't have body parts contradicting each other.
Do I have a P.O. box? No,
that kind
I
of
do
thing
not.
would slow you down.
Master Caecilius, don't worry about it.
Slower.
Just give me a link to where I can
I'm
get it.
kind of starting to put Faj in together at this point.
Now, you're in my Discord, right?
And now do the same exercise.
You should be if
and
you're
use
not.
all your body, all your joints. I know.
You can see he's frustrated.
It's weird.
It's not even that it's weird. It makes sense in my brain, but it's very hard to do.
We did with a step, right?
Yeah.
This is how Bimo draws on his tablet.
Without step. Okay. We throw. Just stance. Put your hands like that.
Okay.
It's easier for. It's like a.
He is overthinking it, but here's the thing. Okay, I had this problem. For 4 years, actually 5 years of my martial arts training, I did not understand this concept. It was explained to me year one. My brother picked it up. My other classmates picked it up, but I didn't. This took me a long time. This is a long time of my Sifu basically putting me through special training to make sure that I actually could feel exactly what this means. And the problem is that Seth here is not feeling it. So he has no idea. He is overthinking it because it's being explained like you should feel this. But he doesn't. Because he is not in unison with himself. He's not applying all those things that he just read about. but this also was a video prior to him doing the research. So there is more here. There's a point here.
Like that.
I was doing so poorly that he was like, you know what? Let's just go back to birth.
One. Oh, you did?
See?
Look at it.
He's starting to feel it. He's beginning to believe.
It's just so fast. And despite my spirit being moderately crushed, I do think I'm getting the hang of it a little bit, which brings us to a test.
Try to touch my chest fast as you can. Just 1, 2, and pause. My goal, try and catch you. I mean, yeah.
I love this game. This is a really fun game that was that we did in my training.
Touch.
Okay.
Touch you.
You're so fast.
Don't do the ground. Yeah.
Oh, I wait till you talk. Sorry.
He's so freaking fast, guys.
Let's try same exercise.
Yeah.
But use it knee, hold your back, hold your joints. It's not just the shoulder and elbow. Oh, look at it.
Yeah,
He's starting to believe.
You knew I was going to throw that one. That's interesting.
Yes, he is a big man. He is going to get sweaty. Whoosh. I don't know why he's moving like that.
Yeah, it's much faster. Much faster. Hold on. Wait a minute. That's like... I'm moving kind of fast, no? Are we agreeing on
He's
that?
trying to grab the man's nips.
That's noticeably faster than the stuff I'd been doing before. The issue is, I don't know how I'm doing it. I do.
See, he still doesn't
using
get it,
the
but-
lower body to accelerate the force rather than just the muscles that are happening up here, as big as they are. Huge. Okay. Here's how I'm kind of making this, like, make sense in my head. If you use your lower body first, these are just pants, but if you use the muscles that are in your pants,
If you use your muscles that are in
the
your
muscles in
pants.
your lower body in general, you take the potential energy from the ground and you shove it up, right? That's what our legs do. They push off of the ground. So that's like a 1 power boost, right? And then by rotating, like we just talked about, we kind of optimize that energy. So we just created kinetic energy.
My
took it from
older
potential
brother's
energy.
amazing
So with
at
our
this.
energy, instead of drawing a straight line, I think if we rotate, it allows more time and I guess more space to achieve a higher velocity, right? So despite the fact that A to B we're moving the same distance, because we're rotating, our line is longer, which gives more time to accelerate. Does this make sense? So we're rotating, which is another power boost. So you create all this energy, and then when you throw your punch, if you use your muscles, I think what he's saying is you're doing yourself a disservice, because your muscles do 2 things on like a gross motor functionality. Your arms push and they pull. So you have muscles to do both of those, and if you flex your whole arm, then you're standing still. That's not good for punching. That's good for holding something out here. That's kind of it. So if you flex your arm muscles while throwing this punch, you're doing yourself a disservice. You're slowing yourself down. -1. What he's saying is to, instead of flexing it, let it kind of be shot out of this cannon that you've built, like a cannonball. So we've got all this stuff, and then once it gets to the very end, it kind of like shoots out of there. This is just a vessel for transferring the energy out. Long story short, the muscles of the arms aren't what creates the speed. It's everything you do beforehand.
And
if
while you
anything,
do it.
the muscles in the arms
kind of slow it down if they're focused on too much. I think that makes sense. I've recorded this like 8 times. So, sorry.
All right, chat, did you guys get it? Did you guys understand it? I think I lost half of chat most of the way through this video. Yes, that's how I do it. It's like throwing your fist or throwing a punch even. Mind blown. Yeah, he doesn't get it. See, I know Master K would get it because he already understood the concept. And I know that he's trained in similar things that I have, so I have a feeling that Master K knows what this guy's referring to regarding key, breath, and application. And this is the thing that's so hard for specifically Americans. It is a hard thing for Americans to grasp. This is straight up like an East-West divide issue here. Though there is crossover, of course, but like, it's just something I've noticed. This is why. Is it because he's Asian? No, it's not because he's Asian. It's specifically the philosophical concepts that are wrapped into the application of this. Because the philosophical concepts that are how these things get explained don't make sense to people that don't know Eastern philosophy. And I don't mean like know it as in knowledge. I mean like apply it, have felt it. And that's a very weird wishy-washy way of saying you just gotta know it. And you just gotta know it. If you don't know, you're not a part of the club. That's just, hate to tell you, hate to say it, hate the player, not the game. But we should watch some other videos. So what do we have in mind? What does my feed show me? You're gonna see, oh, there's guards, there's Bagua. Oh, we got Circle of Jerks, of course. We got some Jimmy here. We got Cinevere. We got Maximilian Dude. No CGI, no budget. They made action history. Is this the raid? Ooh, we might want to watch that. What do you guys think? You want to watch a video on the raid? Creamage and I are between both countries, so I don't know about him, but we got Asians everywhere. Funny dudes. Oh, super funny. Super funny. You know, it's got some good amount of views. What if we just watch a video on the raid? Let's see.
So, you meet up with your friends to watch this Southeast Asian movie that someone recommended, saying it was a one-of-a-kind experience. You start watching, and at first, you're kinda surprised. It looks a bit cheaper than what you're used to, and you don't really get what all the hype is about. And then, this happens.
Or is this Old Boy? Oh, this is Old Boy. Ooh, very gory.
And in that moment, you realize you might never be able to watch another action movie again without comparing it to this one. But
wait, no, this actually is the raid, right? Or genre? Yeah, it's the raid. It's just very gory.
What exactly makes it so? Take, for example, this sequence from the raid.
Disarm. Throw it around.
In this scene, Evans establishes the spatial context in the initial shots, allowing us to understand our location within the environment. He then builds tension with a riser sound effect.
The Raid 2 kitchen scene is my favorite fighting scene of all time. Check it out.
As the fight begins, leading into the most engaging
Absolutely.
part of the
we
choreography.
Should check that out.
And
here, let's just open this up, new tab. The Raid 2 kitchen scene. I'm pretty sure I've seen this, but that's 10 minutes. This is 6 minutes right here. I'm just gonna go with a 6 minute. What's that saying? Oh, content ID. Oh no. No. So this might actually mean that I cannot, that this will be a one-time thing. Content ID. Gonna have to stop right there. That is the first time I've run into that. So we will see how that goes, but we're going to have to watch a different video. What more do we have going on? It is a really good scene. I've seen the scene before, but you know, I don't want to get us claimed. That's the big thing. Because the only thing we can do as a claim is he could, like, they could strike my channel. They could strike my channel and remove my ability to stream for a week or longer. And that's not great. So I guess let's see here. What do we want to do? What do we want to do, chat? Because let's see what we got in the React video suggestions thing here. Dum-da-dum-dum-dum. Ooh, here's one from Westside Tyler. Jazza betrays the art community, embraces AI. What do you think? What do you think, chat? Ooh. Ooh, are we going to get taken down? Taken down? Because I am not even watching anything and it still hit me. Well, if the stream gets cut off, you guys will, you'll find out. We'll see how it goes. Okay, let's just open up that video right here about AI. I do not like this intro, Sam I am. I do not like this intro.
Okay. Jazza is a guy on the internet. Jazza is a very well-known internet artist.
Do you see this guy? Let's go back for a second. Nothing against this guy, but like, that's pretty funny. Oh, I see he's a believer in aliens right here.
Guy on the internet. Jazza is a very well-known internet artist by other people. I was introduced to him only after kind of going down the rabbit hole at the start of my streaming career, so to say, by covering his much more controversial older brother, Shadiversity. Shad Brooks and Jazza Brooks are the brothers.
He does.
Right? They both achieved internet success on their own, going in individual directions. Shadiversity is kind of a dog shit older brother. I'm saying that as an older brother. God, fucking, I'd hate to be around. Sometimes when you see other older siblings acting in a certain way, it bugs you. I don't know how to say it any nicer, but I won't get into all that. Shadiversity is well known on this channel. I probably don't really need to introduce him, but I will do it for the video. As a bit of a sort of universal charlatan. Shadiversity, particularly in 2023, gained notoriety in pretty much every circle that he has a hobby interest in by being dog shit at whatever that thing was, and also insanely outspoken about it in the...
Damn, this dude fucking hates Shadiversity. Oh my god. That is a crazy type of insult right there. He might as well be saying every single thing that Shad has ever tried to do, he has been shit at it and been very, very loud about it. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with Shad's takes a lot of the time. But that doesn't, that goes a little bridge too far, sir. Bridge too far.
No one fucking agrees with him way. It was nuts. It was kind of psychotic. There are things that he's good at that aren't particularly.
He sounds like my mom. Okay, bye. You have a good one, Groovy.
He does fight breakdowns that people seem to be pretty appreciative of. He does, or used to do, a lot of stuff on making castles, right? From what I understand, I think maybe he's gotten a little bit back to that. I'm going to cover some Shad stuff in the next few weeks. Mostly because he's an Australian talking about our election. I'm just tickled pink thinking about what he has to say about it. This isn't about him. This is going to be about his brother. Now,
are you sure it's not about him? The reason I have to bring up
Shad is because this video that we're going to watch is about AI art. Jazza is an artist, and Shadiversity's main thing, and the reason I found him in the first place, basically, is he was a massive proponent of AI art as a creative tool in the sort of explosion of that in the early months of 2023. And
is this guy an artist? Are you familiar with Jijin King? Yes, I am.
Last couple years.
Let me take a look.
There's a lot of YouTube.
He's a furry. Former infantry marine and journalist, doing commentary on all art, culture, leftist politics, and more with a bunny cam. Interesting. That is a wonderful thumbnail. Hey, Squiddy, how you doing? So, if you want to support this man, you should subscribe.
And that's when I started my show. If you've been here long, if you're an old head, you've probably seen the me on Shadiversity. I'm your wife now. And all that stuff. He's a goofy goober, and there's videos online, and I'm not going to get too much into their relationship as brothers, but there's a whole thing that everyone likes to talk about where they're trying to do a role-playing game. Jazza, who was a professional artist, if you don't like his style, that's okay, but he's technically proficient. He's like, you can be a 0, a 1, or a 2 in the proficiency in this game. And I think as an artist, I'm a 2, and Shadiversity did this. It's like a fucking scene out of Succession. If you guys have ever seen that.
I remember this.
I think that I'm a 2 in art proficiency as well. Whole thing. I've watched the Shad video in forever. I'm fucking his accent.
That was a good impression.
And it's just painfully awkward. And like, it's like, okay, well, you can just be a 2. He's like, well, no, I need you to accept that I'm a fucking 2. You need to accept that I'm a 2. And that's like, oh God. Oh no. So it's this whole thing. Since Shadiversity was for a while the like internet poster child for being a just charlatan AI artist, and that's how.
So yes, Shad is a provocateur. Without a doubt, he's a provocateur. No argument there.
We get talking about his books and then his bad sword fighting technique and this whole thing. He is, that. And Jazz is a real artist. And so obviously people for the last year or so have been.
You can already see the bias in his term, Jazz is a real artist.
Pretty poignant about, hey, Jazza, you want to fucking weigh in here, buddy? Because also Jazza is a little bit on the progressive side from what I understand. And Shadiversity is very much a conservative Mormon Australian and does the whole, barefoot and pregnant wife, get married, have kids, be conservative thing, right?
Is there a problem with that, Westside Tyler? Is that a problem?
Not necessarily bad, but that's like his standpoint. On top of that, he adds not fairly unreasonable amount of homophobia.
He's a Mormon. He's not homophobic. He's a Mormon. Mormons accept gay people. Unless you're talking about Jack Mormons, which, as far as I know, Shad is not polygamist, so he's probably not a Jack Mormon.
Transphobia, all that shit. He hates wokeness in games, that whole fucking thing. He's had some pretty fucking negative comments about this and that. I think he said some slurs here and there. Who gives
cares?
a fuck? Jazza had to answer for that
You give a
stuff
fuck,
because
dude.
Jazza's audience is not.
You can already tell this dude cares about that. This is okay. This is interesting. I want to see how much this guy's gonna to gaslight. Just got here. So this video is this video about art or politics? This is about basically an artist that is the brother of Shadiversity, who is a well-known provocateur regarding AI and arts. Jazza is his brother, who has another big channel, but he's an art, like a traditional artist. He does a lot of different art projects that have nothing to do with AI. And a lot of people were wondering, hey, how do you feel about this AI thing? Your brother's being kind of a dick about it. And this is why this guy is making a video, because, you know, the clickbait says it all. Jazza betrays the art community and embraces AI. All the Mormons I've known were the nicest people ever. Weird beliefs, but super cool. Yes, Mormons are amazing at embodying the Christian ethic. That's the easiest way to put it. Like, they do a really good job of being the nicest people ever, because their religion hinges on being the nicest person ever.
Not like Shadiversity's audience, but they are brothers, and so, you know, they're like, hey man, do you agree with your brother on things? Which is pretty fucking reasonable to ask. And he had to go like, can I just say that there's things that people have said that I don't agree with? And so, like, that was the last time I saw a video where Jazza was like basically boxed into a corner, forced to talk about his older brother, which is both, it's one of those things where it's both very unreasonable and also like extremely reasonable. It's like a horrible contradictory position, because, you know, you really shouldn't have to answer for like your idiot brother's issues, but like the way that all
racist though. So that is not true, Vegeta. What makes you have that opinion?
Internet information economy and how communities engage with creators really does force you to do something. It can easily force you to do something that would be typically a fully fucking unreasonable ask IRL. You know what I mean? Just completely fucking insane. You know, I mean, if you really think about it, it's kind of like your work friends, right? Like you have one guy who's like a shithead, right? Your brother's shitty work friends, and for some reason, like, you in a completely different industry, like you know, like, or like working somewhere.
They all believe Native Americans were white originally, then the bad ones were changed red. So, okay, I've actually talked to a Mormon about this in the last year. So there are multiple different versions of Mormonism, because Mormonism basically gets updated by the year. And 2025 Mormonism has not included what you're referring to, as far as I know. That was the one thing that was like vehemently argued by my Mormon friend, saying that that isn't even in there because they have a prophet that it basically rewrites the book or portions of the book every year.
Where the fuck else, with an entirely different customer base,
for the sake of balance,
all that, just somewhere the fuck else. You know, your work friends are suddenly like, dude, you've got to answer for your brother's work friends. You're like, wait,
no, you don't.
And his comments to his customer.
No, you don't. What the fuck?
Customer base. I mean, what the fuck? What do you mean? Like that would be a big ask for somebody in normal circumstances. So I'm just going into this with I don't know how Jazz is gonna respond because I haven't watched any of it.
Constantly
but, like,
gets patch notes for the sake of balance.
I feel for the guy. I feel bad for Jazza for having not like, oh, your brother's a piece of shit and you should hate him. Your brother's very controversial, and Jazza clearly tries not to be. And
I hate this. I don't know how much of this I can stand. This was recommended by Quinn, okay? Quinn is the type of person that would like this. But man, this is fucking... I hate the way that people pussyfoot around this stuff. I thought this was about AI. Why is he bashing on Mormonism? He's doing a character assassination, but then saying, but don't go after the guy. Character assassinate, but don't go after the guy.
gets sucked into his older brother's vortex while trying to do his own thing. And that's a shit situation. I just want to say I respect it, and I feel bad for the guy ahead of time. Am I going to still make the video? Fuck yeah, I'm still going to look at this shit. It's important, unfortunately. It is what it is. But like, man, Jazza, that sucks. Sorry, bud. God damn. So Sam's husband's brother will never have a YouTube channel? I hope not.
Not Westside Tyler? Yeah, it's Westside Tyler.
Oh my God.
He's from the west side. He should be from the east side.
His little brother. This kid is awesome. He's an engineer. He builds bridges. He's cool as fuck. Shad talks about his brother. Yeah, he's an okay artist, but I have a better artistic eye. That's true. I have an autistic eye. Yeah, he says basically like I might not be able to move the pencil as well as the average person, but like I have a better understanding of what makes things good.
No, that actually is a thing though. You can have an artistic eye without the skill, because it's still a skill that you can learn.
He's really the Rick Rubin.
It's like having an eye for composition. That is part of the artistic eye. Following so far, chat?
Drawing Winx Club characters from the 2000s. Okay, I'm done. We're gonna have, this is the video.
AI is harmful to working artists and a threat to a majority of modern jobs. We don't need
Wait,
AI. We never have. And this race to replace everything with AI is a race to the top for a very few and a drop to the bottom for everyone else. AI creates a path for a whole new plethora of people to engage in creativity and innovation.
Why don't I just watch this video? Why not just watch this video? Am I going to get something unique from this Westside Tyler guy? Because all I've seen is this dude is just AI bad, Shad conservative, therefore bad, Shad Mormon, therefore bad, Shad embarrasses his brother, therefore bad. Like, it's just character assassination that I'm getting.
Democratizes creativity to an unprecedented level. AI is being trained on stolen.
Before he even gets into that, creativity is already democratized because you have, if you have a fucking brain, you can just make shit up.
Sure.
The creativity is democratized. It was more democratic than anything because you can always just make stuff. It's kind of like the point. It's like anybody can do it if you do hard work. AI is giving a participation trophy to losers. So if you like participation trophies for fucking showing up and, you know, accomplishing nothing in the game and never working or striving to be a good player, if you're a participation trophy Andy, then yeah, I can understand the this is a
what did I what's the disingenuous argument from Tyler? Who would have thought? That's kind of what I'm thinking because, okay, the participation thing, I do lean more towards the hard work argument. Okay, I do. On this skill is important, but that does not devalue the art that comes out of Midjourney, any of these AI programs. Mainly because a lot of these arts people like. It is still an art form, and it still takes skill to make it look good. It is still a skill. This is why actually in my last video talking about it, it would actually probably be good for people to learn art fundamentals so that they can make better AI art creations. I would prefer them just pick up a pencil. But that's still a thing.
This is democratizing the blah, 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 blah. No, man. It ain't like that, okay? If I got to bring a gun into the fucking UFC ring, I would open a lot of new opportunities for different people to start fucking fighting for the heavyweight belt.
That's not a fucking argument.
Yeah. It would really disrupt the fucking organization, but I think it would be a considerably different sphere. It wouldn't be good for everybody.
data and profited on by corporations who didn't do any of the work to create or even procure the data in the first place. If training AI is stealing, when it's just learning from things that we've created, then human artists are also stealing when they look at hundreds of artworks that
We got the devil and the angel on the shoulder.
inspire them and learn from that and apply those techniques to their own style. Art itself is learning from and producing inspired by everything that's been created before. So just because AI learns in the same way 1,000,000 times more efficiently, better, faster than human artists doesn't make it stealing. It's being developed on our backs without...
I think that's still a fucking bad argument, but it's not stealing in the colloquial sense, in the legal sense.
our permission and then used to take opportunities away from us. AI
It is
art
learning
holds
like
as
a
much
human does,
value
though.
as NFTs did. Do you remember that bullshit? Remember the controversy that arose when people realized how
Well, that's a
much
disingenuous
energy
argument, too.
NFTs took and how bad it was for the environment? AI is
Yeah, bad for the environment, my
way more
ass.
power, is growing way
No,
faster.
they
don't
fixed
even know
that within
how
a
they're
month.
going to be able to generate enough power to get the AI capabilities they want. But they're going to do it, charging forward at an unprecedented rate in a way that's going to have devastating and irreversible effects on the environment, let alone the devastating economic impacts of taking away people's jobs and leaving them no alternative.
I'll raise you this, Moemasu. That quote, well, in order to be a real artist, you need to suffer. Yeah, that applies to anything that does not include, like, art. If you want to get good at martial arts, you need to suffer. You do. Just factually, you just need to. But the point these people always make is that when you are poor, you need to work and just don't have time to focus on the things you want. But then we'll say, well, in order to be a real artist, you must suffer. It's an argument you use, you're just showing how hypocritical their argument is. Yes, I know. I understand.
Yes, it'll
give the other guy a chance to speak, buddy. White shirt over here spitting fucking. This is arguing with your own brother in your head. I love it. This is fucking,
What the fuck was that, by
God
the way?
bless you, Dark Jazza. I'm taking this one. This one's perfect. This one's fucking perfect. This is the thumbnail. I don't even care what it is because it's just going to be funny. Thumbnail artist. The thumbnail is this, but with like Shadiversity behind him with like glowing red eyes, but edit Shadiversity's head into Emperor Palpatine's robe and just say like,
wow.
Let the laziness flow through you. Fucking awesome. Oh my God.
It'll use a lot of energy, but AI will lead to AGI and ASI, which will bring us new sustainable energy solutions, cure diseases at an unprecedented level, and help solve the climate crisis once and for all. Yes, in the near term,
very
AI
optimistic
is
idea.
going to replace jobs and take some opportunities away. In the same way that cars and trains were a threat to the horse and carriage industry, and the camera is a threat to painters. But new jobs...
Oh, Jesus Christ. Isn't it kind of crazy to compare software to hardware? First and foremost, like it's just such a non-equivalence because software, it's just not hardware.
What?
Software really has to prove itself over time. You know what I mean? It has to.
Wait. That's not an argument. Jesus Christ. This dude. Okay. To tackle this, photography did not replace artists. This is true. But if you're trying to say it created a different art medium, that's what photography turned into. This argument that he's making is that is like comparing software to hardware instead of medium to medium. Because these are both creating pieces of art. Now Jazz is making an argument that's very common. This is the same thing of like, this is just an improvement on the technology that we already had, which is fine. I don't like his argument. I don't like this West Side Tyler guy so far.
Like, be effective after a while. Hardware is hardware. A car, if you're like, hey man, you know wheels? Yeah. You know a wagon? Yeah. Do you know the fucking steam engine? Yeah. Gasoline, right? Refined oil.
What?
Explosion in a fucking metal box
What
makes
the
the
fuck
wheels
are
go.
you talking about?
And you can control the acceleration from the inside of the wagon. And you can also make it stop. that kind of fucking cracks. How fast can you go?
Where are you going with software here, bud?
Way fucking faster than a horse. It's pretty and goes farther. And
Okay,
also
where's your analogy on
software
software here? What
oil,
is bro yapping about? That's a good question.
That's great. That sounds like that cracks. Okay. Cameras do things that.
Okay, he just made an argument. He just described or gave an analogy for hardware, and now he's moving on to more hardware.
Painting never could or tried to do. It didn't really replace painters.
Wait a fucking second.
That's great. That sounds like that cracks. Okay.
Wait a second.
Cameras do things that painting never could or tried to do. It didn't.
No, Westside Tyler. That's idiotic right there. that is hilariously incompetent to say. Do you realize that there's this wonderful art medium called realism that was trying to capture real life as closely as possible, as detailed as possible? Did you forget that? Some of the most well-renowned artists in history were realism painters. Rembrandt and Monet were two specific ones. Rembrandt especially. This dude's off his rocker.
Didn't really replace painters. You know what I mean?
You're right, it didn't replace painters, but so what?
Average dickheads weren't getting painted. like you weren't fucking average assholes weren't being fucking.
Is he making an argument that it was for the elites? I'm calling it right now.
Painted all the time. Like having somebody paint you was an extraordinary luxury. It was a flex.
He is.
Right?
He is.
The camera coming in to take a picture of you does not.
What do you think the camera was, Tyler? What do you think it was? Do you think it's the freaking the Canon little snapshot that you got now? Do you think it's the same as what you got now? No. You're being fucking ridiculous and a liar right now. You know better than this. What the fuck? I'm actually upset. I'm actually upset, chat. I'm not going to get too mad because this is just a video of a man, but like, what the fuck? Cameras were originally only affordable by elites. It also was a specific thing. You had to go through a process. You had to sit there for a while. Like it's as if he's ignoring. Well, he is ignoring all of this shit. I'm just arguments in the garbage. This guy's opinion in the bin. In the bin. It's awful. We're gonna keep going. I'm not going through a whole hour of this.
In the market of flexing, that you have a gigantic picture of you that like the famous painter guy painted, you know, because it's like it's like a thing. Photographs are instant images. They're like commodity. You know what I mean? It's like literally, I just want to see what specifically was there in that moment. They can also take photos.
I like this guy in the chat. Will Clem right here. Eventually, there won't be enough data to feed the AIs. Bullshit.
You can also, they can capture a moment that is way too quick for painting. They do something completely different. Like it's an entirely different market. Like nobody was trying to paint slow motion. You know what I mean? Like nobody was trying to like, oh, I think I can capture
absolutely
this unique scientific phenomena, you know, like or this unique natural phenomena that lasts less than like 0.002. I think I could paint that. No one was doing that. Painting.
Do you think he knows what a dark room is? Do you think he knows what like a red room is? Like a developing room? How old do you think this guy is? Because he looks older than I am. He looks older than I am. Does he know that you used to have to, you know, go to the Kodak shop and get your stuff developed into pictures? That it took time? It took time and effort? This is such a stupid argument.
Thing's a completely different thing. Cameras cannot take pictures of the fucking inside of Goya's psychotic fucking mind, right? You know what I mean? Like Goya could not photograph the black paintings. He couldn't do that. You can photograph them because he painted them, but like there's no real overlap. It's crazy. I don't know who the fuck.
There is an overlap. It's called realism. It's an entire subgenre of art, you fucking buffoon.
They're like, they paint like, I think usually there's one guy's like, no one's gonna paint anymore, which is just literally not true. It's always just been a thing that you can do. Because painting is imagination, so you can make things that don't exist. That's the point.
It requires imagination to set up a really nice shot with your camera to get a good composition, get the lighting right. You need to be creative to make that happen.
It's really the big point of painting is you can, like, you can't photograph the Sistine Chapel's roof into existence because, like, you would have to go to heaven and take a picture of God.
This argument has gone so far off the rails. What is the point you're trying to make now?
And then put it there after you print it. It just, I don't understand that argument.
That's what filters and Photoshop is for, yeah.
Making it aside from them, like it's presented as a response to an argument that someone else is making, but I don't know who it is. It's not like artistic people. I'm a photojournalism major by degree. Like I got a Canon 5D Mark III. Like,
so what?
I've taken some fucking banger pictures in my life.
And you probably had to be creative to make those.
Past now, but like, I can't imagine any time where my camera would have been better than a painting, and they would have been in competition for what I was doing, or vice versa. You know what I mean? Like it's a different market. Painting was like.
So yes, it is a different market, but what you were originally on a software versus hardware kick, and you seemingly forgot what your fucking argument was a third of the way through. So now you're just rambling.
Used to do stuff that photos now do better, and maybe like that went away, but like all the rest of what painting does is
it didn't go away.
Completely fucking different. Terrible fucking argument. Terrible argument. I just don't.
Correct. I agree with you, Westside Tyler. Your argument is fucking dog shit.
Supposed to entail because it doesn't even fucking track with logic, much less lead to something that's actually like revelatory about the value of AI. To support Tyler's point, there's a term specifically for going out and painting in real time and plein air that only sort of became a thing with Monet, and he started after the camera, and that's like blurry, like memento, like.
Journalistic photos have changed history.
Monet,
Indeed.
am I thinking of Manet or
Monet.
Monet? Monet's not pointillism, is it? Is Monet the people in the park?
No,
and Manet
it's realism.
Is like that really beautiful orange sunset by the lighthouse. I can't fucking remember. Video killed the radio store. Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star.
Okay, so he is old.
And only in America. British people still have radio stars. They like have radio plays all the time. You've got 700 million fucking hours of Doctor Who radio
Mayonnaise.
Plays. Absolutely baffling. Video and radio are just completely like different things. But honestly, like video beat radio for specific things, and then what radio really is. Wi-Fi transmission through radio signals, podcasting, fucking later obliterated video. Isn't that nuts? Like, they switch back and forth as the market adjusts to which one is needed. So, video didn't even really make radio
so confused.
Obsolete. Just how radio was used had to change. How audio production was used had to change. And now it's like a major thing. It's a fucking multi-billion-dollar industry for just audio alone.
But what's your argument?
And avenues for creative expression and leisure will become available. If you think AI art is bad, AI video generation is going to be even.
Monet was blurry yet. Okay, then I'm thinking of Monet. I guess I got mayonnaise the other way, right? Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise.
Video evidence
Or as the Balkaniers say it, mayonnaise.
Because anything can be fabricated. People can make pornography of others without their consent. And of course, dead celebrities will continue to be profitable for media conglomerates who can continue to use their image and voices long after they're gone. On top of that, AI developers have no clue how to properly safeguard AI against misuse and barely have an idea even how it works, let alone how to control it. AI is just a path for corporations to get more investments and boost their stock value with shallow marketing gimmicks. Meanwhile, we can all see the purposeless dystopia that this is leading us to. It's the next step of progress for humanity. AI is already empowering small business.
Kushibaka, did I miss that? 10 pounds of studying. One thing that has been irking me about AI is the use of the word trained. It's marketing meant to humanize the thing in people's eyes. We should use the word processing instead.
Why?
Yeah, because if you take all this stuff out, it goes away. You know what I mean? So it's not like a training.
What?
So like if I give you like 500 reference images.
No, okay. I'm telling you right now, this is wrong. So I'll use Midjourney as an example. Midjourney is trained off of data that you give it. That's not a humanizing thing. Processing is different than training. That I don't understand why he has to try and make a delineation there, other than this guy's obviously anti-everything AI. Like, he's very much anti-AI.
And you learn how to draw, right? Then you've learned how to draw because you're a human being.
Okay, so if you have a bunch of reference, this is what he just said. If you have a bunch of reference images and you learn off of those reference images, you are training because you are a human being. That is literally what he just said. But if you are an AI and you have 100 reference images and you are trained off of those reference images to create things like it, you're not being trained because you're not human? When it's very much a similar process, if not exactly the same as how humans learn. That was the one thing that has changed my mind regarding these programs. They don't steal arts. They learn the way humans do. Within a limited scope, sure, but you could argue that humans also learn within a limited scope. They observe, and then they try to create.
If I if I hit you on the head, right, and you forget the reference images, right? Or you just age and start forgetting things because that's how fucking life works. You can still draw because that's the skill. The skill is interpreting the world and your imagination and whatever, you need to, whatever the subject matter is, and turning it into an image via deft use of materials that change the pigmentation and value of a specific medium. Like, that's what painting, drawing, etc. is. AI requires this, basically it's like a series of silk screens. I go over this a bunch of different times. With generative images, you need the reference images permanently, in there. It has to be able to.
No, you don't. No, you don't. That's why the diffusion model works. Because if you were permanently holding every single image, in reference in that data set, it would be too big to process anything. It would take months, if not years, to get a single image, because it would have to go through every single image that would be related to that, and we don't have computers fast enough. And it would be terabytes upon terabytes upon terabytes of data that we do not hold. These things do not hold this data. They are trained upon the data. That's it. It's not held. If his arguments is any show of his photojournalist skills, no wonder he doesn't do it anymore. Jazz's argument is, why learn the skill when you can just use a program and then the skills are lost and die? No, that's not Jazz's argument. Jazza hasn't actually put forward an argument. He's been putting forward arguments by both sides of the aisle, not politically, but of this arguments. He has not actually put forward his thoughts yet. You don't know his argument yet.
To reference what its understanding of a dog is again and again and again and again. And you have to like use these things in order to create the permanent record essentially of what a dog is, right? So there is no new dog. There is just dog. There is the tag
no,
dog.
There is
it
new
is
dog.
Permanently dog. And the AI
if it were permanently dog, it wouldn't be different every time.
Will shake together what the tag dog means plus the tag realistic. Dog plus realistic equals X. It's inherently diminutive, right? It always goes down. You have to add insane amounts of new shit, and it won't ever make something different based on its interpretation of the possibility of things.
Yes, it will.
It can only reach the top of finite, whereas imagination surpasses finite. That's the point of imagination.
Fundamental misunderstanding of how this shit works.
Make shit up that doesn't fucking exist. By adding things, concepts, sure, but AI can't do that. AI can't figure out what this combination truly is. You know what I mean? And like do it in a way that works. Because if it doesn't know how to mix those tags together the way that you want it to mix it together, it just fucking makes gibberish. You know, and it's also going to be its thing anyway. It's not like it's still you. It needs you. You have to be there. The modicum of creativity that you have does it. So you have to.
So we had a conversation about this on Thinkers that it does require you. I agree that it requires you, but the thing is, where I kind of feel about it is when you plug in your prompts, you are telling the machine to make something rather than you yourself making that thing. I think that you have separated yourself from the creation of that thing to a degree. So I would say that you are not the artist in that sense. I would say that you have commissioned an artist to make something for you via your input as a client. You're giving the prompts as input as the client, and then the AI will spit out its interpretation of those prompts. You've basically commissioned someone.
Element to get it to surpass what is possible, because unless it's been given access to human creativity, it can't do anything. So it can't learn.
So this is a really dumb argument too, because yes, sure, without all of human creativity, it wouldn't be able to do anything. The same is said for any human that's trying to make stuff. Without other humans doing things, we don't have any inspiration. We don't have anything to go off of.
You know what I mean? It's not learning. It's refining.
It is learning.
That's what it's doing.
No, it is learning.
It's refining
it's being trained.
It is learning. The success parameter of the tags being shook together by...
This guy needs to actually like mess with the program so that he can learn how this fucking works.
Input from human creativity. Like, and you know, even if you suck at art and you're an uncreative person, as in you're just dull, you know what I mean? You're just bog standard, you're unimpressive. You are still creative. It's still your desire.
I would say you still take part in the creation process, but Squiddy, what I'm specifically saying is you're taking part in the creation process when you pay me to make you something. You're giving me the prompt still, but I made it. I created that thing. If you go through the commission process with me, I'll send you progress shots of how it's going so far. And then I'll take your feedback on what you think needs to be changed. That is no difference than you're going into Midjourney and you see the image that it is spit out per your prompting, and then you add more prompts. It is no different. Or I don't think it's any different. You're still taking place. You're taking part in the creation. Absolutely. Because I'm using your prompts as the inspiration. But I'm still making it. You're not making it. I'm making it for you.
That have to be added into the machine. The thing is, it's just your little bit of addition is after all of the other people have been fucking jacked.
The idea and the vision is yours, but you're paying me to make that idea and vision. I agree that you have the idea and vision, but that doesn't make you the artist. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. The piece is still yours, but you didn't make it.
All of them. Whereas a talented person, you know what I mean, can just recreate all of art kind of automatically. Like Da Vinci did Da Vinci shit. Like he studied and stuff under
Da
people.
Vinci
but then,
did
like,
Da Vinci shit.
He fucking transcended, and it made everybody else better. Sure, but like he did his own thing. You know what I mean? Like he had to do it himself. The machine is just there, and the fact that it's a detriment to everybody else around it is fucking not great. You know what I mean? Here's how to describe it. Basically, imagine if you had a paper, right? And you're an actual artist. You are limited only by your skills. So you can practice. That paper can be filled with anything. An AI can only be filled with what's in the AI. It's a box of limited parts. That's the issue, right?
Sure. I agree. It is a box of limited parts, but so is a human. That's why the human has to go and learn. This is why I'm a box of limited parts when it comes to art. So songwriters aren't shit because they can't sing? No, I didn't say that. Mozart didn't play every instrument, so he didn't do anything, and it doesn't matter that he made it all up. No, that's not what I said. That is not what I said, Squiddy. You didn't make the thing. I'm not saying you didn't make the instrument. I'm saying you gave me the prompt. You gave me the inspiration to make that thing for you. The idea and the vision are still yours, but that does not make you the artist. It is then a compiling of two different things. It's a collaborative effort at that point, you could say. But to use the commission example, you didn't draw any of what I've drawn. Like, if you told me to make your profile picture, which you did, you gave me the prompt for that. I used that as inspiration to make what your profile picture is right there. Though you did put it through AI to get colors on it. That's all fine. I'm not complaining about that. I'm just pointing out that I still made that for you. So you were not the artist because you gave me the prompt. I didn't make it up either. What do you mean? What do you mean? Squiddy, that doesn't make sense. But what I was saying is, like, yes, humans are still limited subset. When I'm more specifically a character illustrator. I tend to specifically go on character illustration. Okay? I still have to go and learn and observe and study other things in order to do anything else outside of my expertise. And that's the same thing that an AI is doing.
Right? You have to put additional shit into it, and still that might not achieve the result. And more importantly,
yes, like a human,
it doesn't achieve the same result more than once, because there's an aspect of extraordinary randomness in the way that basically the digital Plinko machine puts everything together. So you can't do what professional art requires, which is be routine, right? You can't really animate
unless you train it long enough. Then that randomization starts to go away. You train it long enough, it starts to become more and more refined. That's why these massive data sets are the things that these things have been trained on.
Because it doesn't routinely make something. Like if I get a Disney artist from 1945 or 60, whatever the hell it was, and say like, hey man, I need you to draw Pongo from the Dalmatians. Pongo, right? Hey, I need you to draw fucking 24 frame walk cycle for Pongo. Bang. You know what I mean? Hey, can you interpret that and make it a little bit more like lively and stuff?
Given this set that it has been trained on, an AI does the same thing.
And you bang it out correctly. These systems don't do that. And it's because they don't have the human element, right? You just have to add.
They don't have the human element, sure. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is that what you're saying is so special about that human element, I'm saying is less special than you're making it out to be.
Add more human to them, whereas the human's already a person. So it's a subvaluable thing that it's just a bad tool that mostly exists more as a detriment to the people that are actually doing the thing than as a boon to the thing being done in a general.
This is a lot of typing. The designer, the composer, the creator of the setting allows artists to art. Saying I am just the guy who gave you the idea is the same as you are just the person who drew it. Yes, if I'm the person who drew it, you are not the person who drew it. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, respectfully, that is the whole point I'm trying to make. You didn't draw it. Therefore, you are not the artist. You took part. You are not the artist if you pay me to draw something for you. I'm the artist. I make what you tell me to make. There's still collaborative effort, and you can say, I commissioned this person to make this. This is my idea. It 100% is your idea. It's my interpretation of your idea, but I still drew it. You didn't draw it. You are not the artist. Does that make sense? You might be like, let's say if you were working on a TV show and you have this whole setting, you brought up settings and you want to see what this looks like in different styles. You own the idea. You are the artist of the idea. Okay. You've thought up the creativity on how the world works, how all these characters might work, but you ultimately still are not the person who drew it. Correct, but you were not the person who created the idea. Why can't the idea or story or the thing be art too? I'm not saying it's not. That's what I was just getting at. It's like, you are a different thing. I'm still the person who drew it. I'm the artist that you paid to interpret your thing. Okay? You're creative and an artist in your own right. I can't say that Mozart was not an artist because he didn't make the instruments. I feel like that's a disingenuous argument. And I don't mean that in an offensive way. I think that that's not meaning what you think it means. if that makes sense. Separate but equal artists. Mo Masu can't draw like I can, but he can write a whole lot better than I can. Art in its own right. Not make the instruments, he didn't play them, but he also had an understanding of music. He wrote them, so it was his artistic vision. But the person that plays that perfectly is the artist that perfected it. They made that a reality.
General sense.
Businesses and individual creatives to compete at a scale and in a way they never had the opportunities to before. AI is the most groundbreaking technological revolution ever since electricity or the steam engine. And the potential for AI to empower humanity.
That's fucking nuts. Comparing anything to electricity is wild.
What? No, it pretty much is. It's going to dramatically change how we do everything. And I mean everything.
I wouldn't even compare AI to the internet as far as what it can accomplish. Why not? Because like,
why not?
The electricity? Jesus fucking Christ.
Have you seen the way that AI has improved over just a year? Over 6 months? Over 3 months? Over 2 months? We're getting exponential growth that we haven't seen since the beginning of the internet. We're getting there. It's a scary amount of improvement. Terrifying, honestly.
It's one of the biggest things. It's like comparing it to steam power. You know what I mean? Like that was a big deal. Figuring out that you can fill a closed space with steam and it makes something move, and then you can attach anything to the moving thing was a big deal, right? We still use it today. Nuclear power, fucking hot water. Dams, moving water. Usually even just turbines heating up water fucking anyway. Diesel plants. Oh, is the diesel doing it? Yeah, the diesel's fucking heating up goddamn water. Coal is fucking heating up fucking water again and again and again. It's steam. Fucking steam, man. Steam's crazy. Steam turns into electricity. Crazy. AI, the entire world didn't change overnight. Fucking steam power. We use steampunk. No fucking AI punk. Electricity, man, is nuts.
Humanity and help solve our most.
You ever listen to Zappa? His early 70s stuff's peak. Zappa is like almost too fucking
Frank
cerebral
Zappa?
for me.
Oh my gosh.
Some of his shit slap. You know, you got some fucking like poppy. Was it Dave's Garage? I can't remember. But then you get to like, dude, Zappa's crazy.
Electricity is straight up wizard shit.
I'm sorry, Jazza. Fuck it, Zappa's nuts. If you guys want to go down a rabbit hole of like, hey, hold the fuck on, what am I listening to? Start listening to some Frank Zappa. Because you have
I
like
actually do recommend listening to
fucking,
Frank Zappa.
Okay, hey, it's 1970.
He's one of the best artists
I remember
around.
this era, pop songs. And then you have like the Black Page. And you're like, what is this drummer doing? Zappa is a fantastic human that really doesn't get enough notice.
He does. He's prolific in the art community.
Musician. Kind of all over the place.
Not just a musician,
Similar
but also
in
an
my
artist.
mind to like Danny Elfman, where you're like, wait, that is the same guy? And you're like, yeah, man. He's that fucking dude.
Challenging problems is unfathomable. If anything, AI will lead to more people in the long term being able to indulge in creativity because it'll lead to a post-scarcity society. A society where
Now, I don't know about post-scarcity, but so far that is a good argument. It is allowing everyone to be as creative as they want to be, using as little skill as possible. And I do not see that as a bad thing, personally. I really don't. I don't think I'm going to lose my, quote, job as an artist. People are still going to want handmade art. Okay? People are still going to want stuff that has the no AI seal of approval. It's just going to be a niche then. If anyone can make stuff, that's fine. Yeah, of course, utopia is never going to happen. Psychology does not allow it. Yeah, because if you have thing, and I have thing, and I see that you have thing, I want your thing. I must take your thing. I must have more thing than you, because I deserve it.
where you don't need to figure out how to pay your bills with art, you can just make art. And people who haven't been able to be a part of that in the past will have more opportunities in the future than
there would be no bills in the utopian society.
I get it.
You're here's his idea.
To death of hearing about AI. But
all right, here, Vegeta. Vegeta, this is his real opinion, it seems. This is a wonderful pause, by the way.
we need to talk about AI. The question is, can we? Is it even possible? Because the hardest part about having a conversation about something so divisive is listening. The purpose of this video is not to argue for or against either of these lines of argument, but it's also not intended to just be a fence-sitting exercise. I want to be productive, but it's going to be difficult because they both have legitimate points.
Relax.
Neither is completely right, neither is completely wrong, and it's going to be impossible for us to have...
With all due respect, I don't know what's going on at family get-togethers, but I feel like somebody's being fucking... I wouldn't be too surprised to find out someone's being a little ground down, because I don't... AI art as a discussion is not like... I mean, I'm not in Australia, but it's kind of fallen by the wayside as far as what is the most important thing to talk about in the moment. Grok is around, but Grok isn't. That's the Elon Musk X thing, but it's not like making waves. It just looks like the same shit from a few years ago. It looks like ass. Fucking... You can always tell it's a weird, plasticky, gross, impossible shit. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay, yeah, this is... It feels like junk food for your head.
Sure.
But, you know, whatever. Okay.
If that's
it
what
exists,
you've seen.
I hate it, but I can't hate it into an existence, and it doesn't feel like I'm losing or gaining anything. And the whole conversation kind of fell by the way.
Just because someone is good at visual art doesn't mean that they are automatically against AI. I wish these idiots would stop thinking in monoliths. Yeah.
Side. Mostly we've been talking about what, like Stellar Blade and fucking whether or not various games are gay.
What?
Where the people that normally argue about AI art, they kind of shifted to Goonergate shit. Maybe it was just me, but it's just like, I know people are dedicated to it. If you're like a hardcore, like all I think about is the AI, okay, sure, yeah. But like, it doesn't seem like I've been hearing as much about it because there's just been way more pressing things to hear about. But okay, I just wanted to say that because I have been thinking about it. Like,
he is making that
AI,
assumption.
but I also haven't heard much about it in a while. I've got weeks worth of it saved up to talk about things that people have asked me, and it's only like 4 or 5 fucking segments worth. You know what I mean?
To have any sort of reasonable conclusions or rational discussions unless we step back from the black and white of the argument and dwell in the uncomfortable grey. I want to share my opinions and experience, though it's limited, but also use this video as a catalyst to open up to yours so I can listen to you. So we can all listen to each other, but have the opportunity to have an actual conversation about all this. So I guess I've always considered myself as something of a creativity futurist. I have loved being at the
This man has so many fucking lights. God,
that's awesome.
damn! I
I'm
wish I was a
jealous.
fucking rich YouTuber. There's more on him. He's got all these he's got these on just to show off a chair.
Forefront of where technology and creativity.
Is he now going to hate on him because he's
From the
rich?
age of 11 in 2001, I was at the forefront.
Oh, hell yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my God.
Digital content creation and online platforms
Oh
that
my
have just
God.
faced. I have wholeheartedly jumped into the fray of every emerging creative technology that I've had access to, from the dawn of digital art and digital tablets to the first ever digital animation and art programs, and later to virtual reality, drawing robots. And as early as it began emerging, I was enthralled with the concept of AI art, which you...
I'm gonna let you what. VR feels like the closest thing to AI art. VR is still like the most niche. Oh, are you doing a VR version of something? Like ever. It is like, people were talking about VR 10, 15 years ago. I mean, really, they're talking about like 30 years ago. You guys remember fucking Virtua Boy?
Okay.
Virtua Fighter came out on a system that was it looked like a fucking Saiyan Scouter. You know what I mean? From the Frieza core.
I know the Virtual Boy.
You play the worst game you've ever seen with literal fucking Timex watch graphics. It was a fighting game. 90s. But people were talking about fucking, you remember Meta? Facebook was like, we're going to make the metaverse, and the most like gnarly in-person thing ever. But like VR didn't really catch on. Like when people use it, it's cool. It's fine. Like I don't hate you for it. And sometimes it's like interesting, but it's one of those things where like the hardware is not there. The software
VR
is,
hardware
and,
is
you can always
there.
get the software, but like the hardware is just kind of, it's not something that it seems like very appealing to people. It's like,
what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Dude, I don't understand. Like fucking cross-eyed migraine simulator. So true though. Okay, like VR is growing in popularity year after year after year. The hardware is getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. It is always being improved. So yes, it's now become accessible to the average person. It's not $700 for a set anymore. You may be talking about infrastructure for hardware. We need more of that. That's why data centers are the largest construction market right now.
like an overly involved and less good looking way to interact with things that I can, for the cost of a $15 handheld controller, play just as well and enjoy just as much. Maybe there's like a
What
few
handheld
niche titles
controller
for it,
is
but
freaking $15?
you know what I mean? It's the same thing. The Kinect on Xbox. You guys remember the Xbox 360 Kinect? Same thing. That was virtual reality or whatever, but like kind of flipped, where you would just move and then the Virtua or the Kinect would check it out. The Kinect, by the way, if you guys didn't notice, the Kinect camera is like actually kind of like a technological marvel. It is the hardware. It's great. And people are like, we need to keep making these because they're becoming extremely valuable. This might be a little bit, I might be a little bit outdated with this and somebody fixed the issue.
I've seen a controller for
Kinect is so
$15
good
on
at what it does that people
frickin'
were
wish.com.
actively hunting down the remaining Kinects to try
His
to use
headphones are
them because it's so
$1,000. What is he
fucking
bitching
effective
about?
and like what do you call that? basically like rebuilding the fucking connections so that the things could work with other programs, because like they were great ways to like map things and like try to figure shit out. The Kinect is crazy. I think it uses like a mix of like camera and LiDAR or something like that in a way that's like especially novel. So like the Kinect games, like Kinectimals, the game where you can like digitally pet a tiger when you guess where it is, kind of thing. Like that didn't catch on, but then people that do like scientific experiments and like cerebral, interacting with computers in like a 3D way are like, the Kinect camera was made by some sort of mad god, and all of the software that came with it was booger fuck. So you got to have both in the computer world.
Mm-hmm.
I have a Kinect 2 and its sensors are wild. Yeah, I mean, like if you don't believe me, don't. Talk to some fucking tech people. They're like, they gush. I was like, what the fuck, Kinect? Because I found out like my brother had one, I think, or no, I think it was my cousin, and like was like, oh man, I'm kicking myself. I'm like, why? He's like,
the
dude,
official
I sold my
controller
fucking
of Little
Xbox
Brothers
and
and
got rid of it,
guests
but I just found
everywhere.
like I looked
Yes,
on
indeed.
eBay, and like I just sold my Xbox, and it came with a Kinect because it was like a like Christmas box, November, the whole package in a game. From back in the day. He's like, but the fucking camera's worth like $150, right? And I just sold it for like $5. I'm like, what, really? And like, down the line, people were like, yeah, dude, I fucking want to Kinect. I don't know if they're making more of them now, but for a while they were getting like valuable because people needed them for weird specific shit. I think, I don't know if there are people who are answering it. I think one of the earliest ones is mapping stuff. It was great for 3D printing because you could map with it exceptionally easy given the right program.
Let's skip to the video. Man, he yaps for a while. Holy shit.
And how computers and shit are made, but like people fucking love it.
You can see the history of on this channel. I made a video 7 years ago using Google Auto Draw and Quick Draw, which were algorithms made to reinterpret shapes drawn by the users into basically clip art. And it didn't work very well, but it was a start.
Does Google have a replacement for Bob Ross?
They give me the
Man,
Eiffel
I watched
Tower.
Jazza
I feel like
for
we're
so
very
long.
quickly discovering the limitations of this tool. This is pretty bad Spider-Man. Did I mean
I like it.
clarinet or hot dog? I give up. And over the following years, there were plenty of gimmicky AI tech demos, basically, that I made entertaining content around and enjoyed playing with. And that's all it was, a toy. And an idea, pretty badly presented one at that time. It was always fun, it was a bit goofy, but there was genuine potential there that I found really exciting, and you guys did too. Until it got scary. When DALL-E 2 emerged, I was all in. I was making videos at every opportunity, getting early access, and making all sorts of concepts playing with AI art. But as time went on, it became pretty apparent
what's up, Calico Gamer?
there was controversy brewing as people became more
$15
educated
controller
on how these
black
models were
market
trained,
and you
and quickly
shopping
the
at.
criticisms around
Indeed.
the ethics of AI art and generative AI arose. Art communities began to speak out against the way these models were trained and the harmful effects on real artists and real opportunity for an already undervalued and challenging career path. And as a prominent art content creator, it was pretty clear that there was a line in the sand being drawn that you were either on one side or the other of. So I realized I needed to step back from making AI related content until I could figure out what my opinions were and understand more about everything going on. I guess I've been waiting for an opportunity to step back into the mix with clearer opinions, clearer ideas as to where I stand and what my thoughts and all this are. It's almost been 2 years since I stepped back from AI touching my content. I guess while I've been waiting for the conversation to be easier to have, or the ferocity of both sides of the argument to
It'll never be
calm
easy
a
to
little,
have.
well, it's only
Not
gotten
at this
more
point.
confusing and more divisive and more controversy have happened. And yet AI is more present than ever. It's only growing faster and it's becoming more ubiquitous. It's in our workplaces, our content feeds, our marketing, our products. And of course, companies are seeing the opportunities and only getting more greedy and cunning in how they try and get their sticky little hands on all the hard work we produce to train their models on. So at this stage, I really can't see things getting calmer or simpler anytime soon. So I've basically
Okay,
steered away
Jazza.
from making any definitive statements or sharing any opinions for or against AI art. There are things I detest and disagree with or are fearful of. I've been scammed by AI art. I, for $99, purchased something that was advertised to me, purported to be tutorial books by skilled artists that turned out to be AI-generated crap that I could learn nothing
I've
from,
seen
and
that.
was trained on really good artists that I should have been able to give my money to, but they weren't what was advertised to me, and I fell for it. And I'm sick to death of seeing lazy AI-generated crap in all of my content feeds. So on the one hand, I am against AI art. But on the other hand, I am about to share some of the ways in which I use AI art. And for those of you who disagree with AI art...
Oh, no. Here we go.
What's wrong?
Oh, no.
Art in general, keep in mind the point of this video is to see if we can have a reasonable, rational conversation about it without vilifying or jumping to conclusions, being willing to see other people's perspective. So, without any further ado, here's how I use AI art. Now, I'm an artist who's always been in the habit of using technology to empower my art, and with AI, I've used it as part of my early processes, my brainstorming and conceptualization, and as a means to expand the scope of the work that I create with artists I employ. For example, I've been developing a roleplay system called Gateway Roleplay, very much a personal project at the start. I plan to turn it into a product, but in the early conceptualization phases, I've been using AI to create card art. There's more been a proof of concept.
Yes.
No.
Wait, hold on. Hold the phone. Where's the problem with that? What's the problem with that? He just said it's the concept art phase. That means that he's not going to be using that in his end stage. Usually, that's what that means. He says he's putting the concept art on the cards. That's not a problem. Like, I don't understand. This would be the same thing as I'm going to take art that is not mine and put it on the cards as a reference for what I'm going to be making to replace it later.
Oh, who are you stealing to fucking make trading cards?
Who are you stealing?
Fuck, Jazza. Dude, that's not both siding it. You just said it's got a lot of problems. I'm going to ignore them and fucking capitalize on it. I'm going to make fucking trading cards. Bro, that's fucked. You skipped a character designer. You.
What if he can't afford one? What if Jazza had 20 subscribers? He wasn't this huge YouTuber. Would your opinion change, Tyler? If you didn't have the money for it, would your opinion change? I'm very curious. I'm very curious. Moimasu says, does Tyler know that almost all dev companies, when it comes to concept arts, that most artists just use AI in the same way that Jazza is explaining? Yeah, now, yes, absolutely. And it cuts down on time. And it cuts down on money. Is he disconnected from the industry? I don't know what the fuck Tyler does. This is a video that Quinn put in my suggestion box, so you can go yell at Quinn about this. This is Quinn's fault that I'm so tilted.
That's the whole job, man. Don't you have fucking money? You got no. What? The early design phase is the most fucking important part. That you skipped out on the creative part.
No, we didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? You skipped out on the creative part. What's up, Dudicus? Welcome back. But like, just because you are using AI art to get prompts does not mean that you are devoid of creativity. That's the thing. I don't agree with this fucking argument. He's saying that he wasn't being creative when he's doing these trading cards.
Okay, I'm gonna let him finish.
These things that he's already said that they're concept
not
art.
a product in and of itself. In fact, we recently released the alpha to the patrons over on Tabletop Time Roleplay and replaced all of the art with our art produced by Alicia.
Oh, hey, so it's moral and ethical and wasn't a problem in the first place. Tyler, are you going to take back what you just fucking said?
There's nothing new or fancy with all the different cards. They're basically just put into a category that they share the art for.
Okay, fuck you, Jazza.
What?
I've been looking for a time to bust this out. I'm about to fucking dunk on professional artist and YouTuber Jazza.
Sure.
Who I am profoundly disappointed with. I am not great at art.
Yeah.
I'm not. Okay.
So what?
I'm okay now because I've been working for a while. I'm going to show you something. This is the card game I invented from scratch. It's called Moons.
So what?
I drew all of this.
So
I
what?
drew all of it. I'm gonna pop this up. If you guys didn't know, I made a game. It's like a fantasy version of like, I don't know. It's not like Uno or remotely. There's not really anything else that it's like that I know of. It might be similar to another game that in a country I haven't played before. It's just supposed to be fast. It's a fast-paced, casual card game that in universe, in my stories, all right, it accomplishes a lot of different narrative elements. I made this. I drew this skull. You guys might recognize it from the Discord. I designed this box. I wrote all this copy. I drew every...
Hey, I have a response for you.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Okay, you get it? You get it? We good? Cool.
Single fucking one of these cards. I conceptualized it and I drew it from scratch. All of them. These are all different with the notable exception of some different cards. All of these.
Okay,
I drew all of them. All right. The
What's your point?
new moon cards, those are the ones that are repeated several times. Look, this stupid fucking face. These are all phases of the moon. They don't look that great. This is my conceptual for a card game. I drew all of these. I can't remember exactly. I think it's 46 total cards.
And how much time did it take you?
This entire thing. Yes, this one, when I released, this is a funny card. Hold on. I can't, because it's my favorite. This is
oh my
Steve
God,
Harvey,
who the hell
who is also
cares?
a moon in my game. Okay, I will show you guys. I'm actually gonna be kickstarting this thing. This card deck has existed long before.
He used his celebrity's likeness, which means he'll have to pay them royalties.
Long before this, and I prototyped it. I tested it. This is a fucking card game I made, and I drew all of these. They're not all that great looking, right? But I didn't fucking. I would have never in my life thought this is the first card I drew. Look how dog shit the fucking shading is. I would have never in my fucking life considered using fucking AI to make something.
So what? If it doesn't affect the final product, who the fuck cares? Why does it fucking matter? No, you're purity spiraling in a place that makes you look fucking retarded, dude. This has nothing to do with your self like masturbation that you're doing right now in order to make yourself feel better, to feel better than Jazza, who's actually moved forward on his card project where you never got out of the conceptual phase because it took so damn long. Okay? He already said that nothing, and I mean nothing, that he used AI art-wise is being used in the final product, so it doesn't fucking matter, you mongoloid. I'm heated. I'm fucking heated. This guy's a fucking idiot. I'm very close to being fucking done with this guy. I'm going to listen to him rant and then we'll go try and find a different video, guys. So I'm open to suggestions.
Disgusted. Jazza, you're a lazy piece of shit. You actually should feel bad
No, he's not. No, he's not.
about yourself. I just fucking dunked on you. Fucking
No, you
scrub.
didn't. No,
Making
all
your
you did
little
was
card game.
self-flagellate and then try to purity spiral. That's
I mean,
all you
cutting
did.
people out. Look at the fucking shit that looks.
Cutting
You
people
little
out?
fucking axes.
What if he made it himself? What if he made it himself? What if Jazza made all of those himself? So what?
And stuff. I'm furious. Like I'm actually like upset. I'm actually pissed at this guy because I was like, oh, I'm gonna have his back. This little motherfucker. You know
Jazza
how long
also
it
gave
took me
people jobs and work.
to do this. My wife was like, you're spending so much time on this. It took me fucking half a year to draw all the cards.
Half a year to draw all the cards, and what do you have to show for it? What do you have to show for it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You created a product that no one knows about until now. Never even got out of the concept phase. It took half a year. Why? Exactly. No one works this way. This is just purity spiraling. He's just masturbating about this. You see, would he have a problem with this if Jazza had no subscribers and did it?
And it took me like, before I even did that, it took me another like year and a half to write out rules, find out half of them didn't fucking work, play test. My original concept cards are ripped up bits of note card that I just drew the phases of the moon on. And then I recycled them and did a bunch of different shit and added new rules and changed things up. And
I'll give it to you, Squiddy. He tried to make it.
Of my like expanded universe and the West Side Fairy Tales, the shit that I write. It took me forever to do this. Fucking forever. Right? I started in 2016. While I thought it up while I was working a night job. And yeah, my inspiration was the moon. I don't know. Yeah. Using AI and write moon card game. I don't know. Maybe you can get to the same result that I did.
Probably
but
not.
You're probably going to try to have to think of the one that I made to get close. 2016. I did not have a playable model of this until 2020.
It's what I was talking about. Early creation is hard. Yeah, I understand that early creation is hard. So if you can find anything to cut down on that time, why aren't you using it? If you're doing it to try and prove a point, sure, point made. But like, you're just punishing yourself for no reason. If they're trying to get a good idea of what they want to go for, and they can create these things quickly, the concept art, via her program, it's the same thing as going up and looking up images and tokens and stuff for your D&D game. Yes, and I will beat Melina with just parries, BMO. Fuck you. Likely very not, since it would require more information for the AI to come up with a possible playable card game with just the moon. Sure. He just doesn't understand.
2022. It took forever. I got married. I got engaged and married before I got finished. And
So what?
I'm proud to death of it. It's actually really fucking fun to play. I'll introduce you guys to it at some other point. But I can't fucking believe I'm at that same level with this guy. And this shitheel fuck took the shortcut. You motherfucker. Like, I'm offended. Like, artist.
This is like saying, oh, this guy printed on notebook. He didn't print on notebook paper. Instead, he printed on cardstock. This fuck took time away. He created it on a different medium. He took a shortcut, this fuck. Like, I fucking hate this argument so much.
Artist, fuck you, man. Who fuck you. You're like fucking, sell your fucking lights, you prick fuck, and hire a goddamn character designer. Actually upset. I'm actually pissed. Like,
why didn't you hire a character designer? You have money. Why didn't you do it? Are you the selfish one?
I don't wish any evil on you, man, but like,
bullshit.
That is insane. Like, you're crazy. I'm so fucking mad. I'm actually shocked. I'm actually fucking shocked, dude.
Sell your headphones and hire a character designer, you fuck.
I can't fucking believe that. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about this. You talked about it when it was literally just Cornella and I in here. Yeah, I think when you guys were here, that actually was probably just about 6 months after I got the actual like prototype deck in. This is the second, like this is the almost finished deck. There's another one that sucks, made out of way shittier cards. And I bought that prototype deck. Cost me $45 just to buy one like deck of cards. I think actually, no, it was two. It was a lot of money because I was prototyping a whole product. Like I was making something, right? It was an investment of my money and my time. And this prick fucking bastard piece of shit with...
Correct, Dudicus. They just used AI for the concept art for the game, not the final arts. So the concept art, the AI made creation, has no bearing on the final product, which is what actually matters. The process to make the product does not matter. It's whether you are satisfied with the final product. So I think I understand why he's leaning into his assumption that Jazz's money should be used on other people. He's stuck on the framework that those with more should give it to other people. Yeah. I have issues with some AI stuff, but this ain't one of them. Yeah, exactly.
Thousands of dollars of fucking lighting equipment. Couldn't hire a fucking character designer because you wanted to make a point about like you can use this inferior tool to make an inferior product. I'm literally fucking stunned. This isn't performative. I didn't go and get in my closet and just make up an entire card game for a single fucking bit in a YouTube video. I'm fucking furious. I'm actually offended. I can't believe it's a thing that I tried to do, and he's just fucking.
Why are you offended?
You're flooding the market. You're the bad guy. You're the rich bastard taking fucking jobs away from working people.
What the fuck? He is just in the oppressor-oppressed mentality. He doesn't understand his own bias, like Moemasu said. This dude's a fucking retard. I am done watching his shit. Don't subscribe to him. Fucking, what the fuck is this clown on my screen? Exactly, dude. I didn't even read what Dude Kiss said. Does he ever get back to the video? Does he ever get back to the... He does get back to the video, at least. But what the fuck? Okay. Do we have any other suggestions for things that you would want me to watch and get my opinions on? What do we think? What do we think, guys? Not any more of him, that's for sure. V Shoujo. You want me to watch a video on V Shoujo? Is anyone here interested in the V Shoujo drama? Because I'm not ultimately that interested in the V Shoujo drama. I think I've heard enough on it. This guy sucks to listen to. I bet have a better video to watch as a palate cleanser. Hit me with it, Dragon. Hit me with it. Is it the one that you already have posted in there? Dragon, is it the one that you already have posted in there? Feels weird not having music. Yes, the one in video suggestion. Okay. All right, so it's called Free Apple from Worthy Kids. Subscribe to Worthy Kids. All right, we'll see. 5 minutes.
Well met, shopkeep.
Yes, that's right. I'm just a simple shopkeep. No funny business here, just a standard old man.
Standard?
Bog standard.
Well, that aligns with the vibe I was getting, which was like normal kind of vibes.
I'm glad you picked up on that.
Sire, something seems off about this old man.
What do you mean?
Yes, why do you say such things? I'm
Why?
one of the mill.
Listen to this.
I'm definitely not a demon or a ghost in a clever disguise.
Why would he clarify that? Isn't that
Are
strange?
you still off in your fantasy world?
No,
He's
listen.
normal, dude. Open, close. Cookie cutter.
This is a fucking D&D campaign. This is an average D&D character interaction, like between players. I'm a bog standard normal person. I'm going to insight check that. Natural 1. He seems pretty fine. And then this argument happens.
Old man selling wares in a cavern. Speaking of wares, traveler, may I interest you in an apple? Whoa, is that a skull on it? No. Listen, I'm into it. That's cool as hell. No, Crepulon, I swear. If you don't let this go, you can wait outside the cavern. Yes, dismiss the owl. Your one lifeline. Are you hearing this, sire? What, the lifeline thing? Yes. Dude, my grandpa said that. Well, every grandpa said that. It's right out of the grandpa book. Yeah,
Right out of the grandpa book.
apple as a gift from me. See, now we're cooking. Free apple, haunted cavern. Absolutely bog standard, old man.
You know what they say, an apple a day puts you in the grave.
So I was right.
You were correct. Hey, so I'm
they're
back.
trying again.
Take 2, roll them again. Good to see you. So I just want to clarify the whole standard old man thing. That was an act. It's pretty good, right? It's so convincing. You look.
For your information, 100% of people who have ate apples have died.
Totally normal. I get that a lot. So you're probably going to try and offer me the apple again. Maybe. But see, I'm wise to your tricks. So I'm simply not going to take it. But what if I offered you this banana? Oh, okay, now hold on.
Sire, you can't fall for this again.
A banana's a whole
banana, bro.
different story.
It also
Agreed, it's a banana.
Man, skulls are a natural part of the human body. That just lets you know how natural and organic the banana is.
And not a drop of poison in it.
No poison. This is fantastic news.
Sire, please.
How much are you asking?
This art style is very interesting.
I told you. Also free. Boy, this is a great day. First the free apple, then the free banana. It's all uphill from here.
It seems that shopkeep's selling a bunch of lies.
If I were you, I'd give up on the king. I'm very close.
Boy, do I feel like I have egg on my face.
I haven't even done the egg yet.
See, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. You're going to try and sell me an egg with a skull on it.
That's a weird thing to assume.
What if I were to trade you something?
A barter. I do love to barter.
I haven't even asked that question inventory. Let me just... Some planks, a little bit of sand, rubber chicken, chess set, slingshot made of cane.
This is fucking awesome.
Bologna. Oh, sorry, half a bologna sandwich.
Half a bologna sandwich.
An old TV guide.
TV guide?
No, that's nothing. Jewels. What's your take on jewels?
You think I'd be into them as a shopkeep? But I'm not a big jewel guy.
You know, that's fair. They're kind of overly shiny.
Shiny and heavy. Ugh.
Well, I do have this jar of honey. What can I give?
Wait. Let's go back. That reaction
Shiny
was awesome.
and heavy. Ugh.
Well, I do have this jar of honey. What can I get for this?
Honey.
Thank you, Dragon. This was worth it.
Oh no, my pet bees! Sire, you did it!
I killed an old man.
Yes, but you solved
killed
this
an old
puzzle,
man.
sire.
I killed an old man with bees.
He was a demon. It's fine.
Sure, we had our ups and downs, but
He poisoned you.
I still like the guy.
Twice?
This is Justin McElroy in my inspiring reading of Free Apple, a play.
That was awesome. That was fucking awesome. Subscribe to Worthy Kids. Boy, don't I have egg on my face. I haven't even tried the egg yet. You're not going to sell me an egg, are you? No, not at all. Oh, that was awesome. Okay. Do we got anything else? We're almost on a 7-hour stream. You put a stupid vid in Discord? All right, all right. Better call Saul. Better fall Saul. Hey, look, it's Joe Biden. Oh, this is by Rigmarole. Okay, I actually might get copy struck from this. Let's find out.
What? I'm better than you. Come here, you.
Yeah. Nope. YouTube doesn't like that. YouTube does not like that. Sorry. This is the same reason why I didn't look up Spidoru before. Some of this stuff is protected by Content ID. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, it's no worries, Judicus, really. Posted a more badass animation for suggestion. That looks like it's Warhammer-esque. The 1,000 empires of their hegemon are at the apex of their power. Humanity claims all in the name of economic progress and material exploitation. Wars for profits. A little more than a distracting entertainment. Capitalism won in this universe. Capitalism won in this universe. What are you talking about? Oh, I thought this was Janovich. It's just Project Morningstar. I don't know if I want to just spread. I don't know if I want to share a lot of these animations specifically because these people specifically need the views. And it is getting late. Unless we have a video that has a subject I can yap on, I think I might just call it. What do you guys think? Anything? Any takers? Bueller? Bueller? Now just call it and get some rest. Can't wait for the stream to end. Can't wait for you to get out of here, Moe Masu. Let me check the vault. All right, well, I think that free Apple video was freaking awesome. Was fantastico. But I think I will just call it. So, if you liked what you saw, please give me a subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. This is one of the ways that I interact with the community, try to get some videos out. But ultimately, this video will very likely have to go privated until I can cut out stuff. And even if I cut it out, Content ID does not like to leave things alone. So we'll see. I might have to just remove this video and this stream entirely. We'll find out. But like the stream, subscribe. I'm probably going to do some community games tomorrow. People want to play Peak. People want to play Gartic Phone. People want to play Jackbox. We'll probably do that tomorrow. Or We could just have a hangout on the Discord. I've been trying to do more hanging out in the Discord anyway, so that is something that we are maybe going to do. We can do the Jackbox and stuff too. What time is a good question. I have stuff to do. I have stuff to think about and then do. So it'll probably be around my typical start time. So around 6:30 PST. Maybe a little earlier. We'll find out. I will definitely ping the entire chat in my Discord when that occurs. And Mystics Vegeta, you should just join my Discord if you're not in there. So 10 minutes late? Absolutely. 100%. But yeah, thanks again, guys, for joining me tonight. I will see you again next time. Take care of yourselves. Don't let the big bucks bite. What time did you say? 6:30 PST? Indeed, 6:30 PST. 6:30 PM PST. Have a good night.